Chapter 277. Jiang Xi opened his eyes, full of excitement and joy. The yin-yang nurturing technique that originally required 10 years had been shortened to less than 2 days. The process of forming the golden core into the nascent soul is extremely important. This environment is obviously not suitable. If someone from Qiao Xian's group succeeded in comprehending and came to the second grotto heaven while he was forming the golden core into the nascent soul, that would be troublesome. Therefore, Jiang Xi dismissed the idea of forming the nascent soul here. However, although he was not at the nascent soul stage yet, the spirit energy in his body had already completed its transformation. Compared to before, the strength of his spirit energy had almost doubled. With the perfected Gale domain and sword intent, my combat strength should still be a little short of the invincible nascent soul stage. If I really meet them, I can still spar? The reason why Jiang Xi was so confident was because the sword intent was one of the best Dao intents. It was most suitable for battle. Ordinary Dao intents, like Gale and Departing Fire, were far inferior to sword intents in terms of amplification of attack power. Even invincible nascent soul stage cultivator would have a perfected Dao domain. However, with the sword intent, Jiang Xi believed that he would not be too far off in terms of combat strength. At that moment, Jiang Xi saw that there was still yang qi gushing out endlessly. He smiled at the Wen siblings. The two of you, quickly refine this yang qi and nurture your golden core. Yang qi, the Wen siblings exclaimed. They had just received the one family's inheritance and knew how precious yang qi was as well as its effects. The two of them hurriedly sat down to absorb and refine it. This was another opportunity. Jiang Xi smiled. After his golden core completed its transformation, the yang qi was no longer useful to him. He took some time to look at the experience points and changes in his Dao techniques on the experience points panel. Experience points, 182. 51 million. Departing Fire True Intent, 1. 5 million. My experience points are almost 100 million more than before I entered the Qianyang Grotto Heaven. When I hunted the fire spirit previously, I obtained about 40 million experience points. After absorbing half of the Departing Fire inheritance, I obtained about 50 million more. Thinking of this, Jiang Xi turned his gaze to the wisp of leaf fire that had shrunk by half. After absorbing the remaining Ignis legacy, my experience points will exceed 200 million. In 1 minute, you can absorb and refine a wisp of leaf fire and gain 100,000 experience points. This was a speed of gaining experience that he had never experienced before. Jiang Xi really wished that martial uncle Wen Yin had left behind a few more wisps of Dao of Ignis. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about the lack of experience points for a long time in the future. Shaking his head, he threw this unrealistic thought aside. Next was the true meaning of leaf fire. 500,000 experience points. From his point of view, the true intent of leaf fire and the true intent of Gale are indeed true Dao intents of the same grade. Using the EXP panel to level up not only requires the consumption of EXP, but also requires the same amount of spiritual energy. If he spent 500,000 EXP, he would need to provide 500,000 points of spiritual energy. Such a huge number. In the past, Jiang Xi might have been worried, but now he was very relaxed. Isn't it just 2 10,000-year-old spiritual fruits? Since I'm free now, let's level up the true meaning of leaf fire to perfection. Jiang Xi directly took out 4 10,000-year-old spiritual fruits. 2 of them were tossed to the Wen siblings who were refining the baleful yang energy. The weather is quite hot. Quench your thirst. Wen Yoxin and Wen Feng were a little confused. Eating 10,000-year-old spiritual fruits as fruits? Wen Yoxin was even more surprised because Jiang Xi had taken out one in the dark market before. 10,000-year-old spiritual fruits were priced at 10,000 low-grade spirit crystals in Murong Planet's cultivation world. Moreover, there was a price but no supply. Now, their martial uncle casually threw one to each of them. He was a little rich. "You're welcome." Jiang Ci smiled. Then, he snorted and ate one of them. The taste was very good. It was refreshing and delicious, especially relieving the heat, of course. His actions were just a cover for the next level up. Feeling the huge amount of spiritual energy filling his body, Jiang Ci began to quickly level up the true meaning of Leaf Fire. In order to prevent the Wen siblings from noticing the abnormality, he deliberately slowed down the speed of improvement. Originally, it would only take 10 minutes, but he used half an hour to complete the process. True meaning of Leaf Fire, 500,000/500,000. Perfection. After the golden core completed the transformation, the strength of spiritual energy doubled. Coupled with the Gale domain, sword intent, and true meaning of Leaf Fire, it should not be much different from an invincible nascent soul stage cultivator, right? Jiang Ci's confidence doubled. He left Earth and stepped into the starry sky again in order to reach the nascent soul stage, and then have the strength to contend with an invincible nascent soul stage cultivator. He did not expect that after accidentally comprehending the true meaning of Leaf Fire, he would now achieve this goal in advance. Subsequently, Jiang Ci put all his energy into refining and absorbing the Leaf Fire inheritance. That wisp of Leaf Fire was constantly shrinking. At this time, Jiang Ci still did not know that two invincible nascent soul stage cultivators had been born on the inheritance altar, and these two people were guarding them outside. Just like that, 6 hours passed, and the second day ended. The yang qi that was sealed here was finally completely released. The golden core of the Wen siblings, after being rapidly nourished by the yang qi, was also stronger than before and took a big step toward the nascent soul stage. The siblings were overjoyed and at the same time were full of gratitude to Jiang Ci. Their changes were all brought about by their granduncle. Originally, they did not even have the opportunity to enter the ancestral land of inheritance. But since the appearance of their granduncle, they successfully came to the ancestral land of inheritance. Not only did they obtain the family's inheritance that had been lost for thousands of years, but they also refined this incomparably precious yang qi. Time passed, and soon it was the 3rd hour of the 3rd day. Puff! There seemed to be a soft sound. The wisp of Leaf Fire that had not been extinguished for thousands of years completely disappeared. The last wisp of dark red flame was also absorbed by Jiang Ci. Leaf Fire was exhausted. At this time, Jiang Ci suddenly opened his eyes, full of horror. He felt that there was a destructive aura that was surging up from the ground. "Get out of here, quickly!" Jiang Ci did not even think about it, and wrapped the Wen siblings in the Gale domain. He flew toward the teleportation array that they had just used to come to the second grotto heaven. But at this time, suddenly, a scene that seemed like the destruction of heaven and earth appeared. Rumble! The space of the second grotto heaven shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. The ground was cracking, and the runes of the Blood Prohibition Leaf Fire array were also damaged. The array was about to break. In the shocking cracks, fiery red earth core lava was violently churning. It emitted a destructive aura that would break the seal of the Blood Prohibition Leaf Fire array at any time and spurt out. Jiang Ci and the Wen siblings had just arrived at the teleportation array when they saw this scene. They were all shocked, because this was not ordinary earth core lava. After being immersed in the Tao of Leaf Fire for thousands of years, this lava also had some of the power of Leaf Fire. But even if it was just a little, it was not something that golden core and nascent soul stage cultivators could resist. Quick, quick, quick! Jiang Ci hurriedly made a hand seal to activate the teleportation array. In a flash of light, the 3 of them disappeared. Chapter 278. At the same time, cracks that were a foot wide appeared on the inheritance altar, and it was on the verge of collapse. The surrounding sea of fire was extinguished rapidly as well. Feng Si and Zheng Yuqing had bitter expressions on their faces. They had just succeeded in comprehending the Tao runes here and condensed the Tao technique left behind by that Tao integration expert. They were about to receive the true inheritance. However, They did not expect the inheritance altar to be on the verge of collapse. This situation made them extremely bewildered. The inheritance ground of a Tao integration expert was indestructible as long as it was not destroyed by external forces. Could it be because the three of them had already received the inheritance? Was this place going to self-destruct? Suddenly, a formation rune appeared in a part of the collapsing inheritance altar that was still intact. Three figures appeared amidst the light of teleportation. It's the three golden core cultivators. Feng Si and Zheng Yuqing's eyes lit up. Even though they did not have the chance to receive the inheritance, they could still obtain it from the three of them. Both of them were mid-stage nascent souls, and their Tao domains were more than 70% complete. Their combat strength was comparable to late-stage nascent souls. Dealing with these three puny late-stage golden core cultivators was as easy as squashing ants. Hand over the inheritance, and we'll spare your lives. Zheng Yuqing hollered coldly. Feng Si's gaze turned cold as killing intent surfaced. Their domain powers were accompanied by immense spirit energy as they transformed into gigantic palms that reached out to grab Jiang Xi and the other two. Are you that confident? Jiang Xi laughed. The moment he was teleported out, he was prepared to strike. The Gale domain spread out and blocked Feng Si and Zheng Yuqing's gigantic palms. At the same time, he formed fist seals with both hands. The true intent of the fire in his left hand and the true intent of sword in his right. The gigantic fist seals with shocking might smash towards the two of them. After his golden core transformed, the strength of his spirit energy had doubled. Against nascent souls, his foundation was no longer as weak as before. Furthermore, the cultivation of these two opponents were only at mid-stage nascent souls. Jiang Xi was not afraid at all. Boom, boom, boom. On the inheritance altar that was on the verge of collapse, a gale raged and energy surged. Feng Si and Zheng Yuqing's expressions changed. They did not expect this late-stage golden core cultivator to be so powerful. Us too. The Wen siblings attacked as well. Both of them had comprehended the Li fire domain in the inheritance. Right now, one of them was comparable to a mid-nascent soul cultivator, while the other was comparable to an early nascent soul cultivator. The inheritance of a Tao integration expert was not as simple as it seemed. The two Li fire domains layered over each other. The Wen clan siblings instantly attacked together. In addition, Jiang Xi threw another punch. The powerful aura shocked Feng Si and Zheng Yuqing. They hurriedly retreated to avoid the combined attack of the three. These three late-stage gold core realm cultivators were too fierce. Don't fight, Jiang Xi shouted. The earth was trembling, and the inheritance altar was shaking violently. The blood-forbiddenly fire formation had been unsealed following the destruction of the second paradise. The surrounding sea of fire had lost its original power. Jiang Xi sensed that many figures with astonishing auras were rapidly approaching this place. Once he was surrounded, he would not be able to escape. Retreat. Jiang Xi swung his sword and attacked. A perfected true intent of the sword wasn't any weaker than a Tao domain that had just been comprehended. Furthermore, because of the existence of the Gale domain, the power of the true intent of departing fire became even stronger. The fire borrowed the power of the wind, and the wind enhanced the power of the fire. With the three combined, the sword instantly reached the level of an invincible nascent soul realm cultivator. The powerful sword caused Feng Si and Zheng Yuqing's expressions to change drastically. They hurriedly retreated, no longer daring to block Jiang Xi's group. After Jiang Xi broke free from their entanglement, he hurriedly activated the Gale domain to the maximum and led the Wen clan siblings away from this place. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, thousands of figures flew over from all directions. They were surrounded. There were the Qiao clan, the Sanyun sect, and the Four Symbols sect. There was also the Lone Starry Sky Wanderer, Fuzai. Fuzai and Qiao Xian were the fastest. They surrounded them from two different directions. The aura of spirit power and domain power they emitted shocked Jiang Ci. There are actually two invincible nascent soul realm cultivators. I can't fight them head-on. In this emergency situation, Jiang Ci remained calm and quickly observed his surroundings. In an instant, he saw the Qiao clan's young master, Qiao Sui, and nearly 100 Qiao clan golden core cultivators coming from another direction. The scene of Qiao Sui leading 800 golden core cultivators to attack him again and again was still vivid in his mind. Kill! Jiang Ci wanted to break through from there. Under the perfected Gale domain, even with the one clan siblings, his speed far exceeded that of a late-stage nascent soul realm cultivator. Whoosh! With a light wave of his sword, 3 types of Dao techniques converged. A terrifying aura comparable to an invincible nascent soul realm cultivator suddenly spread. Swayer, be careful! Qiao Sign's expression changed drastically. He immediately shouted a warning. However, his voice was not as fast as Jiang Ci's sword. The strange sword, accompanied by a gust of wind, seemed to be able to pierce through space. With a destructive intent, it instantly arrived in front of Qiao Sui and the 100 golden core cultivators. Qiao Sui's eyes widened in horror. He was only a mid-stage nascent soul realm cultivator. In the face of this extremely fast sword, he had no time to form a defensive move. Whoosh! With a sweep of the sword, Qiao Sui and the 100 golden core cultivators were cut in half. Instant kill. Scum of the One clan. Qiao Sign's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The son that he valued the most had been killed. In his anger, Qiao Sign's speed suddenly increased by 30%, and he instantly caught up with Jiang Ci. He was an invincible nascent soul realm cultivator, and his speed was only slightly slower than Jiang Ci's. In addition, Jiang Ci's sword just now had delayed him. Therefore, the distance between him and Jiang Ci was shortened. He swung his sword, wrapped in the blazing flame domain, and attacked Jiang Ci. Danger! Jiang Ci did not dare to be careless, and swung his sword once again. Boom! The sword and saber collided instantly. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A huge shockwave set off an energy storm that swept through the area. Several early-stage golden core cultivators were swept into the energy storm, and their bodies exploded out of thin air. Such terrifying power. At this time, the Wen clan siblings were also attacking. Their flame domain overlapped, and they had the strength to fight a late-stage nascent soul realm cultivator. They blocked most of the attacks from the other nascent soul realm cultivators. In this way, Jiang Ci could focus on dealing with the attacks of the other powerful cultivators. However, Qiao Sign's attack just now had slowed down Jiang Ci's speed again. At this time, Fu Zai caught up from another direction. This invincible nascent soul realm cultivator made the dual saber attack even more ferocious. 200-meter-long saber lights crossed and attacked. Although they were full of vitality, they were like blades of death. What a strange attack! Riverward was extremely alarmed and once again used his strongest sword move. Gale Domain, Sword Intent, and Flame Domain. The huge sword shadow collided with the two saber lights. Boom! Under the fiery red sky, violent energy swept through. In addition, the earth was trembling violently, and the inheritance altar was about to collapse. It was as if the end of the world was coming. Chapter 279. This series of exchanges happened in the blink of an eye. It was extremely short. At this moment, a destructive aura surged up from the ground, breaking open the already cracked inheritance altar. A pillar of fire with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters soared into the sky with a blazing aura. With a rumble, the inheritance altar, which covered an area of hundreds of square kilometers, collapsed. A destructive storm erupted in an instant. Everyone was terrified and retreated as fast as they could. Some golden core cultivators and even late-stage golden core cultivators. Because they couldn't dodge in time, their bodies were annihilated by the destructive pillar of fire. Death upon contact. At this moment, Xiao Sui and the other golden core cultivators who blocked the way were all dead. The area in front of Jiang Xi was empty. Good chance. In such a terrifying situation, he didn't dare to stay any longer and turned to retreat. The spiritual power in his body surged, and the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered. The Gale domain was instantly activated, and his speed was maximized. Whoosh! Jiang Xi quickly left with the twin siblings. The people who came from the other three directions could only watch as the three figures disappeared into the horizon because they were blocked by the terrifying pillar of fire. Too fast. So fast. Fu Zai and the others were shocked. Wen clan. Damn the Wen clan. As for Qiao Xian, his eyes were bloodshot. The power of fire that surrounded his body was the same as his anger, blazing ferociously. As the saying went, he tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. He couldn't stop Jiang Xi and the others, and he even lost a son. Those three remnants of the Wen clan have the means to disguise themselves, but as long as they're on Murong planet, they can forget about escaping. The chill on Qiao Xian's body seemed to condense into water. He immediately sent a message to the nascent soul elders guarding the interstellar teleportation array to send more people and increase the strength of the blockade. None of the foreign cultivators should even think about leaving. At this moment, the entire core area of Qianyang Grotto Heaven was collapsing because of the pillar of fire. Shocking cracks were spreading in all directions. This place was going to be destroyed. No one dared to stay any longer and quickly rushed out of Qianyang Grotto Heaven. The outer ceiling array of Qianyang Grotto Heaven had long been unsealed. As long as they reached the border of the Grotto Heaven, they could rush out. The Blue Smoke Lake, the entrance to the Qianyang Cave, only covered an area of a few hundred square kilometers. However, the entire heavenly abode was incomparably huge, spanning over 1,000,000 square kilometers. Of course, with Jiang Xi's speed, he could cross thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye. With the Wen siblings in tow, he soon saw the heavenly abode barrier that was shrouded in thick fog. Without any hesitation, he passed through it. After Xiao Chun came out, he saw that the thick fog covering a radius of 150 kilometers around Blue Smoke Lake was churning intensely. This huge commotion was caused by the light beam of destruction below the inheritance altar. However, the Qianyang Grotto Heaven was created by the combined efforts of two Dao integration stage cultivators. It would not be destroyed just like that. However, the destructive beam of light was tainted with the Dao of leaf fire, and its power was astonishing. The environment inside the Grotto Heaven would definitely be destroyed and turned into a purgatory. Leave Murong planet immediately. Jiang Xi didn't stop for even a moment. He rushed towards the escape routes that he had arranged in advance. This was something that he had discussed with the Wen siblings. The two of them were also willing to leave. At this moment, the three of them had already changed their appearance and aura through the upper-grade spiritual tool, Disguise Mask. As long as they didn't make a move, their identities wouldn't be exposed. Strong winds howled. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Xi had brought the Wen siblings to Qianyang City, which was 150 kilometers away, in a quiet courtyard. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Xi stirred up a gust of wind and lifted up a part of the courtyard's ground by 3 feet. It revealed a small teleportation array that he had set up in advance. He had even placed the spirit crystals in advance. At the same time, he explained to the Wen siblings with a smile, "Through this teleportation array, you can reach the vicinity of the interstellar teleportation array on Murong planet." "Great move, Uncle Granduncle," the siblings praised in unison. Jiang Xi smiled and made a hand seal to activate the teleportation array. He had set up 10 small teleportation arrays like this on Murong planet. 6 of them were near the interstellar teleportation array. He was fully prepared. In a flash of teleportation light, the 3 of them disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already thousands of kilometers away. At the same time, Qiao Xian and the other cultivators had just rushed out of the dense boundary of the Qianyang Grotto Heaven. Looking around the Blue Smoke Lake, it was empty. Apart from them, there was no one else to be seen. Previously, because Jiang Xi and the other two had suddenly rushed into the sea of fire, they had not been able to kill the ordinary cultivators. They didn't manage to kill all the ordinary cultivators in time. In the end, nearly 5,000 of them managed to escape. As for these 5,000 people, because the Chao clan had sent people to seal off the interstellar teleportation array, they were unable to leave and were scattered all over Murong planet. Search the entire Murong planet. Find those three when clan bastards. Chao Xian shouted at the Chao clan cultivators. Immediately, several hundred golden core cultivators and 4 nascent soul cultivators of the Chao clan rushed to various places on Murong planet. Not only that, but under his orders, the Chao clan cultivators who had not entered the Qianyang Grotto Heaven, as long as they had reached the golden core stage, they had been sent out to search the entire Murong planet. The Chao clan's control over Murong planet's cultivation world had always been forceful and overbearing. They had records of the cultivators' identities and information from all over the planet. As for the interstellar teleportation array, Chao Xian had already sent people to guard it. As long as someone tried to teleport out, no matter who it was, they would be immediately captured. Chao Xian believed that through such a search, they would definitely be able to find the 3 when clan bastards who had escaped. Fellow Taoists, I'm very sorry that something like this has happened. Please cooperate and don't leave Murong planet for the time being. My Chao clan will offer you generous gifts as an apology. Chao Xian turned around and said to Fu Zai, Feng Si, and Zheng Yuqing, generous gifts? I don't need generous gifts. If you can capture those 3, I hope you can let me search their souls first. Fu Zai said in a low voice. Fellow Taoist Fu Zai has already answered for me. Zheng Yuqing smiled, his rugged face filled with shrewdness. I don't care if you search their souls or not. If your Chao clan can obtain the true inheritance from those 3, just let me take a look. Feng Si said. Chao Xian's face was gloomy as he pondered. These 3 nascent soul cultivators were either invincible nascent soul cultivators or had shocking backgrounds. With the patriarch in seclusion, it would be difficult for the Chao clan to resist the combined forces of these 3. Finally, he nodded and said, It's impossible to search their souls. If we can really obtain the inheritance, I can let you take a look. However, there's a condition. You have to swear an oath not to tell others about the inheritance. The 3 of them looked at each other, then smiled and nodded. Even the youngest among them, Feng Si, was close to 300 years old. The oldest, Fu Zai, was close to 1,000 years old. It could be said that they were all experienced and ruthless people. Naturally, they knew that the fewer people who knew about such a powerful inheritance, the better. Following that, the cultivation world of Murong planet fell into turmoil and panic. Regardless of whether they were local cultivators or foreign cultivators who could not escape and could only sneak into various places, they were all searched. Although the local cultivators were panicking, as long as there was no problem with their identities, there was nothing to worry about. As for the foreign cultivators who had escaped earlier, they were all captured and sent to Blue Smoke Lake. Chao Xian and the others waited quietly outside Qianyang City. However, just a minute after he issued the order for a global search, he received a message. The one who sent the message was the Chao clan's nascent soul elder who was guarding the interstellar transportation array. After reading the message, Chao Xian's expression changed drastically. Nascent soul cultivator? Chapter 280. A minute ago, in a valley about 100 miles away from the Murong interstellar teleportation array, there was a flash of teleportation light. Jiang Xi and the Wen siblings came here through the teleportation array. Then, the 3 of them hid themselves and climbed to the top of a 10,000-meter tall mountain nearby, looking in the direction of the interstellar teleportation array. The interstellar teleportation array, which covered an area of 1 square kilometer, was located in a wasteland with a radius of 10 kilometers. Jiang Xi's spiritual sense was the strongest, so he quickly discovered that there were several interstellar teleportation arrays around. There were 4 powerful figures with nascent soul stage auras guarding the interstellar teleportation portal. One of them was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. In addition, there were thousands of golden core cultivators. If it's just dealing with these people, it won't be a problem at all. But after dealing with them, Qiao Xian and the others will definitely arrive here, and we won't have time to activate the teleportation array. Jiang Ci frowned in worry. The Qiao clan's reaction speed and decisiveness had somewhat exceeded his expectations. Marshal Granduncle, why don't we hide for a while and leave when the Qiao clan's guards relax? Wen Feng suggested. That's not right. The Qiao clan won't give up so easily. With the Qiao clan's efficiency, they won't relax even if they guard it for thousands of years. When Yoxin shook her head, Jiang Ci said, Yoxin is right. Let's wait for an opportunity to act first. The Qiao clan was able to persist in their pursuit for more than 6,000 years in order to exterminate the one clan's bloodline. This was enough to prove the Qiao clan style of doing things. Jiang Ci had just finished speaking. Suddenly, the situation changed and something unexpected happened. 100 miles away, the interstellar teleportation array lit up with a dazzling teleportation light. It was as if someone was teleporting from the distant stars. The thousands of Qiao clan cultivators near the teleportation array immediately became alert and surrounded the interstellar teleportation array. After 3 breaths, the dazzling light dissipated. A young man wearing a purple Taoist robe and carrying a long sword appeared in front of everyone. There was a trace of malice on his handsome face. There seemed to be sword qi emanating from his sharp gaze. The sword qi faintly merged with heaven and earth. Purple Heaven Sect. On a mountain 10,000 meters away, Jiang Ci's gaze focused, and he hurriedly held his breath, lowering his aura to the lowest level, and completely retracted his spiritual sense. Even from 100 miles away, he didn't dare to use his eyes to observe the other party directly. He only used the corner of his eyes to look at the young man with a shocking aura. Because this young man from the Purple Heaven Sect was a nascent soul cultivator. Experts at this level could easily detect the situation within a range of several thousand kilometers with their spiritual senses. At the very top, their spiritual senses could even cover an entire planet. If he looked directly at the other party, it might alert the other party. Once he was discovered, he would be in big trouble. Under his signal, the Wen siblings also did the same. The 3 of them did not dare to make the slightest movement. He was afraid that he would attract the young man's attention. At the same time, the young man's primordial soul stage aura intimidated the thousands of cultivators in the Qiao family. No one dared to move. The late nascent soul stage Qiao family elder was even more shocked. This was because he recognized the young man's origin through the purple Taoist robe. He quickly said respectfully, Murong Planet Controller Family, Qiao Family, Qiao Fei welcomes Senior. As the Qinyang Heavenly Cave opened, the young man's voice was so cold that people couldn't help but tremble. Senior, it opened 3 days ago. The family head sent a message saying that there are 3 late golden core cultivators who are suspected to have obtained the inheritance. Moreover, the 3 of them are very skilled at disguising themselves. The family head is currently sending people to search for their tracks. The Qiao family elder replied respectfully. A cold glint flashed in the young man's eyes as he said coldly, Tell your family head to immediately gather all golden core and nascent soul cultivators on this planet here. All of them? The Qiao family elder was stunned. Is there a problem? Yes. The late nascent soul stage Qiao Fei didn't dare to raise any more questions and hurriedly sent a message to the family head, Qiao Xian. In less than 5 minutes, Qiao Xian, Feng Si, Fu Zai, Zheng Yuqing, and thousands of other cultivators had arrived. They had rushed here from Qianyang City, which was 50,000 kilometers away. Seeing the young man's purple Taoist robe, the expressions of Qiao Xian and the others changed. Although they had already received the message, seeing it with their own eyes now was even more shocking. This was a primordial soul cultivator from the Purple Heaven Sect. The Purple Heaven Sect was one of the core 3 gates and 6 sects of the Tao Alliance. It was a colossus in the universe. Although this primordial soul cultivator looked young, he might have already lived for thousands of years. The four of them didn't dare to delay and hurriedly bowed respectfully. Qiao Xian, Fu Zai, Feng Si, and Zheng Yuqing greet Senior. "My name is Daoist Changbai," the young man said expressionlessly. The four of them bowed again. "What's the current situation in Qianyang Grotto Heaven?" Daoist Changbai's gaze locked onto Qiao Xian. Qiao Xian didn't dare to hide anything and described the situation of Qianyang Grotto Heaven, which was almost completely destroyed. At the same time, golden core and even nascent soul cultivators continuously arrived. Under the strict orders and coercive methods of the Qiao family, they came from all over Muron planet to this wasteland where the interstellar transportation array was located. Soon, the number exceeded 10,000 and was still increasing. After hearing Qiao Xian's description, Daoist Changbai remained silent. Facing a primordial soul cultivator of such a background, no one dared to speak. Until night fell. Close to 20,000 cultivators had already gathered in the wasteland with a radius of 10 kilometers. Almost all of them were at the golden core stage, with only a dozen or so at the nascent soul stage. Among these cultivators, there were more than 10,000 local cultivators. There were also more than 5,000 foreign cultivators who had been found and forcibly brought here. Qiao Xian said respectfully, "Senior Changbai, all the local and foreign cultivators of Muron planet are basically here. There are still a few who live in seclusion and are currently being searched." As he said this, he was extremely puzzled. He didn't know what this primordial soul cultivator from the Purple Heaven sect wanted. Daoist Changbai was expressionless as he stood in the air, his indifferent gaze sweeping across the wasteland. At this moment, the wasteland was extremely noisy and chaotic. The cultivators who had been forcibly gathered here by the Qiao family looked at the group of powerful figures in front of the interstellar transportation array. Some were dissatisfied, some were curious, and most were terrified. They didn't know what would happen. Daoist Changbai snorted coldly. Rumble. Under the night sky, thunder rumbled and dark clouds covered the sky. A suppressive force that seemed to originate from heaven and earth enveloped the wasteland with a radius of 10 kilometers. Those noisy cultivators seemed to have been cast with a body-fixing spell, and all of them were rooted to the spot. They couldn't move, couldn't speak, and only had fear in their eyes. They had been completely imprisoned. There was a deathly silence. Qiao Xian, Fu Zai, Feng Si, and Zheng Yuqing were all experienced and knowledgeable people, especially Feng Si and Zheng Yuqing. Both of them came from top immortal sects, and their respective masters were all primordial soul cultivators. Therefore, they were well aware of the means of a primordial soul cultivator. The four of them were shocked, but more so bewildered. They were all trying to guess what Daoist Changbai was up to. Chapter 281. On a 10,000-meter-high mountain 100 miles away, Jiang Xi hid himself and only used the corner of his eye to observe Daoist Changbai in the wasteland where the interstellar transportation portal was. There were nearly 20,000 cultivators in the wasteland with a radius of 10 kilometers. Other than Qiao Xian and the others, the rest were all imprisoned in place. He and the Wen siblings were 100 miles away from the interstellar transportation portal, so they were not restrained by Daoist Changbai. What is he trying to do? Jiang Xi frowned and had a bad feeling. At this moment, he saw Daoist Changbai move in the air. This nascent soul stage cultivator with a handsome face and a slightly sinister aura reached out and grabbed at the air in front of everyone. A mid-Aurus core stage cultivator uncontrollably flew out of the crowd and landed in front of Daoist Changbai like a puppet. To be more specific, the top of this person's head happened to be in the palm of Daoist Changbai's outstretched hand. On the surface, Daoist Changbai did not do anything else. However, in just 10 seconds, the mid-Aurus core stage cultivator's breathing went from stable to disorderly and then to completely silent. He was dead. Daoist Changbai's expression did not change as he casually tossed the corpse aside. Then, he repeated his actions and grabbed in the air. Another late Aurus core stage cultivator flew out of the crowd. 10 seconds later, another person died. Soul search. Jiang Xi's eyes narrowed. It was an extremely domineering soul search that did not care about the life or death of the person being searched. He was very familiar with this situation. This was because he had studied the soul search technique from Taoist Ji's inherited memories and had already mastered it. He's looking for something. When he saw Taoist Chang Bai complete the soul search on 10 golden core stage cultivators in just 2 or 3 minutes, as if he was catching chickens, this thought surfaced in Jiang Xi's mind. Purple Heaven Sect. Could he be looking for something left behind by Master? Only the Purple Heaven Sword Manual could be so important to him. Several clues were connected in his mind. First, when he first became Taoist Ji's disciple, Taoist Ji's first task was to deliver the Purple Heaven Sword Manual to the Purple Heaven Sect within 100 years. Secondly, the Violet Firmament Sword Manual was one of the most important inheritances of the Violet Firmament Sect. Just by looking at its name, one would know. The Violet Firmament Sword Manual was named after the Violet Firmament. So how could it not be important? Taoist Gu was the only inheritor of the Purple Firmament Sword Sutra. If he died, the inheritance would be severed. Thirdly, 10,000 years ago, Taoist Gu had once protected the previous ruler of Muron Planet, the One Clan. Taoist Gu had even contributed greatly to the establishment of the One Clan's ancestral land. Shirzun tricked me. This was the third time Jiang Xi lamented. Earlier, before he had entered Qinyang Cave, he had learned an important piece of information from the Wen siblings. More than 6,000 years ago, when Taoist Gu died in the Heaven and Earth Spirit Lock formation, his life slip shattered. Half a day later, the Taoist child of the One Clan's ancestor, Wen Yin, who was also the ancestor of the Qiao clan, Qiao Changsheng, arrived with 3 mysterious primordial soul stage cultivators. Taoist Ji's protection of the One Clan was wiped out. After that, the Qiao clan took over the Magpie's Nest and became the new ruler of Muron Planet. How did Qiao Changsheng learn of Taoist Ji's death so accurately and in such a timely manner? Moreover, Taoist Ji's life slip could only be found in the One Clan and the Purple Heaven Sect. The life and death of a Tao integration expert was definitely a big secret. The Wen clan would not be foolish enough to leak the news of Taoist Ji's death. The answer to who leaked the news was self-evident. 3 days ago, Jiang Xi had accidentally overheard a conversation between Feng Si and the others and learned another important piece of information. For more than 6,000 years, the Qiao clan had turned Muron Planet, which belonged to the Tao Alliance, into a private territory. However, the Tao Alliance had never pursued this matter. The Tao Alliance's heavenly court office on Muron Planet was like a decoration. Even the Four Symbols sect, which ruled the Minglan Star region, did not want to provoke the Qiao clan on Muron Planet. One must know that Muron Planet belonged to the Minglan Star region and was under the jurisdiction of the Four Symbols sect. All of this pointed to a single point. Behind the Qiao clan stood the Purple Heaven sect. Only this colossus that ruled the Zixiao region could cause the Four Symbols sect to be wary of it. After all, the Minglan Star region was within the Zixiao region. The destruction of the One Clan more than 6,000 years ago was for the Purple Heaven Sword Scripture? Or was it purely for the sake of destroying those related to Master? Or was it for both purposes? Taoist Changbai was so cruel that he treated human lives like grass and killed people like chickens. If I go to the Purple Heaven sect, I'm afraid I'll be treated the same way, right? Jiang Xi felt helpless. He claimed to be the disciple of a Tao integration expert, but Taoist Gu was already gone. Without a backer, there was no point in saying anything. If he went to the Purple Heaven sect like a fool, the result was predictable. For the Purple Heaven Sword Scripture, the people of the Purple Heaven sect would definitely search his soul. This was because they could not be sure if the Purple Heaven Sword Scripture that Jiang Xi took out was complete. Only by searching his soul would they be able to guarantee its authenticity. Wen Yoxin and Wen Feng turned to look at Jiang Xi. Both of them were full of worry. They were not worried about the Purple Heaven sect, but how to leave. Taoist Changbai's appearance made them lose their chance to take action. How could they teleport under the nose of a nascent soul cultivator? 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Daoist Changbai was still searching the soul of a golden core cultivator in 10 seconds, as if he was killing chickens. He did not even take the time to grab the person. Hundreds of golden core cultivators had already died from his domineering soul-searching. At this rate, close to 20,000 cultivators would be buried in the wilderness in 3 days at most. Due to the restraints, these people couldn't speak or move. The fear in their eyes grew stronger and stronger. They could only wait for death to descend. Anger and despair. Feng Si, Fu Zai, and Zheng Yuqing kept quiet out of fear, their faces even turning pale. They did not expect that this nascent soul cultivator from the Purple Heaven sect would be so cruel. Previously, in the Qianyang Grotto Heaven, the 4 factions joined forces to kill more than 10,000 cultivators in order to fight for the opportunity. Each of them killed an average of 10 people. Although it was cruel, it was definitely not as cruel as this Daoist Changbai, who wanted to kill 20,000 people alone. He was 1,000 times more ruthless than them. They were also guessing that Daoist Changbai might be looking for something. Perhaps he was not looking for the Dao integration inheritance of the Qianyang Grotto Heaven. After all, the number of Dao integration cultivators in the Purple Heaven sect was not small. As a nascent soul cultivator of the Purple Heaven sect, Daoist Changbai did not need to do such a cruel thing for a Dao integration inheritance. Compared to the 3 of them, Xiao Xian was the apparent ruler of the Moron planet. While they were frightened, they were more indifferent and even delighted. Because of the 20,000 cultivators, more than 10,000 of them were native cultivators of the Moron planet. It would be best if they were all dead. Then, the Qiao clan would be able to monopolize all the cultivation resources of this 4th-grade, life-preserving planet. The only pity was that because of Daoist Changbai's appearance, the Wen clan's inheritance might not be fated with the Qiao clan. Chapter 282. Jiang Xi was also worried about the problem of leaving Moron planet. If Daoist Changbai was doing this for the Purple Cloud Sword Scripture, then the purpose of this wanton soul-searching was very obvious. It must be to search for the person who obtained the Wen clan's inheritance in Qianyang Grotto Heaven, which was him and the Wen clan siblings. He wanted to see if he could find the Purple Cloud Sword Scripture through the 3 of them. What was certain was that this Daoist Changbai didn't know whether Daoist Gu had left the Purple Cloud Sword Scripture here, and was just holding on to a glimmer of hope. However, Jiang Xi was very clear that even if Daoist Changbai soul-searched all the 20,000 cultivators, he wouldn't get anything, unless he could find him and the Wen clan siblings. Therefore, this was the problem that Jiang Xi was most worried about. If after Daoist Changbai soul-searched, he didn't find the 3 people who had obtained the inheritance among those people, he would definitely guess that the 3 of them were still hiding somewhere on Moron planet. At that time, this nascent soul cultivator would very likely make the same choice as the Qiao clan and search the entire Moron planet. Even if he was more ruthless, he would also kill the Qiao clan. A nascent soul cultivator's spiritual sense could easily cover thousands of kilometers. Under this kind of search, if he and the Wen clan siblings were still on Moron planet, there was nowhere to hide. Even a high-grade spiritual artifact disguise mask would lose its effect in front of Daoist Changbai. In the end, he could conclude that this was a dead end. What to do? Jiang Xi's brows were tightly knitted, his mind turning rapidly, trying to keep calm. At this time, the Qiao clan people were still searching all over Moron planet, forcibly bringing some cultivators who were hiding or even in closed-door cultivation here. Scattered, the number of people was still increasing by a small margin. Soon, 2 days passed. On the wasteland where Moron planet's interstellar teleportation array was located, there were more than 4,000 Jinan cultivators. However, there were even more dead people. In this wasteland, there were more than 10,000 corpses piled up into a mountain. On the wasteland, there was a deathly silence. There were no rivers of blood, only gusts of cold wind. Incomparably terrifying Daoist Changbai was still repeating the soul-searching actions. His expression didn't change. From his performance, he wouldn't give up until he achieved his goal. On the 3rd day, the sky was bright. However, No one felt the slightest bit of warmth from the light. Even Xiao Xian and the other three were completely stunned. Tens of thousands of people had died in the war, and watching one person indifferently slaughter tens of thousands of people, the feeling it brought was completely different. Finally, the expression on Priest Changbai's face changed. He frowned slightly. He had already searched the souls of more than 10,000 people, but he still hadn't found the 3 golden core cultivators who had obtained the inheritance in Xianyang Cave Heaven. However, when he saw that there were still 6,000 to 7,000 people left, and that the Qiao clan was still sending over some of the fish that had escaped the net, he was shocked. Daoist Changbai's brows relaxed. Just kill them all. In his heart, even the lives of 1 trillion people were not as important as the purple firmament sword scripture. 1 trillion people, which was the number of life forms on 100 life planets. The Zhixiao sect, on the other hand, was a massive immortal Dao sect that ruled over the entire Zhixiao region. The number of planets under his control couldn't even be measured in terms of hundreds of millions. Therefore, the lives of these 20,000 people were not worth mentioning when compared to the important inheritance of the Purple Heaven sect. So be it. Daoist Changbai coldly reached out and grabbed another late-stage golden core cultivator. He was about to search his soul. However, at that moment, the nearby interstellar transportation formation lit up. His movements paused. Everyone's attention was drawn over. They were puzzled. Who would be teleporting over at this time? The light of the transportation formation dissipated, and a figure appeared in the interstellar transportation formation. It was a middle-aged man with a tuft of beard on his chin. His eyes were full of vicissitudes of life, and he gave off a dignified yet kind feeling. However, the most eye-catching thing was not his appearance. Instead, it was the aura of a nascent soul cultivator. Everyone was shocked. Even Daoist Changbei frowned again. When he saw this person, Xiao Xian felt that things were getting more and more out of hand. The first to react were the disciples of the Four Symbols sect. Hundreds of disciples, led by Zheng Yuqing, flew over and bowed. Greetings, sect master. The newcomer was the sect master of the Four Symbols sect, Yishan. Then, Xiao Xian, Fu Zai, Feng Si, and the other nascent soul cultivators also bowed. In terms of status, Yishan was not inferior to Daoist Changbai. After all, the Four Symbols sect was a top immortal Dao sect that ruled an entire star region. Yishan nodded slightly, then turned his dignified gaze to Daoist Changbai. Changbai, that's enough. Do you know what I'm looking for? Daoist Changbai replied coldly. The only one on the Murong planet that's related to the Purple Heaven sect is the one clan that was sheltered by Senior Gu 10,000 years ago. The one clan's Xianyang Cave has just opened. I'm sure you're looking for something left behind by Senior Gu, right? Yishan chuckled. Since you know, why are you stopping me? Daoist Changbai asked. Yishan did not answer directly. Instead, he used his spiritual sense to speak. The Murong planet is a planet of life in the Minglan star region. Nominally, it's under the jurisdiction of the Four Symbols sect. You've massacred the cultivators of the Murong planet and these foreign cultivators. If word gets out, where will I put my face as the sect master of the Four Symbols sect? Where will the Four Symbols sect put its face? Daoist Changbai's expression was cold and unmoved. This was because Yishan's reason was obviously untenable. Just for face? How many people who have lived for thousands of years care about face? Yishan continued to speak. You're soul-searching just to find something left behind by Senior Gu. Maybe it's on someone here. I have a suggestion. Let these people swear to the natural law that they didn't find anything left behind by Senior Gu on the Murong planet. If they don't dare to swear to the natural law, there must be something wrong with them. In this way, you'll achieve your goal and the Four Symbols sect's face will be saved, right? After the conversation, Yishan wore a smile on his face. No one could tell what he was thinking. Daoist Changbai was expressionless, but he had to admit that Yishan's suggestion was feasible. Cultivators didn't swear easily because it was a taboo. Because cultivators were different from ordinary people, with spiritual force and soul sense. They would have some kind of connection with heaven and earth, especially when they swore to the natural law. The natural law would respond when the oath was completed. Once violated, the oath would definitely take effect. Taoist Changbai had considered letting these people swear before, but he thought it was too troublesome and not as fast as soul-searching. In the face of Ishan's suggestion, he thought about it and finally nodded in agreement. Of course, there was another main reason. He was a little wary of Ishan because Ishan was not far from Tao integration. Furthermore, he was only at the early stage essence soul realm. In the next moment, dark thunder rumbled in heaven and earth. At that moment, there were still close to 10,000 cultivators who had yet to be soul-searched who were released by Taoist Changbai. These people were terrified but did not dare to escape. Chapter 283. Looking at the panicking cultivators in the wasteland, Ishan chuckled and said loudly, "If you want to live, come and line up to make an oath. Swear to the heavenly Tao that you didn't obtain anything left behind by Taoist Gu of the Purple Heaven sect on Muron planet. Otherwise, you'll be struck by lightning and die." His words spread throughout the wasteland. On a 10,000-meter tall mountain 100 miles away, Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know what kind of confrontation the two nascent soul cultivators had just had, it was obvious that his opportunity had come. "I still have to observe and see what the situation is like." Jiang Xi remained calm. He also signaled the Wen siblings to calm down and not be agitated. At the same time, the nearly 10,000 cultivators who had just been released by Taoist Changbai and were still in a state of panic were overjoyed. Although swearing to the heavenly Tao was a taboo, it was definitely not a problem to make this oath, because they really didn't obtain anything left behind by Taoist Gu. Therefore, everyone hurriedly lined up. They were very orderly and didn't fight for anything. Taoist Changbai frowned slightly. He felt that Ishan had ulterior motives, but he didn't find anything wrong. Was it really just for face? First of all, there was definitely nothing wrong with this oath. It could indeed filter out the 3 people who had obtained the inheritance in Qianyang Grotto Heaven. Secondly, with his cultivation, he had already comprehended a Tao of heaven and earth. He could sense the fluctuation between heaven and earth when these cultivators completed their oaths. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about people making false oaths. From this point of view, Ishan's actions were also considered for him, because Ishan had taken the initiative to ask these people to line up and make the oath. The only thing was that in terms of efficiency, this method was much slower. Soul search one person every 10 seconds. One person every half a minute. In a day, less than 3,000 people could complete it. After thinking about it, Taoist Changbai didn't say anything. After all, he had already promised Ishan. Soon, everyone was in line. One by one, they swore in front of Ishan and Taoist Changbai, "I Dainiu, swear to the heavenly Tao that I'm not on Muron planet. Otherwise, I'll be struck by lightning and die." "I, Wang Er," loud voices sounded one after another, echoing in the wasteland. After everyone completed their oaths, because no one said anything, they didn't dare to leave. They gathered on the other side of the wasteland. It's about time. After watching for a day when more than 3,000 people had completed the oath, no one had died because of it. Jiang Xi made up his mind. He didn't use his spiritual sense, but signaled the Wen siblings to follow him with his eyes. Then, the 3 of them quietly descended from the 10,000-meter-tall mountain without making any noise. He returned to the valley below. The teleportation formation he had set up earlier was still intact. "Fortunately, I didn't destroy the teleportation array when I came." Jiang Xi secretly rejoiced. Then, he formed a hand seal to activate the formation. The 3 of them disappeared into the light of the teleportation formation in an instant. The 10,000-meter-tall mountain happened to block the light. But in the end, when the teleportation was completed, the ripples spread out. 100 miles away, Taoist Changbai and Ishan both frowned and disappeared. In the next instant, he appeared in the sky above the valley. Teleportation array. As soon as the 2 of them arrived, they saw the small teleportation array in the valley. Right at this moment, the transport formation trembled lightly. A portion of it shattered and was destroyed. A cold light flashed in Daoist Chongbai's eyes. His spiritual sense instantly spread out 3,000 kilometers. He carefully examined the area, but in the end, he didn't find anyone who had just finished teleporting. The only thing he found was that on the 10,000-meter-tall mountain next to him, there were still faint remnants of the aura of 3 cultivators. It seemed that they had stayed there for a long time. Daoist Chongbai was a little angry. There were actually 3 people who had been hiding right under his nose for 3 days, and then they had just swaggered away by teleporting away. Sect Master Ishan, did you find anything? Daoist Chongbai asked coldly. With his early-stage nascent soul cultivation, the limit of his spiritual sense was 3,000 kilometers. Ishan, on the other hand, was in the late-stage nascent soul realm. His spiritual sense could reach 10,000 kilometers. It seems that the other party is very cunning. Ishan shook his head. His gaze inadvertently swept across the teleportation formation that had self-destructed, and he seemed to be deep in thought. Killing intent appeared in Daoist Chongbai's eyes. A sword chi shot out and landed in the valley. Boom! The earth cracked, and the entire valley and the surrounding mountains all collapsed. The mountains were moved, and the sea was filled. The mountain range quickly turned into a large swamp. The chill on Daoist Chongbai's body shot straight into the sky. Then his figure flashed, and he returned to the wasteland where the interstellar teleportation formation was. Chao Xian increased the search. If there's a single golden core cultivator missing, I'll destroy your Chao clan. Daoist Chongbai said coldly. Chao Xian's expression changed abruptly. He hurriedly sent a message to the clan members in charge of the search. At this time, there were still more than 5,000 cultivators left in the wasteland who hadn't taken the oath. In addition, the Chao clan members were still constantly bringing golden core cultivators from all over planet Murong to this place. Daoist Chongbai didn't give up on screening these people. This was because he couldn't be sure if the ones who had escaped through the teleportation formation were the 3 people who had received the inheritance. About 10,000 kilometers away, on a barren island in the easternmost sea of planet Murong, Jiang Xi had just teleported here when he destroyed the small teleportation formation in front of him with a single palm strike. He had previously set up 10 small teleportation formations, excluding the 6 near the interstellar teleportation formation. This one was the closest to the one in the valley. The time required to teleport was also the shortest. If he teleported to other places, such as the one in the small courtyard in Xianyang City, the distance would be a full 108,000 kilometers, and the teleportation time would definitely be longer. He might be discovered before the teleportation was even successful. Therefore, he chose to teleport here. Whether or not we can leave planet Murong will depend on this. Take off your disguise masks and don't hide anything. Use your true faces. Jiang Xi said to the One Clan siblings when Yoxin and when Feng nodded and took off their masks, revealing their true faces. Both of them were quite good-looking. They looked like youths. The elder sister, Wen Yoxin, was dignified and gentle. She looked like a kind big sister next door. The younger brother, Wen Feng, also had a scholarly aura. He looked like a young scholar who was rushing to take the exam. We'll split up. If we can muddle our way through this time, we'll gather on planet Songlan. Remember that, right? Jiang Xi said. Don't worry, Marshal Granduncle, the siblings said in unison. Then, the 3 of them split up and flew away from the island in 2 different directions. Jiang Xi's plan was very simple. They would find a city and purposely let the Chao clan discover them. Then, they would borrow the Chao clan's hands to go to that wasteland and muddle their way through. Therefore, they had to take off their disguise masks, which were only high-grade spirit artifacts. If they wore masks, with Daoist Chongbai and Ishan, 2 nascent soul cultivators, their disguise would be useless. Their disguises would have no effect and would instead arouse suspicion. Chapter 284. The Wen siblings had always been wearing disguise masks and had never revealed their true appearances in front of outsiders. After taking off their masks, it was actually safer. However, there was a hidden danger in Riverward. When I first came to Morone Planet, the Chow family had secretly followed me. There are many Chow family cultivators in the wasteland. Maybe someone knows my true appearance. Jiang Xi thought for a moment. Dozens of fine sword rays appeared in his hand, and then he wiped his face. Instantly, dozens of hideous wounds appeared on his face, and blood flowed out. But his expression did not change, and he immediately used the true meaning of Li fire. A ball of dark red flame appeared in his hand, and he applied it to his face. Chi-chi, the sound of burning flesh and blood was heard. Those hideous wounds immediately condensed into scars. But it was not over yet. He used Gale to brush these scars many times. He completed the final aging process of the wind. After a few breaths, these scars became like they were left behind many years ago. His face was full of scars and full of bumps and hollows. It was unrecognizable. He changed his clothes and changed his hairstyle. Jiang Xi had completely changed. True appearance? This time, even Yoxin and Wen Feng can't recognize me. In order to survive, Jiang Xi also became ruthless. This operation damaged the foundation of the wounds on his face, and it was very difficult to recover. He could not recover until he reached the nascent soul stage. But compared to survival, what was appearance? Even if he had to cut off his limbs, he would still do it. Of course, Jiang Xi was not worried that he would be permanently disfigured. As long as he could escape this crisis, reaching the nascent soul stage was only a matter of time. Under Jiang Xi's hideous face, his gaze was incomparably resolute. Next, he had to fight. Staying on Morone Planet was waiting for death. If he went to the wasteland and fought, he might still have a chance to survive. He flew all the way, and soon arrived at a secular country near Morone Planet's Far East Sea. He did not hide his figure, and the aura of a late-stage Jindan spread out without restraint when he flew to a big city in this secular country. A group of Chow family Jindan cultivators flew in front of him. A team of 10 golden elixir cultivators from the Chow family did not give Jiang Xi any chance to resist. Relying on their numbers, they forcibly took Jiang Xi away. Of course, Jiang Xi was happy to see this, but he deliberately put on a fierce and angry look. He cursed along the way and deliberately slowed down. 15 minutes later, he was brought to the wasteland where the interstellar transportation portal was located. He had left the teleportation array in the valley and arrived here. Almost half a day had passed since then. At this moment, in the wilderness, the 5,000 cultivators who had completed their oaths stood at the side. On the other side, there were more than 4,000 golden core cultivators and more than 10 nascent soul cultivators who had not taken the oath. Everyone lined up and waited for the oath to be taken. After Riverward arrived, he was forcefully pressed into the team by someone. When he saw the figures of Taoist Changbai and Yishan, as well as the mountain of over 10,000 corpses, Jiang Xi pretended to be terrified. In reality, he was indeed a little nervous. Now he was dancing on the tip of a knife. Once he was exposed, he would not be able to escape, but he was still able to keep calm. He deliberately magnified the nervousness in his heart 100 times and turned it into panic. Therefore, on the surface, Jiang Xi's panic seemed very real and did not arouse any suspicion. However, his ferocious and terrifying appearance attracted a lot of attention. Soon, these gazes turned to other places, because Jiang Xi's wound was very real. It was obvious that it was an old wound. Moreover, this kind of appearance was not an exception among so many cultivators. After all, only after reaching the nascent soul stage could one have the strength to heal such a wound that damaged one's foundation. At this point, Jiang Xi was secretly relieved, but he still maintained a high level of vigilance. When he was lining up, he did not dare to look directly at Taoist Changbai and Yishan. These two nascent soul stage cultivators did not restrain their powerful aura. They constantly brought a kind of pressure from the depths of one's soul, especially Yishan. His aura seemed to be about to merge with heaven and earth. It was frighteningly strong. Nascent soul stage. Jiang Xi was looking forward to it. But on the surface, he still pretended to be nervous. People lined up to take the oath one after another. In the wilderness, except for the voice of the oath, no one else dared to speak. After another half a day, Jiang Xi saw the Wen siblings flying over from afar with the people of the Qiao family. Then, the siblings were also forcibly arranged into the line. Both of them were full of fear, but their fear was, to a large extent, real. Therefore, in this case, they did not attract the attention of others. Many people had the same feeling. The Wen siblings had Jiang Xi's instructions, so after they arrived, they didn't deliberately look for Jiang Xi's figure. Of course, even if they wanted to find Jiang Xi, they could not find him. With Jiang Xi's current malevolent and terrifying appearance, perhaps only Jiang Daodu would be able to recognize him. No one else would be able to. In this way, time passed. Another day passed. Finally, it was Jiang Xi's turn. Standing in front of the two nascent soul stage cultivators, Jiang Xi magnified the anxiety in his heart by 10,000 times. His body even trembled a little. He looked no different from the cultivators who had taken the oath before. I, Jiang Xi, swear to the heavens that I did not obtain the relics left behind by Daoist Gu of the Purple Heaven sect on Muron planet. Otherwise, I will immediately be struck by lightning and die. There was no problem at all. An imperceptible fluctuation had descended upon Riverward's body from the darkness. The oath was completed. Daoist Changbai was expressionless. Ishan was still smiling. The Wen siblings in the crowd did not show any unusual reaction when they heard Jiang Xi's name. They had been hunted all year round, and their minds were very firm. In the end, Jiang Xi successfully passed. With a nervous look, he came to another part of the wilderness. The cultivators who had completed the oath were all gathered here. No one said anything, and no one dared to leave. Muron planet, I received Master's inheritance on the first moon of Earth. Jiang Xi thought to himself, thinking of this, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Why did it feel like there was a loophole in this oath? Why did he have to emphasize that he did not obtain Daoist Ji's inheritance on Muron planet? He glanced at Ishan of the Four Symbols sect from the corner of his eye. This oath template was said by this nascent soul stage cultivator. Jiang Xi was extremely surprised. Soon, another half a day passed. In the wilderness, except for the cultivators of the Qiao family, the Four Symbols sect, and the Tsangyan sect, everyone had made the same oath. And the people of the Qiao family who were searching all over Muron planet had not brought back any new cultivators for an entire day. Daoist Changbai's expression finally changed from indifference to gloominess. In the sky, dark thunder rumbled as if the end of the world was coming. Suddenly, everyone was silent as they felt a strong sense of danger. Qiao Xian, are you sure that all the Oris Core and nascent soul stage cultivators on Muron planet are here? Daoist Changbai's voice was cold. Chapter 285. Senior, our Qiao clan's cultivators are still trying their best to search. Qiao Xian was fearful but did not dare to make any guarantees. This was because it was indeed very difficult to find cultivators above the Golden Core stage if they really wanted to hide. For example, they could bury themselves 10,000 meters deep underground. Unless one used their spiritual sense to search inch by inch, it would be impossible to discover such a hiding spot. All of you, swear an oath as well. Daoist Changbai's face darkened as he looked at the 1,000-odd cultivators of the Qiao clan for Symbols sect and Sanyan sect, as well as the lone space hunter Fuzhou. Everyone's expression changed. They had all entered the Qianyang Grotto heaven. Ishan also frowned slightly, because there were more than 104 Symbols sect disciples inside. However, he did not stop them. Half a day later, these people also swore the same oath. At this point, everyone had passed the test of the oath. This also meant that no one in this wasteland had obtained Daoist Ji's inheritance on Muron planet. Daoist Changbai's aura was about to erupt. Dark thunder rumbled in the sky, as if the end of the world had come. Then he said coldly to Qiao Xian, have your Qiao clan cultivators search inch by inch. Search the entire Muron planet. Even if they are hiding in the depths of the planet's core, find them. He could not be sure whether the 3 people who had escaped from the valley had been found by the Qiao clan and brought here and had also sworn an oath. However, he was certain that there was something wrong with those three. Xiao Xian was filled with helplessness, but he did not dare to refuse. He immediately sent a message to the clan members in charge of the search. At the same time, he sent out all the Qiao clan cultivators here. This was destined to be a vast search operation. Searching inch by inch would probably take more than 10 years. At this moment, Yishan said, "Daoist Changbai, can these people who have sworn an oath disperse? I'm leaving with them." Daoist Changbai's gaze swept over the 10,000 cultivators before he finally nodded. Swearing an oath to the heavenly Tao proved that there was nothing wrong with these people. Disciples of the Four Symbols sect and those foreign cultivators, come out, Ishan said loudly. Many people were pleasantly surprised at his words. More than 2,000 people and 100 disciples of the Four Symbols sect flew out from the group and came before Ishan. Jiang Xi and the Wen siblings were also mixed in the crowd and were inconspicuous. Then, Ishan cupped his hands at Daoist Changbai and led the group into the interstellar transfer array. Daoist Changbai frowned slightly. He still felt that something was wrong. It was reasonable for Ishan to leave with the Four Symbols sect. But why did he have to bring along those foreign cultivators who were neither relatives nor friends? Could it be that Ishan was only doing this for the sake of his reputation? Wait! Daoist Changbai suddenly shouted. At this moment, Ishan was about to activate the teleportation formation. He looked somewhat displeased. Fellow Daoist Changbai, are you really not going to give me face? Daoist Changbai was slightly taken aback, and his tone softened a little. I would like to confirm it again. Please forgive me, Sect Master Ishan. Ishan didn't smile at him this time. He was unhappy. Daoist Changbai no longer cared about offending Ishan. He used the powerful consciousness of the nascent soul stage to carefully examine the 2,000 or so foreign cultivators and the 100 or so Four Symbols sect disciples. Among them were the unrecognizable Jiang Xi and the Wen siblings. After a quarter of an hour, the examination ended. Thank you, Sect Master Ishan, Daoist Changbai said with a sullen face. Ishan didn't say anything. He just snorted and activated the teleportation formation. His consciousness gathered a huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi from the surroundings. Immediately, the interstellar teleportation formation was activated. In the dazzling light, the 2,000 or so people were teleported away at the same time. Daoist Changbai looked at the empty interstellar teleportation formation. Sword chi flashed in his eyes. Is he not on Murong planet? He stayed on Murong planet for 3,000 years. It's impossible that he didn't leave anything behind. He's a formation expert, and those three people also know how to set up teleportation formations. There must be a connection between them. It's very likely that they got his inheritance. But no one who swore an oath just now showed any abnormalities. It means that those three people are still on this planet. We have to find them even if we have to dig 30,000 feet into the ground. Minglan planet and Kinglan planet were both grade 6 life planets, and they were both core planets of a star zone. But in terms of prosperity, Minglan planet was more than a grade lower than Kinglan planet. After all, this wasn't a trading planet. Sect Master Ishan of the Four Symbols sect brought everyone to Minglan planet. Minglan planet's teleportation hall. Thank you for saving our lives, Senior, everyone said respectfully in unison. Ishan's dignified face showed a smile again. He said to the many foreign cultivators who still had lingering fears, this is Minglan planet. According to the interstellar teleportation formation fee, each of you has to pay 10,000 low-grade spiritual crystals. Of course, if you're short on money, you could develop on Minglan planet first. Once you've earned enough money, you can pay the Four Symbols sect. I believe that you'll like Minglan planet in the end. Everyone looked at each other. How could a nascent soul cultivator be like this? Thus, many people had bitter expressions. They could only stay on Minglan planet. Before they went to Murong planet, they had tightened their belts and only prepared 20,000 low-grade spiritual crystals. The interstellar teleportation formation fee was just right. Who knew that so many things would happen in between? In the end, They didn't get anything and unexpectedly came to Minglan Planet. If they had to pay another 10,000 low-grade spiritual crystals, they would have no money to go home. However, although everyone was helpless, they didn't have any complaints. After all, Ishan had saved them. Of course, some people could afford it. They paid 20,000 low-grade spiritual crystals and left through the interstellar teleportation formation. Minglan Planet is still too close to Muron Planet. We have to go. Jiang Ci didn't communicate with the Wen siblings. He also paid the interstellar teleportation formation fee and left. His destination was Tsanglan Planet. As for the Wen siblings, one was a Darknet headhunter on Muron Planet, and the other was the owner of the Darknet. They should be able to pay 20,000 low-grade spiritual crystals. In the sky above Minglan Planet, there were 4 huge floating islands. They were the headquarters of the 4 symbols sect in the depths of one of the floating islands. There was an array boundary that prevented spiritual senses from probing. Inside the array boundary, there was an ancient altar supported by 4 stone pillars in the middle of a black lake. After Ishan left the teleportation hall, he immediately came here. He was waiting for something. After some time, the figure of a middle-aged woman suddenly appeared on the altar. The woman's face was ordinary, but there was a galaxy flowing in her eyes. Ishan greets Granny Yin. Ishan knelt on the ground respectfully. I already know what you did on Muron Planet. You did very well. The woman's voice seemed to come from beyond the heavens. Thank you for the compliment, Granny. Ishan was overjoyed. In 100 years, I will get someone to reserve a spot for you in the Heavenly Court's ancient Tao origin world, Granny Yin said softly. Thank you, Granny. Ishan was overjoyed. A late-stage essence soul cultivator was so excited that his face was flushed red. Chapter 286. When Ishan heard Granny Yan's promise, he could no longer maintain his composure. Even after Granny Yan's message disappeared, his face was still filled with excitement. His cultivation was at the late-stage essence soul stage, and he had already mastered 80% of the weak-water Tao. If he wanted to cultivate it to perfection, he would need at least 100 years, and at most 1,000 years. If he encountered a bottleneck in the middle, he might die before he could reach perfection even after his lifespan was exhausted. However, even if he mastered the heaven and earth Tao, he would at most be invincible among the essence soul stage. If he wanted to become a Tao integration cultivator, there was one more obstacle, the fusion of spirit and Tao. This obstacle was extremely difficult. There were countless powerful primal Taoists in the Tao Alliance who had been stuck at this stage. Tao integration was difficult. If he did not reach the Tao, how could he reach the Tao integration stage? However, Ishan was confident that with his talent and comprehension, he could complete the fusion of spirit and Tao within 1,000 years. However, would succeeding in the Tao integration mean that he had reached the pinnacle? As the sect leader of a top immortal Tao sect, Ishan knew that Tao integration was just another beginning. With my talent, I am confident that I can reach the Tao integration stage, but it will be extremely difficult for me to advance any further. The ancient Tao origin world of the Heavenly Court only opens once every 10,000 years. Even the disciples of the 3 sects and 6 sects have a hard time getting a spot. Perhaps I can use this opportunity to reach the threshold above Tao integration. Ha! His carefree laughter wantonly reverberated throughout the formation. Planet Sanglan, Waterfront City, Teleportation Hall. When the light of the galaxy teleportation formation dissipated, he saw the familiar guard captain, Gong Shi. Jiang Ci finally heaved a sigh of relief. He was finally safe. Gong Shi once again made an exaggerated gesture of greeting because he did not recognize Jiang Ci, who had a ferocious expression on his face. Jiang Ci did not intend to expose himself either. He found a cover and created a new identity on planet Sanglan. He also sent a message to the Wen family siblings and told them to create new identities later then. He left leisurely. Walking on the streets of Waterfront City, Jiang Ci made a decision as he looked at the different scenery of planet Sanglan. I'll first complete the golden core transformation and reach the nascent soul stage before returning to Earth. Now, that he couldn't treat the wound on his face, if he went back now, he would probably scare that little girl from Jingdu to tears. He might as well make a breakthrough first before returning. It just so happened that he was going to apply to become the Earth's Lord. Next, Jiang Xi spent more than 1 million spirit crystals to buy a manor at the peak of a mountain in Linhai City. This was one of the places with the highest concentration of spirit qi on the pale blue planet. It was the best place to cultivate. In the future, this would be his permanent residence in the starry sky. Jiang Xi stood at the top of the manor. He could see the sea of planet blue and the floating islands on the surface of the sea. With such a beautiful scenery, I must bring Daodu here to play in the future. Although he had such thoughts, he did not relax at all. With my current combat ability, I can be considered as invincible among the nascent soul stage cultivators. However, if I really want to take care of the head of the Qing Xian sect, I still need to go further. Not only that, but there is also old ancestor Qing Xian who is comparable to the nascent soul stage. He is an even more abnormal character. The crisis brought by the Qing Xian sect had yet to be resolved. He still needed to continue working hard. After a while, the one family siblings arrived. Ever since they were born, they had lived in a society similar to the Qin dynasty on Earth. When they were on Minglan planet, they did not leave the teleportation hall. Therefore, they did not feel much about the outside world. However, now that they were on the pale blue planet, they were walking on the streets of this trading planet. The two late-stage golden core cultivators were completely dazzled. They had never seen such a bustling planet. Until they walked into Jiang Xi's manor, they were still a little absent-minded. The world was so big. When they saw Jiang Xi, they finally calmed down. Uncle Granduncle, your face. Wen Yoxin was concerned about Jiang Xi's appearance when Feng was also worried. It's okay. When I reach the nascent soul stage, I will be able to recover. Jiang Xi smiled. When he grinned, those scars squeezed together, and his face looked even more ferocious. The siblings looked at each other. Judging from Uncle Granduncle's tone, it seemed that it would be easy to cultivate to the nascent soul stage. Uncle Granduncle was indeed powerful. What do you plan to do next? Do you want to do anything? Jiang Xi asked. Since he was Uncle Granduncle, he had to be responsible and care about the development of the younger generation. Our Wen family's inheritance is mainly the art of crafting. It will require a lot of practice. Therefore, Wen Feng and I plan to open a crafting workshop and cultivate at the same time. Wen Yoxin smiled. That's fine. I will help you find someone for the crafting workshop. Thank you, Uncle Granduncle. Jiang Xi smiled. No matter where one went, there was no lack of connections and relationships. In the galaxy, besides the strong being respected, sometimes it would be easier to do some things with someone to guide you. The interstellar merchant Shenwansi, who is only one word away from the great merchant Shenwansan, had many connections on the pale blue planet. He could ask him for help. Shenwansi would be very happy to hear this news. This was because the spirit artifact trade was one of the top industries in the Tao Alliance's 9 major galaxies. Spirit pills and spirit artifacts were indispensable to cultivators. Moreover, the legacy of crafting artifacts was as rare as the legacy of arrays. It was very difficult for ordinary people to get involved in the spirit artifact trade. I can't sell the things left behind by my ancestors every day. There will definitely be more and more spirit crystals for cultivation in the future. The Wen family is good at crafting artifacts. Their legacy of crafting artifacts was famous in the Zixiao region 10,000 years ago. I can use this opportunity to get involved in the spirit artifact trade. This was another consideration in Jiang Xi's mind. Cultivation required money. That day, Jiang Xi called Shenwansi over. This interstellar merchant, who dreamed of buying a manor in Linhai City, saw Jiang Xi's seaside manor and called him Jiang enviously. As for the wound on Jiang Xi's face, he didn't ask about it. At all, who knew what kind of weird fetish this mysterious and noble young master was up to? Then, Shenwansi started to complain. Jiang, you've got me in trouble. That's clearly a place of Tao integration inheritance, but you told me it's a place of primordial spirit inheritance. Also, Jianggu, you made a big deal out of this. I heard that 20,000 to 30,000 golden core cultivators died. A few nascent soul cultivators also died. In the end, even primordial spirit cultivators died. If it weren't for the fact that I have a lot of connections and that I'm just a small fry, I would have been dragged to the pale blue cloud sect by now. Jiang Ci smiled and didn't interrupt him. Shen Wanxi's words hinted at one point, which was that he didn't reveal that he was the mastermind behind the scenes. Ever since Ishan brought the surviving foreign cultivators out of the Moron planet, what happened on the Moron planet spread throughout the pale blue planet. Chapter 287. What happened on Moron planet had caused a huge commotion on Blue planet, because more than half of the cultivators who went to Qianyang Grotto Heaven came from Blue planet. Tao integration inheritance. 20 to 30,000 golden core cultivators died. Many nascent soul cultivators also died. Even the nascent soul cultivators of Purple Heaven sect and the sect master of Four Symbols sect from Minglan Star region died. This incident caused a huge uproar on Blue planet. So many people died. It was almost the entire strength of a level 4 or level 5 planet. However, no one dared to talk about Daoist Changbai slaughtering 10,000 golden core cultivators. If they offended such a huge monster, it would not be enough even if they died 10,000 times. When Shun Wanxi was almost done complaining, Jiang Ci said with a smile, "Let me introduce you to a big business." Big business? Shun Wanxi's eyes lit up. Then, Jiang Ci introduced the Wen siblings. When Shun Wanxi heard that these two came from a refining family with a 10,000-year heritage, he immediately sent them to the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Court office. However, the Wen siblings' plan to build a refining workshop was still a little small. According to Jiang Ci's plan, if they wanted to develop and make money, of course, they had to plan it bigger. Therefore, under Jiang Ci's leadership, an interstellar trading group called Mountain Sea Star Trade was established. As the saying goes, even blood brothers should settle accounts clearly. In the newly established Mountain Sea Star Trade, Jiang Ci took 50% of the shares, the Wen siblings took 20% each, and Shun Wanxi took the remaining 10%. Among them, Jiang Ci and Shun Wanxi had to pay, but the Wen siblings did not need to pay. They were technically investors. 10% of shares required 100,000 low-grade spiritual crystals. In terms of scale, Mountain Sea Star Trade was just a prototype now. To what extent it could develop to in the future, they still needed to work together. Of course, if they only relied on the Wen siblings, they would have to work non-stop to refine. The spiritual weapons they produced would not be able to support a group that specialized in spiritual weapon trading. Therefore, their initial plan was to recruit refiners. Then, without revealing the Wen family's refining heritage, the Wen siblings would guide those refiners. The Wen clan's blacksmithing inheritance was famous in the Zixiao region 10,000 years ago. Naturally, it had its own uniqueness. The refined spirit artifacts were very sought after at that time. They were often the finale items of the various major auction houses in the interstellar era. Now, it definitely wouldn't be any worse. He believed that with the guidance of the Wen siblings, the Mountain Sea Star Trade Association would have a bright future. After dealing with these matters, Jiang Ci went into secluded cultivation with a peace of mind, completing the final golden core nascent soul transformation process. At the same time, he was deducing the next level of the true meaning of sword and true meaning of fire. He had gained a lot from the trip to Mu Rome planet. First of all, he had accomplished his main goal. By refining the baleful yang energy, he had completed the nurturing of his golden core. Secondly, he unexpectedly comprehended the true intent of departing fire through the Wen clan's inheritance. True Tao intent was naturally incomparably precious. An additional Tao art meant an additional means. After that, there were still more than 100,000 Inferno Tao crystals left in the Qianyang Grotto Heaven. Tao crystals were very valuable because they were tainted with the Tao of heaven and earth of a Tao integration expert. Under normal circumstances, a doctrine crystal was equivalent to 1,000 low-grade spiritual crystals. In other words, his current net worth had already exceeded 100 million. Finally, there was the harvest of experience points. That wisp of departing fire had brought him 100 million experience points. That was also 100 million. He looked at the remaining experience points, frowny face experience points. 232, 64 million, more than 200 million was a huge amount. Sufficient experience points were the capital to become stronger. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Jiang Xi had reached the final stage of his nascent soul transformation. Xian Tian, Li Baibai, Hu Yin, Wen Yoxin, Wen Feng. The five of them stood guard outside Jiang Xi's cultivation room. Xian Tian and the other two had returned from a space hunter training ground in the Pale Blue Star region last month. He and Li Baibai had successfully passed the training test and had become space hunters. From the aura emitted by the two of them, it could be seen that their strength had improved a lot. However, the two of them were not satisfied because they realized that the gap between them and Jiang Xi was getting bigger and bigger. Li Baibai shook his head and said helplessly, "This kid, he was still an ordinary person when we were in the spirit-nurturing realm. Now he has surpassed us by a whole realm. Comparisons are odious, so we can't compare. As long as we are still improving, it's fine." Xian Tian smiled and was in a good mood. Wen Yoxin and Wen Feng looked at each other. They had only recently learned that this young martial granduncle was indeed very young. He was only in his 20s. The two of them were already more than 200 years old when they heard this. They really doubted life for a moment. Night fell. The aura of a nascent soul cultivator spread from the cultivation room to the entire manor and then to a radius of 100 miles. This aura attracted many spiritual senses to investigate, but these spiritual senses only scanned and quickly retracted. On the Pale Blue Star, Golden Core cultivators were only considered elites. Those who could cultivate to the nascent soul stage were top experts. Therefore, the owners of these spiritual senses did not dare to probe too much for fear of offending this new nascent soul cultivator. Success. Outside the cultivation room, the five of them were happy for Jiang Xi. This was especially so for Xian Tian and Li Baibai. The two of them were much happier than the one siblings and Hu Yin. Because Jiang Xi had reached the nascent soul stage, it meant that he could apply to become the Lord of Earth. Once Earth was marked by the heavenly eye of the Tao Alliance, it would no longer be a barren planet, but a private territory. No one could trespass without permission. Otherwise, the Lord of the planet could apply to the heavenly court to arrest and kill the trespassers. As a result, Earth would become safer. Inside the cultivation room, Jiang Xi looked inside with his spiritual senses and saw that his golden core had already turned into an infant in his lower dantian. Nascent soul. Streaks of spiritual energy stronger than a late-stage golden core cultivator circulated around his body with a nascent soul as the core. It's still not enough. I'm still a little bit away from being truly invincible in the nascent soul stage. Jiang Xi shook his head again. His cultivation base and Tao domain were both at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Previously, when he faced Xiao Xian and Fu Zai, who were both invincible in the nascent soul stage, he used his strongest sword to barely block their attacks. However, his strength was not invincible in the nascent soul stage. His strongest move was only equivalent to an invincible in the nascent soul stage. His ultimate move was equivalent to an ordinary attack. He opened the experience panel. Cultivation, Nascent Soul, Early Stage 1, 81 million, Tao Technique, Gale Domain, 5,000/5,000,000. True Intent, Ali Fire, 500/500,000. True Intent of Sword, 1,000,000/1,000,000. Amplitude, 100. Deduction, 10,000 experience points per use cultivation technique. Purple firmament sword manual, peacock visualization method experience points, 225. 34 million. I've broken through the bottleneck of my cultivation. There won't be any obstacles in my future advancement. Peak nascent soul stage? Jiangxi's eyes shone. If he spent some more time and ate a few more spiritual fruits, he would reach the peak of the nascent soul stage. Chapter 288. However, Jiangxi didn't plan to increase his cultivation level immediately. I'll heal my face first. That was because there were only a few days left until the new year of the Xia Kingdom. He had to rush back to celebrate the new year with Jiang Dudu. As for increasing his cultivation level, anywhere was fine. His face was the most important thing now. Moreover, he had to go to the Dao Alliance building to do something. The last time he went there, he was only at the late-stage Golden Core realm. If he went there with his late-stage nascent soul realm cultivation level now, it would definitely cause trouble. After all, it had only been a year. Who would believe that he could improve so much in a year? Anyway, the condition to apply for the Earth Overlord title was that he only needed to be at the nascent soul realm. It didn't say whether he was at the early stage or late stage. Immediately after, Jiangxi circulated his nascent soul realm spiritual power to heal the hideous and terrifying scars on his face. It took him a full 3 days to completely recover. Then the scars fell off. The new skin made Jiangxi speechless. He was a standard fair-skinned guy. After walking out of the training room, Jiangxi, you become a gigolo. Xian Tian was the first to tease him. The others also laughed, because the new skin on Jiangxi's face looked very fair and tender, with a hint of red in it. Jiangxi smiled helplessly. It seemed that he had to be exposed to more wind in the future and become more rugged. After everyone joked, Jiangxi looked into the distance. That was the direction of the Dao Alliance building. Big brother, sister Bye-Bye, it's time to get down to business. Xian Tian and Li Bye-Bye's expressions became solemn as they nodded vigorously. 15 minutes later, the three of them walked to the Dao Alliance building. The middle-aged Taoist in the early nascent soul stage clearly remembered Jiangxi at the place where the application or transfer of the planet's overlord status was made. He was very surprised because it had only been a year and 2 months since Jiangxi and the others last came in such a short time. Jiangxi had broken through from the late-stage Golden Core realm to the early-stage nascent soul realm. He was on the same level as him. Fellow Taoist, do you still want to apply to become the overlord of that planet? The middle-aged Taoist asked with a smile. Not bad. Here are the original data and 100 million low-grade spiritual crystals. Jiangxi handed over the astrolabe and a Dao Alliance crystal bank card he had prepared beforehand. These 100 million low-grade spirit crystals were exchanged for by him using the 100,000 Dao crystals. Without using the treasures left behind by the ancestors of Earth, strive not to be a prodigal. The middle-aged Taoist acted according to the rules. This time, he didn't ask Jiangxi to hand over Earth to the Dao Alliance. The doppelganger of the Eye of Heaven shot out a beam of light from the stone pillar that was engraved with spell formations and examined the astrolabe again. A moment later, the middle-aged Taoist handed the astrolabe to Jiangxi. At the same time, he smiled and said, "Congratulations, Taoist Jiangxi. The Eye of Tong Tian has branded the earth and the sky around it. From this moment on, you are the new Lord of the Earth." New Moon Year 97, December 10th. Jiangxi, Xian Tian, and Li Bye-Bye, the 3 powerhouses of Earth, returned to their hometown through the interstellar teleportation array. As for Hu Yin, he was left behind by Jiangxi on the Kanglan planet to help the Wen siblings and Shun Wansi manage the Mountain Sea Star trade. After all, the Mountain Sea Star trade had just been established not long ago. There were many places that needed manpower. This time, the 3 of them returned mainly for the new year. It was a tradition of the people of Great Xia that no matter where they were, they would want to go home for a visit during the new year. Pak Sun Province, Villa 92 in the Tongtian district. Xian Tian and Li Bye-Bye had already returned to their respective homes. They had promised Jiang Xi that they would return to the Kanglan planet after the new year. These two were battle maniacs. After becoming starry sky hunters, they couldn't stay idle and wanted to go to the stars to train and fight. Late at night, in the villa, Jiang Daodu stared at Jiang Xi's face for a long time and said enviously, "Brother, can cultivation really beautify your face? Your face is white and rosy. It's really the skin of my dreams." Jiang Xi was speechless. Women, at first glance, they all looked at the face. Speaking of which, after leaving for a year, Jiang Daodu was already 18 years old. She was a big girl now. Then he smiled helplessly and said, "After cultivating to the nascent soul stage, your spiritual power will undergo a qualitative change, and you'll be able to make certain adjustments to your body. However, it's better to stay in the original state. If you make any changes, it's easy to cause problems." "It's okay. I just need to whiten my skin." The nascent soul stage. I must cultivate to the nascent soul stage. Jiang Daodu clenched her fists tightly. Actually, in Jiang Xi's opinion, her current appearance was good enough. After becoming an adult, Jiang Daodu could no longer be seen as the bean sprout when the two of them were wandering around. Now, she was slim and elegant, and her face had completely grown. Although she wasn't as beautiful as a fairy, her temperament was definitely first class. In terms of personality, she only showed her coquettish side in front of Jiang Xi. In front of outsiders, she could only be cold and aloof. After all, Jiang Daodu was now at the golden core stage, and she was also a peak powerhouse on Earth. Thinking of this, Jiang Xi's expression became serious. After failing to possess Jiang Daodu's body, the remnant spirit of Yin was unexpectedly bound and became Jiang Daodu's slave. Then, Jiang Daodu's cultivation took a big leap for the third time and directly reached the golden core stage. When this happened, he had only been on Muron planet for half a month. After Jiang Daodu sent him a message, he was very worried and immediately rushed back. When he learned that Jiang Daodu could control the life and death of the remnant spirit of Yin, he was relieved. Jiang Daodu had a big secret, which Jiang Xi had known for a long time. During the third and fourth spiritual aura awakening, Jiang Daodu's cultivation had both shown signs of greatly increasing. Although Jiang Xi was shocked that the Dao integration remnant spirit was defeated by Jiang Daodu, it was still within the acceptable range. Seeing Jiang Xi's expression become serious, Jiang Daodu immediately understood what he was thinking and smiled. "Come out." Suddenly, an old woman the size of a thumb flew out from her shoulder. The old woman had little hair, and her face was full of wrinkles. She looked like she had suffered a great deal. Moreover, she was ghastly. As soon as she came out, she emitted a cold chill. "Greetings, young master Jiang Xi." Yin Tianxing bowed to Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi was only at the nascent soul stage, and she was a Dao integration remnant spirit. However, with the relationship between Jiang Xi and Jiang Daodu, she did not dare to disrespect Jiang Xi. Moreover, after secretly observing in the past, she was also a little afraid of Jiang Xi. It was not only because Jiang Xi was Daoist Ji's successor, but also because Jiang Xi's speed of improvement was too fast. Although he could not compare to those heaven-defying races who were born at the golden core stage, he could definitely be called a top genius in the universe. "Do you still hate my master?" Jiang Xi asked directly. "I'm already a remnant spirit, and your master is already dead. As the saying goes, a dead man is like an extinguished lamp. How can I still hate him?" Yin Tianxing smiled bitterly. "The inheritance of the ghost sect in the Fengdu mystic realm is with you. No, I only ascended the fifth of the 6 heavenly palaces on Fengdu Mountain before I was stopped by your master." "Really? I don't dare to lie at all." Yin Tianxing hurriedly shook his head. Chapter 289. At this time, Jiang Daodu smiled and said, "Brother, old Yin didn't lie." Relying on the comfort of Yin Tianxing's remnant spirit, she could sense the other party's thoughts. Jiang Xi nodded and smiled. "I won't say much about threats. If you really have any other intentions, Doubto won't show mercy. I don't dare. In Tiansheng shook his head again. Then, Jiang Daodu took back her so-called ghost pet. Brother, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Moreover, it's useful to keep old Yin. She can guide me in cultivation or something. You can't be careless. Later, I'll teach you a few restrictions against spiritual sense. You can put them on her. It'll be safer. That's good. Give me a more ruthless and powerful one. Jiang Daodu's eyes lit up. The two of them chatted with each other and started chatting again. They each told each other about their experiences in the past year. In fact, in the past year, the two of them had also contacted each other through the communication bead. But most of the time, Jiang Xi was either working on Muron planet or cultivating in seclusion. They rarely contacted each other, and most of them were just a few hurried words. Therefore, the two of them chatted for 3 whole days this time. Then, they began to prepare New Year goods and visit their relatives and friends. For example, their former neighbor in Luming District, Old Yang, Jinten Budokan Zhangwei, Uncle Jiang, Lu Shan, and Chen Yuan. There was also the president of the Kitasanfa Martial Artists Association, He Changxing, and so on. These were all elders and friends. Jiang Xi took the initiative to visit them all. As for the rest of the martial arts world in Pak Sun Province, they were all here to visit Jiang Xi. Of course, whether Jiang Xi would see them or not was another matter. After not seeing each other for a year, everyone thought that Jiang Xi was in seclusion. When they saw Jiang Xi again, everyone was very surprised, because they could still feel Jiang Xi's spiritual power aura in the past. Now, they realized that they could not see through Jiang Xi at all, except for Jing Dudu, Xin Tian, and Li Bai Bai. No one knew that Jiang Xi was already in existence that far surpassed the current cultivation world on Earth. He was even the Lord of Earth after the New Year. Jiang Xi left Earth with Jingdu, Xin Tian, and Li Bai Bai. The 4 of them announced to the outside world that they were still in seclusion. As for Jiang Xi's other 2 servants, Chu Zhe and Xiu Hong, he would continue to shoulder the responsibility of Jiang Xi and the others and protect everything in the Great Xia Kingdom for them. After arriving on the blue planet, Xin Tian, Li Bai Bai, and Hu Yin went to other planets in the blue planet to train and fight. Jiang Dudu, accompanied by Jiang Xi, played on the blue planet for more than 2 months. They didn't stop until they were tired of playing. The only thing worth mentioning was that when the Wen siblings met Jiang Dudu for the first time, they called her Martial Aunt, which made Jiang Dudu blush. However, the little girl's mentality was very good. After that, she happily rewarded the Wen siblings with a wonderful stone as if nothing had happened. She also had a lot of these things in her hands. The Wen siblings were very surprised to find auxiliary magic treasures that could increase the speed of cultivation. Jiang Dudu's generosity made her quickly become familiar with the Wen siblings. She even had nothing to do at the Mountain Sea Star trade. Sometimes, she would go over to help. The backbone of the Mountain Sea Star trade all knew Jingdu's identity, so naturally, they treated her well. However, Jingdu didn't blindly order them around. She just wanted to experience the feeling of being a big sister. The following days were relatively peaceful. Jiang Xi and Jiang Dudu lived on the blue planet for half a year and on Earth for the other half. It was like traveling. Of course, they didn't forget about cultivation. Just like that, another 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. At the edge of the solar system, in a desolate starry sky, there was a place like the surface of the water. Waves appeared, and a flying boat shuttled out of it. The head of the Qin Xin sect, Qin Yi, stood on the deck of the flying boat. Looking at the empty starry sky, he let out a long breath. He had finally broken through the dangerous chaotic star belt. Although he looked young, his eyes were full of vicissitudes. He had lived for at least 1,000 years. Yeah, I was talking about this galaxy. He really didn't lie to me. Qin Yi's expression was complicated before this. He still had some doubts about this arrogant disciple in his heart. He suspected that Hu Yin didn't want to hand over Earth to the sect. Now, it seemed that he had misunderstood his disciple. It's been more than 3 years, and there's no response to my message. It seems that something bad really happened. But why didn't the life jade break? This was something that Qing Yi couldn't understand. He decided that when he reached Earth, he would investigate carefully. With the speed of a top-grade flying boat, it would only take 3 to 5 days to reach Earth from here. As he spoke, he took out the astrolabe used for interstellar navigation. Inside, it was the navigation route that Hu Yin had given him. What? Qing Yi's expression changed drastically. Previously, Hu Yin had told him that this was a desolate galaxy. However, when he opened the astrolabe, he immediately discovered something. This starry sky had the imprint of the heavenly eye of the Tao Alliance. Qing Yi's expression was uncertain. In this galaxy, the only planet that is qualified to be imprinted by the Tao Alliance's heavenly eye is Earth. This means that someone has already applied to become the overlord of Earth. Who is it? Hu Yin? Or a native? No matter who it was, Qing Yi knew that he was in trouble now. The Tao Alliance's decree, private territory, sacred and inviolable. If he broke in without permission, once he was discovered by the overlord of Earth, after that, it was very likely that he would be arrested and hunted down by the Tao Alliance's law enforcers. In the Blue Star region, he might be a famous nascent soul expert, but compared to the Tao Alliance's heavenly court, it was nothing. Any team of law enforcers could kill him. Let's see what the Patriarch has to say. Qing Yi sent a message to his Patriarch. Soon, Patriarch Qing Xian's figure appeared on the deck of the flying ship. Patriarch Qing Xian had the appearance of a teenager. He had long red hair, wore a blood-red spiritual artifact battle armor, and carried a long saber on his back. When he saw the desolate starry sky of the solar system, he smiled. You did well. Patriarch, there's an unexpected situation. This place already has the imprint of the Tao Alliance's heavenly eye. Someone has applied to become the overlord of Earth. Qing Yi shook his head. Is it that disciple of yours? Patriarch Qing Xian's expression darkened. I'm not sure yet, but now that this planet has become a private territory, I can't trespass. If the Tao Alliance's heavenly court pursues the matter, not only me, but also the Qing Xian sect will be implicated. This is the result of 3,000 years of hard work of the Patriarch and the Qing family. Qing Yi smiled bitterly. What are you afraid of? Patriarch Qing Xian suddenly shouted coldly, and a blood-red light shot out from his eyes. Qing Yi was stunned. He did not know why the Patriarch was angry. Patriarch Qing Xian laughed coldly. So what if the Tao Alliance's heavenly court pursues the matter? So what if the Qing Xian sect is implicated? What do you think the Qing Xian sect is ranked in the top 10 among the countless immortal sects in the Blue Star region? It's because of the Qing Xian sect. It's because I killed a nascent soul cultivator with 3 slashes. Power. Power is the foundation. Honor and reputation are bullshit. Chapter 290. Qing Yi's expression changed. Old ancestor Qing Xian continued to scold him. You should have heard about what happened on Murong planet in Minglan Star region 3 years ago. So many cultivators died because of a path unification inheritance. Not only are 2 Tao integration stage super mighty figures buried on this desolate planet called Earth, but they're also buried here. There are also top demon bloodlines like the dragon python and the black tortoise. Who knows how many other hidden opportunities there are? You have to remember that the most fundamental law of the universe is that the strong are respected. So, who cares if he's an overlord? Just capture him or kill him, and then snatch the opportunity. If I can get the opportunities on this planet, I will have a chance to reach path unification. By then, will the heavenly court of the Tao Alliance still pursue the trespassing of private property? If the Qing Xian sect is destroyed, so be it. As long as I don't die, as long as I reach path unification, I can rebuild it. And the rebuilt Qing Xian sect will only be stronger. Old ancestor Qing Xian did not hide the ambition in his heart as his long red hair fluttered. Even though they were separated by a communication pearl, Tian could still sense the bloodthirsty aura pulsing in his deep eyes. Qing Yi's eyes became firm. He was awakened by the old ancestor's words. Indeed, he had always thought too highly of the Qing Xian sect and neglected the fact that strength was the foundation. Thank you for your teachings, old ancestor. I will go to Earth now. Very good. Go and find out the details of Earth. If there is a threat, solve it if you can. If you can't, contact me. Old ancestor Qing Xian nodded. 4 days later, Qing Yi drove the flying ship and traveled to the starry sky near Earth. When he saw the 2 moons hanging in the sky outside Earth, he understood the old ancestor's words even more. There must be a great opportunity in such a blessed land. By then, not only would the old ancestor reach path unification, maybe he would also have a chance to touch the threshold of path unification. Path unification was the peak of cultivators. In the pale blue star region, the whereabouts of path unification experts were not obvious. They could be the strongest on the surface when they were only in the primordial soul realm as long as they could reach path unification. Even if they built the Qing Xian sect into a top immortal Dao sect, like the Sanyan sect, they might still have a chance. Qing Ye's eyes were burning as he drove the flying ship through Earth's atmosphere and landed on Earth. I wonder if it was Hu Yin or an aboriginal who applied to become the Earth's overlord. After all, there are 2 Dao integration stage experts buried on this planet. Let's investigate in secret first. With such cautious thoughts in mind, he began to use his spiritual sense to investigate. With his nascent soul stage cultivation base, the limit of his spiritual sense exploration was 1,000 kilometers. In an hour, he would be able to roughly explore the entire Earth. At this moment, Qing Yi was in the air above the African continent. Soon, he made a discovery. With his spiritual awareness, he discovered a pyramid 10,000 meters below the surface of an oasis in the desert. This is an ancient altar. It's an altar that only Dao integration stage powerful beings can build. An altar like this can contain the Dao of heaven and earth of a Dao integration stage super mighty figure. Qing Yi was ecstatic. They had only just begun, but they had already discovered a Dao integration stage inheritance. Moreover, it was clear that this altar had existed for over 10,000 years and was not left behind by Daoist Ge and Yin Tian. Qing Yi took a deep breath and went deep into the ground. He carefully searched the pyramid but didn't find anything. What a pity! It turns out to be an abandoned ancient altar. From the looks of it, there might be more than 1 Dao integration stage inheritance on this planet. He continued north and arrived at the continent where the Holy Alliance was located. He soon made a new discovery. In the air above the 1,000-year-old holy city of the Holy Alliance, Qing Yi stood in the air, his figure hidden in the void. The Holy Alliance, which only had 1 golden core cultivator, couldn't discover him at all. This city is very strange. It seems like there's a powerful array formation. There's a faint, frightening fluctuation. Qing Yi was secretly shocked. Out of caution, he didn't go down and only memorized the location of the holy city. He continued to investigate other places. Next, he went to the Atlantic Ocean, the American continent where the Shadow Nation was located, and then to the Pacific Ocean. Along the way, he made many discoveries. Especially at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, he discovered a group of abandoned cities. There's actually a civilization left behind by the Sea Tribe. Qing Yi was shocked again. In the 9 major galaxies of the Dao Alliance, the Sea Tribe was on the verge of extinction. Only a small number of them lived in the remote galaxies of the Dao Alliance. Then, Qing Yi followed the line of the equator and investigated all the way from the Pacific Ocean to the subcontinent where the Peacock Nation was located. Qing Yi turned pale with fright. His spiritual sense quickly discovered ancient temples that were buried deep in the ground. Although these ancient temples were old, he could see the majestic scene from them. There's actually Buddhist ruins here. Even with Qing Ye's invincible nascent soul cultivation, his throat couldn't help but dry up. The Dao Alliance had 3 factions and 6 sections. The 3 factions were the Taoist sect, the Buddhist sect, and the Sword sect. Any one of them was a transcendent existence in the universe. The Buddhist sects were the most mysterious of all. This was because in the 9 major galaxies of the Dao Alliance, the Buddhist realm ruled by the Buddhist sect had always been at the edge of the 9 major galaxies. In the other 8 major galaxies, it was very rare to see a Buddhist disciple. And on this planet, he actually saw the ruins of Buddhism. And it's not an ordinary Buddhist ruin. It seems like a powerful and famous Buddhist mountain once existed here. Qing Ye's throat moved. The shock in his heart couldn't be suppressed for a long time. What's the origin of this planet? He clearly knew that this was no longer as simple as the Tao integration stage. It was related to existences above the Tao integration stage. What kind of third-grade planet is this? I'm afraid it's even higher than sixth grade. Thus, Qing Yi became even more careful. He didn't dare to rashly explore the Buddhist ruins here. Everyone knew how powerful the Buddhist sect was. If they violated any taboos, they might not even know how they died, or they might not even have the chance to die. Qing Yi carefully set off again. Soon, he arrived at the western plateau of the Great Xia Kingdom. He first explored to the east. In a mountain range, near the Shu Mountain Prefecture, Qing Yi made a new discovery. It's a grotto heaven mystic realm. Qing Yi found the entrance to the Fengdu mystic realm under a small mountain. The Dark Suppression Army and the Shu Jia guarding this place were not worth mentioning in Qing Yi's eyes. He easily avoided the seal and entered the stone cave. This place is close to the Buddhist ruins. Why is it so gloomy? It's so pure. Could it be the power of Yin? Qing Yi was puzzled at first. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up. That was an extremely precious energy body. In a flash, he passed through the spatial door. Then he saw the majestic Fengdu Mountain at first glance in the Fengdu mystic realm. Qing Yi was frightened. His face was filled with fear. He could no longer maintain his composure and fled this place. From the time he entered to the time he came out, it took less than 3 seconds. Chapter 291. Ghost Race. It's the ruins of the Ghost Race. How is that possible? The Ghost Race is the greatest enemy of a human race. It's impossible for there to be ruins of the Ghost Race in the 9 major stellar zones of the Tao Alliance. After Qing Yi escaped, he looked at the black space door, the entrance to the Fengdu mystic realm, with fear and trepidation. After a long time, he managed to dispel some of the fear in his heart, but he was still a little shaken. The 3 strongest races in the universe were the human race, the demon race, and the ghost race. The 3 of them were enemies and had fought each other in the extraterritorial battlefield for countless years. Qing Yi knew very well that with his strength, he could be called a top expert in the Pale Blue Star region. But in the extraterritorial battlefield, he was just cannon fodder against the demon race and the ghost race. And there was such a large-scale ghost race ruin here. Qing Yi swallowed his saliva and looked at the space door again with lingering fear. Even a Tao integration stage elite would be terrified on that black mountain. Wouldn't they? Yes, according to the patriarch, Daoist Ge followed the ghost race's Tao integration expert, Yin Tiansheng here. It seems like Yin Tiansheng came here for this place. No matter what, I can't go in anymore. The ghost race has strange methods. With my invincible nascent soul strength, if I really encounter danger, I won't even know how I died. Qing Yi shook his head and continued to explore other places. Soon he arrived at the Kunlun Mountains and stood in the air. Such an immortal mountain terrain, it's natural. It seems like there's a powerful array formation here. But this place is close to the Buddhist and ghost race ruins. There shouldn't be any shocking existence here. Just as this thought appeared in Qing Ye's mind, his spiritual consciousness discovered Kunlun's Death Valley. Another entrance to the Grotto Heaven mystic realm? Was it opened by an essence soul expert? Or a Tao integration expert? Yes, the outer barrier is so obvious. It must have been left behind by an essence soul expert. Qing Yi carefully explored the mountain range again and didn't sense any dangerous aura. Then, he entered Death Valley in a flash and was transported to the Jade Pool mystic realm. After seeing the beautiful scenery in the mystic realm, Qing Yi heaved a sigh of relief. Qing Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Although there were some undead creatures, they were obviously not from the ghost race. In a few breaths' time, he arrived above the Tongtian Mountain. The Tongtian Mountain was guarded by the military of the Great Xia Kingdom and the martial artists of Jinten Budokan. At this moment, Hei-Tu and the two spirit vessel cultivators from the Great Xia Empire were present. However, with their cultivation level, they were unable to detect Qing Yi, who was invincible in the nascent soul realm. There's a floating lake? It seems like this place was left behind by a formation master. No, this lake does not exist in this grotto heaven. There is a second heavenly abode here. It must have been left behind by a Tao integration stage powerful being. I wonder where the entrance to the second paradise is. Qing Yi was a little surprised. Furthermore, there were humans in the lake at the top of the mountain. He felt that there was no danger here, so he began to carefully explore with his spiritual sense. Subsequently, he first detected the stone tablet that had the words Heavenspan Mountain inscribed on it. What era is this language from? This place dares to call itself Tong Tian? Qing Yi was extremely surprised. In the entire Tao Alliance, only the Heavenspan I would dare to be named Heavenspan. With this thought in mind, his spirit sense found the stone door leading to the second heavenly abode in the lake at the top of the mountain, just as he was about to go over at this moment. Scram! The voice of a woman echoed in his mind. Qing Yi was so frightened that his body trembled, and his face turned green. A high-grade flying boat suddenly appeared. He drove the flying boat as if his life depended on it, and instantly passed through the barrier of the Jade Pool Mystic Realm. With another shuttle, he escaped from Earth. Because he was too flustered, he did not have time to hide his aura. Hei-Tu and the others, who were in charge of guarding the Heavenspan Mountain, immediately discovered this situation. Although they did not see clearly, no one dared to ignore such an abnormality. They immediately reported the situation. At this moment, Jiang Xi was cultivating at home in the Heavenspan district. He was worried that the people from the Qing Xin sect would come early. Half a year ago, he returned to Earth with the Xian Tian, Li Bai Bai, and Hu Yen. As for Jing Dedu, for the sake of safety, he forced the little girl to stay in the blue planet. If they were unlucky and old ancestor Qing Xin came, Jing Dedu could also survive. This was also the reason why he brought Hu Yen back. Because if he really met with an accident, the spiritual sense restriction on Hu Yan's body would be unsealed. At that time, no one would be able to control Hu Yan. Not only Hu Yan, but also Chu Zhe and Qiu Hong. He brought them with him. If something happened, he could take them away together. When the abnormal situation occurred in the Jade Lake's secret realm, Jiang Xi immediately learned the news from the Xian Tian. He, Hu Yan, Chu Zhe, and Qiu Hong drove the flying boat together. From the sky above Pak's Sun Province, they instantly arrived at the Kunlun Mountains and entered the Jade Lake's secret realm. The Xian Tian and Li Bai Bai arrived after a while. There are remnants of the spiritual power of the nascent soul stage here. Jiang Xi frowned. Both of their expressions immediately turned solemn. There was no other cultivator on Earth except for Jiang Xi. Then, it could only be someone from the Qing Xin sect. Where is he? Is he still on Earth? The Xian Tian quickly asked. Jiang Xi's figure kept flashing in the sky above the Kunlun Mountains, investigating the whereabouts of the spiritual power aura. In the end, he found that the spiritual power aura of the nascent soul stage had passed through the atmosphere. He left Earth. Let's go and chase after him. Jiang Xi drove the flying boat and chased after the spiritual power aura with the Xian Tian and the others. Qing Yi did not dare to stop at all. The flying boat shuttled desperately and only stopped when it was near Mars. Because he found that no one was chasing after him. There's actually a living powerhouse there. Is it the Path Integration Powerhouse who opened the Grotto Heaven secret realm? No. If it's a Path Integration Powerhouse, that cold shout just now would have shattered my soul. Why didn't she kill me? Qing Ye's face was still very pale, and his heart was filled with fear. No matter what, he definitely did not dare to go to Earth now. Who knew what the powerhouse who told him to get lost meant? After thinking about it, he sent a message to his own patriarch. This was no longer a threat that he could deal with. Patriarch Qing Xian's voice soon appeared on the flying boat. He saw that Qing Yi was still in the starry sky. looking panicked and pale. He was immediately puzzled and asked, did you find anything? Patriarch, there seems to be a living path integration powerhouse on this planet. Qing Ye's throat moved. A path integration powerhouse? Patriarch Qing Xian was shocked. Although he had the ability to kill an essence soul stage cultivator, he was not strong enough in front of a path integration powerhouse. A casual attack from the other party could destroy his soul. There's a Grotto Heaven secret realm where there's a second Grotto Heaven that can only be opened by a path integration powerhouse. When I was about to enter, a woman's voice directly shouted at me to retreat. Qing Yi briefly explained the situation in the Jade Lake secret realm. Chapter 292. Show me the data recorded on the astrolabe. Patriarch Qing Xian was calmer than Qing Yi. Qing Yi finally reacted. When he used his spiritual consciousness to explore Earth, he had been using the astrolabe to record those scenes. It was just that he was scared out of his wits just now and did not remember. Then, he injected spiritual energy into the astrolabe, and illusions appeared in front of them. They were the scenes he had explored on Earth. Starting from the ancient pyramid altar underground to the jade pool mystic realm, Patriarch Qing Xian flipped through it, and he could clearly feel that his breathing had become rapid. These are all places left behind by at least Tao integration experts. This small planet actually hides so many powerful relics. When he saw the illusion of the Fengdu mystic realm, his expression changed greatly. Ghost race. There are ruins of the ghost race. That black mountain is very similar to the legendary sacred mountain of the ghost realm. No wonder Yin Tiansheng came here. In front of Qing Yi, Patriarch Qing Xian suppressed his shock and did not show it. After flipping through these data records, his heart was in a perilous situation. The Grotto Heaven mystic realm that scared Yi away in the end actually has a mountain that dares to use the name Sky Piercing. And that Grotto Heaven mystic realm is located in an endless mountain range. That mountain range is like a celestial mountain, and the heaven and earth array is faintly formed. It is also very similar to some of the Tao sect's array formations. The Tao sect, Buddhism sect, and ghost race ruins actually appeared on this planet at the same time. Perhaps there is more. This planet hides a huge secret, a huge terror. No matter what, I can't go there. Not to mention the Tao sect and Buddhism sect, just the ghost race ruins alone. If there is something hidden, it can make me die without a burial place. Patriarch Qing Xian was scared out of his wits even after looking through these recorded images. He had seen more than Qing Yi and knew more. The ignorant were fearless, but the knowledgeable were deeply fearful. The more one knew, the more one would feel the terror of this planet. Patriarch Qing Xian pondered for a long time and finally made a decision. He said to Qing Yi, You guessed wrong. The woman who scared you away is the legendary artifact spirit. Weapon spirit? Qing Yi was puzzled. He had never heard of it before. That's right. A Dharma treasure that surpasses a spirit weapon will produce a weapon spirit. As long as the Dharma treasure is not destroyed, the weapon spirit will not be destroyed. A Tao integration expert's lifespan is at most 10,000 years. Only a weapon spirit can live for endless years. Old ancestor Qing Xian explained. Then why didn't the artifact spirit attack me? Qing Yi was still puzzled. Will the saber kill by itself? Old ancestor Qing Xian laughed. Qing Yi suddenly understood. What he didn't know was that even old ancestor Qing Xian himself wasn't sure if his guess was correct. Old ancestor Qing Xian did this just to let him, a descendant, go and investigate. As for Qing Yi, due to his trust in the old ancestor, he did not have any suspicions. Then, old ancestor Qing Xian laughed and said, You've already scouted this planet, so go ahead and find the planet's overlord. It's best to capture him and place a spiritual sense restriction spell on him so that he can become your slave. In this way, we can explore the opportunities on this planet without any worries. If there's no other way, we can kill him, but we must kill him quickly. We can't give him a chance to send a message to the Tao Alliance Heavenly Court. Anyway, this is a barren planet. Very few people set foot here. We also have a chance. As he said this, suddenly, someone's coming. Qing Ye's expression changed. A flying ship was shuttling through the starry sky, not far away. There's a flying ship. It's Jiang Xi. Qing Yi said again. His spiritual sense had discovered the figure on the flying ship. My disciple, Huyin, is also there. It seems that he has really betrayed us. Qing Ye's eyes flashed coldly. As old ancestor Qing Xian was a messenger, he couldn't use his spiritual sense to investigate. Therefore, after Qing Ye's reminder, he knew that someone was approaching this starry sky. Old ancestor Qing Xian laughed. Haha, a mere golden core cultivator. So what if he has betrayed us? We'll just kill him together. They have a Dharma treasure like a flying ship. It seems that they have been to other planets. The overlord of this planet must be among them. You don't have to make another trip. Capture them. Qing Yi laughed too. He was full of confidence. He drove the flying ship and flew straight over, after leaving the Earth and traveling through the starry sky twice. After Hu Yan's reminder, Jiang Xi knew that the nascent soul cultivator of unknown origin took the same route as Hu Yan when he came to the Earth. In this way, he could be sure that the nascent soul cultivator was from Qing Xian sect. He traveled along this route and soon came to the starry sky near Mars. He saw the flying ship 1,000 kilometers away. Old ancestor Qing Xian, Qing Yi. Jiang Xi's spiritual sense instantly discovered the figure on the deck of the flying ship. His expression suddenly changed. Old ancestor Qing Xian was also here. He had already learned from Hu Yan about the appearance of the nascent soul cultivators from Qing Xian sect. Therefore, he recognized the two figures at a glance. No! Jiang Xi was relieved again. It turned out that there was only one nascent soul cultivator's aura, and old ancestor Qing Xian was just a messenger. If there was only Qing Xian sect's chief, Qing Yi, there would be no problem. Seeing the other party's flying ship flying over unscrupulously, Jiang Xi, Xin Tian, and Li Baibai looked at each other and smiled. Then, Jiang Xi flew straight out of the formation enchantment of the flying ship and stood in the starry sky, waiting for the other party's arrival. He wanted to face the other party head-on. Xin Tian and Li Baibai were even calmer. They were not worried at all. Hu Yan, Chu Zhe, and Xiu Hong were also full of confidence in their master. Soon, the two sides met. Qing Yi also flew down from the flying ship and stood in the starry sky. Old ancestor Qing Xian had not finished his message. His figure was still on the deck of the flying ship, watching the battle. He wanted to see Qing Yi defeat the enemy with his own eyes and master the opportunity of this planet. At this time, Qing Yi frowned slightly. He suddenly realized that he could not see through Jiang Xi's cultivation. When he was 1,000 kilometers away, he used his spiritual sense to check Jiang Xi's aura. He was still at the late stage of Golden Core. But now, Jiang Xi's aura was a bit hazy. There were only two possibilities for this situation. One was that Jiang Xi had reached the full nascent soul stage, and his control of the nascent soul stage's spiritual power had reached the extreme. Only those in the nascent soul stage could detect it. The other possibility was that Jiang Xi had reached the nascent soul stage. Impossible. It's only been 3 years. Qing Yi directly denied these two speculations. 3 years ago, Hu Yan mentioned to him several geniuses on Earth, and Jiang Xi was one of them. He knew that Jiang Xi was still at the Golden Core stage 3 years ago. Thinking of this, Qing Yi was relieved. He did not put Jiang Xi in his eyes, and then directly used his spiritual sense to transmit his voice to the flying ship behind Jiang Xi. Hu Yan, why did you betray us? Because Master treats me better. Hu Yan chuckled and just said a simple sentence. Chapter 293. Master. Qing Yi's expression changed, but before he could react. However, he heard a burst of laughter from Jiang Xi's telegnosis ability. Forget about reminiscing about the past. Your Qing Xian sect is always thinking about grabbing the fated chances of your disciples. You want to do something good without risking anything. It would be strange if people don't rebel. Kid, how dare you humiliate my Qing Xian sect? Qing Yu was furious. A blood-red battle saber appeared in his hand. The saber was suffused with a thick blood-red light as it slashed towards Jiang Ci. At the same time, the blood territory spread out in the starry sky. The monstrous blood qi seemed to be able to corrode one's soul. This was a complete Tao territory, an invincible nascent soul stage technique. Haha, good timing. Jiang Ci was not afraid at all. His body flickered as if he had penetrated through space. In the next moment, he had crossed hundreds of miles. The upper-grade spiritual weapon, Killing Shadow Sword, condensed a thin and misty sword shadow. It was accompanied by a layer of blade-like wind and blazing fire. 3 layers of Taoist arts suddenly stabbed out. This sword instantly defeated Qing Ye's blood-red saber light. In the universe's vacuum, there was only a dazzling explosion of light, but there was no sound. It was extremely strange. What? Impossible. Qing Ye's expression changed. He was an invincible nascent soul stage cultivator, and Riverward was actually able to easily defeat his attack. What did this mean? Jiang Ci was also an invincible nascent soul stage cultivator. Nothing is impossible. Goodbye. Jiang Ci smiled indifferently. The sword's power did not decrease. It suddenly pierced through space and arrived in front of Qing Yi. This sword, Jiang Ci, can't be so strong. You're not Jiang Ci. Who are you? Qing Yi was shocked. He slashed out with his saber, and at the same time, his body swayed as he tried to dodge Jiang Ci's sword. Who am I? Sorry, a dead man has no right to know. Jiang Ci's voice was transmitted to Qing Ye's mind through his spiritual consciousness. Then, Qing Yi realized that his head was separating from his body, but he did not feel any pain. Strange. What a fast sword. Qing Ye's consciousness gradually dissipated. Even with his invincible nascent soul strength, he was actually unable to dodge this sword. In the end, a thought flashed across his mind. This is the primordial soul stage. You have killed a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage. Experience points plus 3,800. Jiang Ci casually swung his sword as he listened to the notification on the EXP panel. Not far away, after Qing Ye's corpse lost its inertia, it quietly floated in space and was quickly frozen by the extremely cold temperature of the vacuum. Only blankness remained in those frost-covered eyes. Until his death, he still did not know whether the person in front of him was Jiang Ci or not. Why would he have the battle prowess of a nascent soul cultivator? Nascent soul stage? Barely. Jiang Ci looked at Qing Ye's corpse with an indifferent expression. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved Qing Ye's storage magic treasure. He looked at the experience panel. Cultivation level, nascent soul, late stage 1, 06 million 1, 06 million, Dao techniques, Gale domain, 5, 000, 000 /5, 000, 000, fire domain, 5, 000, 000 /5, 000, 000, sword intent, 1, 000, 000 /1, 000, 000, amplitude, 100 deduction, 10,000 experience points per use cultivation technique. Purple Firmament Sword Sutra, Peacock Visualization Experience Points, 415. 86 million. This was the result of his 2 years of cultivation, opening, and cultivation, cheating. Perfected Nascent Soul Stage. Perfected Fire Domain. In addition to the perfected Gale Domain and Sword Intent. All in all, his overall combat strength surpassed the invincible Nascent Soul Stage and barely reached the early stage Nascent Soul Stage. Of course, if he encountered a real Nascent Soul Stage cultivator, he would definitely not be their match. Even the weakest Nascent Soul Stage cultivator had a preliminary understanding of the Tao of heaven and earth. It was much stronger than a Tao domain. There are countless nascent soul cultivators in the Tao Alliance. Even after thousands of years, they still can't reach the invincible nascent soul stage, let alone reach the nascent soul stage. I improved so much in 2 years. It's not bad. Jiang Ci understood that this was mainly due to the EXP panel and his own hard work. The EXP required to reach the nascent soul stage was much more than the golden core stage. The early stage nascent soul stage required 810,000, the mid stage 940,000, and the late stage 1.06 million. A total of 281 million experience points. It might seem a lot, but with the EXP panel, it was just a matter of eating 10,000-year-old spiritual fruits. In the past 2 years, the one that consumed the most experience points was the fire domain. Starting from the true intent of fire, it consumed nearly 50 million experience points before it reached the fire domain. Then, it consumed another 5 million experience points to upgrade the fire domain to the perfected level. However, his experience points did not decrease. Instead, it increased. It exceeded 400 million. This was because he had killed many monsters on Earth in the past 2 years, especially the monsters in the sea. Some of the 4 oceans on Earth often turned into a sea of blood. It cannot be helped. There were too many monsters in the sea. After solving the crisis brought by the Qing Xian sect, it's time to tidy up Earth. Jiang Ci thought to himself. After all, he was the Lord of Earth. Before that, there's one more person I need to deal with. Jiang Ci focused his gaze and turned to the other flying ship in the starry sky. When he took Qing Ye's storage treasure, he did not turn off the other party's communication pearl. Therefore, old ancestor Qing Xian's voice had not disappeared yet. Jiang Ci flashed and directly penetrated the formation enchantment of the upper-grade flying ship and landed on the deck. Jiang Ci, old ancestor Qing Xian. Both of them called each other's name to show their respect. At this time, old ancestor Qing Xian no longer treated Jiang Ci as a junior. Just now, Jiang Ci killed Qing Yi, who was invincible in the nascent soul realm. This proved that Jiang Ci was also a powerhouse at the nascent soul realm. And Jiang Ci would not underestimate this legendary cultivator in the Kanglan Star region, who was known as the Blood Disciple. Can you transfer Earth to me? Old ancestor Qing Xian asked. Are you daydreaming? Earth is my hometown. If I were to buy your hometown, would you be willing? Jiang Ci sneered. No problem. As long as you can transfer Earth to me, not only my hometown planet. The Qing Xian sect and the thousands of vital planets under its control can all be used to exchange with you. Old ancestor Qing Xian was very decisive. You're really crazy. Jiang Ci sneered. In order to reach a higher realm, so what if I have to give up everything? Old ancestor Qing Xian disagreed. Then I hope the next time we meet, you can block my second sword. Jiang Ci nodded gently. You're crazy enough. Don't worry, I will not give up Earth. Old ancestor Qing Xian's eyes were suffused with a bloody light. Even through the transmission, one could feel the determination in his eyes. Then, he took the initiative to end the transmission, because he also read Jiang Ci's determination from Jiang Ci's words. People must have something in their hearts. In old ancestor Qing Xian's heart, there was only the pursuit of becoming stronger. For this, he could give up everything. What was Jiang Ci holding? It was Jiang Daodu, it was home. Whether it was in his previous life or this life, he was born on Earth, and Jiang Dudu was his only family now. Even if Earth did not have many secrets and was an ordinary vital planet, he would not exchange it. So what if he had thousands of vital planets? If his home was gone, no matter how much he wanted, in the end, his heart would only feel empty. As for becoming stronger, with the experience points panel, he would become stronger sooner or later. Chapter 294. However, Jiang Ci was not relaxed. Elder Qing Xian was still alive, which was a hidden danger. When he used his spiritual sense to detect Qing Yi and Elder Qing Xian, he found that the two of them were using the astrolabe to check the many ruins on Earth. He knew that Qing Yi must have recorded this with the astrolabe when he sneaked into Earth. In other words, Elder Qing Xian already knew the basic situation of Earth. Earth, what secrets does it have? Jiang Ci smiled bitterly. After reaching the nascent soul stage, he had almost turned Earth upside down in the past 2 years. He was even more thorough than Qing Yi. Therefore, he knew everything about the relics on Earth. Taoism, Buddhism, ghost race, demon race, sea race, and so on. He even found some traces of the Sword Gate in Shu Mountain Prefecture, combined with the myths and legends that have been passed down since ancient times in the Xia Empire. Jiang Ci felt that the veil covering Earth was getting thicker and thicker. The stronger he was, the more he could sense the horror hidden in the mystery. No matter what, Earth must not be exposed. Since Elder Qing Xian has his eyes on Earth, he will not give up until he reaches his goal. He will not easily reveal the situation of Earth, unless he really feels that there is no hope. I have to find a way to deal with this threat. After returning to Earth from the starry sky near Mars, Jiang Ci was still thinking about this problem. Unfortunately, he did not know where Elder Qing Xian was. According to Hu Yin, Elder Qing Xian had left Qing Xian's sect 2,000 years ago, and his whereabouts were unknown. He did not even appear when Qing Xian's sect was in danger. Of course, even if he knew where Elder Qing Xian was, he was no match for him. It seems that I can only rely on the heavenly court of the Tao Alliance. After Jiang Ci made up his mind, he did not hesitate and directly went to planet Songlan through the interstellar teleportation array of the first moon. At the Tao Alliance building in Linhai City, he found the law enforcement department of the Tao Alliance's Planet Songlan office. Then, he handed in the relevant evidence that he had sorted out. As the Lord of Earth, someone had broken into his territory and attacked without restraint. This kind of banditry was extremely vile. As the intruder, Qing Yi had already been killed by him. Therefore, he was requesting the heavenly court of the Tao Alliance to arbitrate Patriarch Qing Xian and the Azure Mystic sect. The Tao Alliance had decreed that private territory was sacred and inviolable. In just half an hour, 1 late-stage primal divinity cultivator and 10 nascent soul cultivators formed the Tao Alliance's enforcers of the heavenly court. He left through the Linhai City's teleportation hall. His destination was the Tianshan Galaxy, where the Qing Xian sect was located. Such a commotion alarmed many experts on the Blue Planet, because it had been over 1,000 years since they had seen such a scene. The Ashen Blue Planet was a 6th-rank planet, which was why the heavenly court of the Tao Alliance station here were all quite powerful. The strongest law enforcer that was stationed there was named Earth. He was a late-stage essence soul cultivator. Something that could make Earth personally enforce the law was definitely not simple. His opponent might also be a primordial spirit cultivator. All of a sudden, all the cultivators above the primordial soul stage stopped their closed-door cultivation and focused on this matter. Jiang Ci hadn't expected this either. All he had done was make a request. He hadn't expected the Tao Alliance's heavenly court to send out such a powerful force. A late-stage essence soul cultivator had actually appeared. This was already an expert on the same level as the sect master of the Zhangyan sect. In a situation where Tao integration cultivators' whereabouts were unknown, late-stage essence soul cultivators could be said to be the strongest in a galaxy. They should be wary of Patriarch Qing Xian. Jiang Ci wasn't sure. However, he felt that this wasn't the reason. Although Patriarch Qing Xian had a record of killing primordial soul cultivators, his actual cultivation was still at the perfected nascent soul stage. Under such circumstances, they only needed to send out a primordial soul cultivator. There was no need to send out a late-stage essence soul cultivator. Jiang Ci couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. He tossed this question to the back of his mind. No matter what the reason was, now that a late-stage essence soul cultivator had appeared, he might be able to get rid of Patriarch Qing Xian. Actually, Jiang Ci didn't know that this involved a secret from 2,000 years ago back then. The early-stage essence soul cultivator that Patriarch Qing Xian killed was Earth's younger brother. After Patriarch Qing Xian did this, he immediately fled to another galaxy and hid in an unknown barren galaxy. His whereabouts were unknown. Due to the restrictions of the Tao Alliance, the enraged Earth couldn't casually destroy the Azure Mystic sect that Patriarch Qing Xian had left behind. The Azure Mystic sect was one of the top 10 immortal Tao sects in the Pale Blue Star region. He was the strongest cultivator of the Tao Alliance's heavenly court stationed in the Pale Blue Star region. If he made a move, it would definitely cause a huge commotion and bring about punishment from the Tao Alliance's heavenly court. Therefore, he could only endure it. At the same time, he would search for Patriarch Qing Xian's traces. And now, Jiang Xi had provided him with an opportunity. The Azure Mystic sect had committed a crime. Even after 2,000 years, he wouldn't forget such a deep blood feud. The Heaven Mountain Galaxy was a famous and prosperous galaxy in the Pale Blue Star region. The Azure Mystic sect controlled 6 vital planets here, which were also their headquarters. On this day, the cultivators on these 6 vital planets were massacred. The perpetrators were the law enforcers of the Tao Alliance's heavenly court office in the Pale Blue Star region. Nearly 300,000 cultivators, from the spirit vessel to the golden core to the nascent soul stage, were killed. Not a single one was spared. The planet where the Azure Mystic sect's headquarters was located was even split apart by Earth's 3 axes. Lava erupted from the planet's core, turning the entire planet into a purgatory. The Azure Mystic sect was destroyed. Soon, the news spread. Countless powerful vital planets in the Pale Blue Star region were in an uproar. The Azure Mystic sect was one of the top 10 immortal Tao sects in the Pale Blue Star region. Although it had only been established for 3,000 years, Forefather Qing Xian's strength was widely acknowledged in the Pale Blue Star region. Many cultivators knew about the secret incident 2,000 years ago. They were aware of the grudge between Earth and Forefather Qing Xian. Therefore, some people accused Earth and the enforcers of being cruel and merciless. Some even reported to the Heavenly Court and asked for Earth's punishment, however. When the enforcers announced that the Azure Mystic sect had trespassed on someone else's territory and almost killed their lord, all the cultivators in the Pale Blue Star region were furious. In an instant, the angry voices of accusation disappeared without a trace. The Azure Mystic sect had violated the Tao Alliance's laws. Jiangxi's mountaintop manor in Linhai City on the Pale Blue Star had been named Daoda Manor by Jiang Dudu. After submitting the application at the Tao Alliance building, Jiang Xi returned here. When he heard that the Azure Mystic sect had been destroyed and that nearly 300,000 cultivators had been implicated, he was shocked. Jiang Xi was very calm. His expression did not change at all. However, he was a little disappointed, because just now, the enforcers of the Tao Alliance had sent him a message. They searched the entire Heaven Mountain Galaxy, but could not find Forefather Qing Xian. What a ruthless person. He did not even react when his base was destroyed. Looks like I can only deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. Jiang Xi shook his head. No matter where Earth would go in the future because of Forefather Qing Xian, he had to work hard to improve his strength. Strength was the foundation of everything. As long as he was strong enough, he would not be afraid of anyone. Chapter 295. After the matter of the Qing Xian sect came to an end for the time being, Jiang Xi took the time to take a look at the development of the Mountain Sea Star trade. The headquarters of the Mountain Sea Star trade was set up on a floating island in the sea next to Linhai City. The overall development in the past 2 years was good. This was because the Wen siblings had a deeper understanding of their ancestral refining inheritance. With their core technical guidance, the spiritual weapons refined by the refiners were mostly of excellent quality. With such an advantage, the business of the Mountain Sea Star trade had expanded to hundreds of life galaxies in the Pale Blue Star region. Of course, the main business was still low-grade spiritual weapons. Not to mention the low cost, the main reason was that the number of low-grade cultivators was the largest, and the market was large. The turnover of the Mountain Sea Star trade has increased from the initial 1 million low-grade spiritual crystals to the current 80 million low-grade spiritual crystals. Our farthest station has developed to the Orf galaxy in the pale blue star region. Shun Wansi, the general manager of the Mountain Sea Star Trade, proudly introduced the latest development of the group to Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci listened to Shun Wansi's introduction and nodded slightly. His expression was indifferent, but his heart was shocked. In the past 2 years, he had been busy dealing with the Qing Xin sect and did not pay much attention to the development of the Mountain Sea Star Trade. He did not expect the Mountain Sea Star Trade to develop so quickly. The total turnover in 2 years had increased by 80 times. The 80 million low-grade spiritual crystals turnover, after deducting all expenses, had at least 60% of the net profit, which was almost 50 million low-grade spiritual crystals. And he had half of the shares in the Mountain Sea Star Trade, which was 25 million low-grade spiritual crystals. Back then, he had only invested 500,000. The spiritual weapon trade was indeed a top industry. This was robbery. However, the main contributor to the rapid development is Jiang Ji's 2 grand disciples. Now, the refiners of the Mountain Sea Star Trade are almost treating them as grandmasters. He is being treated like a master craftsman. Shen Wansi praised again. Well, not bad. Jiang Ci nodded lightly. He thought to himself, the refining inheritance of the Wen siblings was passed down by a Dao reunion expert. How can it be bad? Next, Jiang Ci looked around the headquarters of the Mountain Sea Star Trade. He found that the Wen siblings were seriously guiding the refiners, so he did not disturb them. He left with a satisfied mood. With the Mountain Sea Star Trade as a cash cow, he would not have to worry about the resources he needed for cultivation. Shen Wansi respectfully sent Jiang Ci to the door until he could no longer see Jiang Ci's figure. Only then did he turn around and go back. As for the changes in Jiang Ci's cultivation, he didn't even ask. Firstly, he had to be polite and not pry into other people's cultivation. Secondly, in his opinion, Jiang Ci might have originally been in the late nascent soul stage, but he didn't show it before. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for Jiang Ci to survive the Dao integration inheritance incident on Murong planet a few years ago if he had only been at the golden core stage. Only those in the late nascent soul stage could escape unscathed from such a situation. No matter what, Shen Wansi now felt that he had made the right decision to meet Jiang Ci outside the teleportation hall on planet Songlan. This mysterious and noble descendant of an ancient family casually gave him a hand. From a small interstellar merchant, he had become an elite among the interstellar merchants. However, he knew that he was still far from being a big interstellar merchant. Therefore, he had to hold on tightly to Jiang Ci's thigh. Sooner or later, he would also become a big interstellar merchant. At night, when Yoxin and when Feng returned to Dao Manor. During the day, they were guiding the artifact refiners. After learning that Jiang Ci had come to planet Songlan, they immediately returned. Greetings, Uncle Granduncle. The Wen siblings bowed. No need to be so polite. Let me ask you, is Shun Wansi reliable? Jiang Ci asked directly. Wen Yoxin and Wen Feng looked at each other. Then, Wen Feng said, based on my observations over the past 2 years, there are no problems at the moment. He's doing his best. He used to be the head hunter of the dark net on planet Murong and was good at gathering information. Naturally, he also had the ability to recognize people. Jiang Ci nodded slightly relieved. After all, the Mountain Sea Star Trade was developing better and better, and the business side was in Shun Wansi's hands. If it wasn't reliable, it would be easy for the Mountain Sea Star Trade's vitality to be greatly damaged. Jiang Ci circled around in his heart, looking for an opportunity to make sure. It was not that he didn't trust others, but he had to be vigilant. However, after thinking for a while, he said to the Wen siblings, don't forget about cultivation. After all, cultivation is the foundation. The art of artifact refinement can be studied slowly. Don't worry, Uncle Granduncle. In fact, the Wen family's artifact refinement, inheritance, and cultivation complement each other. The higher the attainment of artifact refinement, the faster the improvement of cultivation. When Yoxin smiled, this surprised Jiang Ci a little. With a thought, he immediately searched for the inheritance memories of his master, Taoist Go. Sure enough, he found the introduction of the one family inheritance, and it did mention this. Jiang Xi sighed in his heart. It was indeed a Tao integration inheritance. Then he flipped his hand and took out a jade slip with a smile. Yoshin, this is a formation inheritance that I've sorted out. Take it and study it. Don't spread it. Ah, thank you, Uncle Granduncle. I swear to the heavens that I will never spread it. Otherwise, I'll be struck by lightning. When Yoshin was very surprised and swore repeatedly, Jiang Xi smiled. He had promised to give when Yoshin the formation inheritance 2 years ago on Muron planet. The array formation inheritance in this jade slip was also carefully selected by him from his inherited memories. In total, it was less than 1% of the entire formation inheritance. However, if this 1% was spread, it would cause a great disturbance in the entire Blue Star region. Jiang Xi and Jiang Daodu would only be alone after the Wen siblings had left for the manor's side courtyard. Jiang Daodu was also working hard on her cultivation. With the guidance of a Tao integration remnant soul, the little girl's cultivation progress was faster. If she didn't count the 3 hibernation upgrades, her current cultivation speed had increased by at least 10 times. Just now, when Jiang Xi was talking with the Wen siblings, Jiang Daodu was also listening. She said with a serious expression, "Brother, let me manage the Mountain Sea Star trade." "Manage it? Don't joke around. You're only 20 years old. The employees of the Mountain Sea Star trade are at least 100 years old. They're all very smart." Jiang Xi shook his head. "Don't look down on me. I'm only 20 years old, but I have old Een by my side. She's an old demon who has lived for more than 10,000 years. Jiang Daodu wrinkled her nose. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. He had forgotten about this. With the tool refinement skills left behind by a Tao integration stage powerful being, he had no doubts about the future of the Mountain Sea Star trade. However, in the current Mountain Sea Star trade, only Wen Yoshin and Wen Feng could be considered as his own people. It was fine if the scale was small now, but if it grew larger one day, he wouldn't feel at ease without a reliable person to rely on. If Jiang Daodu took over the management, there would be no problem with Een Tianqing's guidance. An old demon who had lived for more than 10,000 years had many tricks up her sleeves. Controlling an interstellar trading group would be child's play. Thus, the two of them happily made a decision. Jiang Daodu was naturally very happy. She cheered like a child who had received her favorite toy. This scene made Jiang Xi's eyelids twitch. He was considering whether to take back his previous decision. Chapter 296. In the end, Jiang Daodu stayed on planet Songlan and became the chairman of Shanghai Star Trade. She did not return to Earth with Jiang Xi, because she had her own considerations. Seeing that Jiang Xi's strength was increasing faster and faster, she would soon be unable to see Jiang Xi's back. Jiang Daodu did not want to chase after Jiang Xi all the time. She also wanted to help Jiang Xi do something. The appearance of Shanghai Star Trade gave her a chance. She decided to develop Shanghai Star Trade with the help of Old Een and become a powerful help on Jiang Xi's cultivation path. And Jiang Xi returned to Earth, because there were still many things to deal with. For example, solving the monster problem that had plagued humans on Earth since the recovery of spirit energy. Counting the time, this problem had existed for a full 110 years. New Moon Year 99, December 31st. Today was the day that the fate of Earth would be changed. Earth to Xia Kingdom, Xiantian City. On this day, a shocking scene took place. After the recovery of spirit energy, only the top powerhouses of the 5 major countries flew in the air and gathered here. This was only secondary. What was even more shocking was 10 terrifying great demon figures flew in the sky. They were the dragon python, black turtle, white crane, and lion king on land. The dragon whale king, octopus king, tiger shark king, seahorse king, turtle king, and crocodile king in the ocean. They were all at the golden core stage. If they did not know that the powerhouses of the 5 major countries had arrived at Xiantian City, everyone would have thought that the monsters were about to attack Xiantian City. At this time, in the largest conference hall of Xiantian City, there was a long, wide table. The cultivators of the Xia Kingdom were led by Jiang Xi and Huang Kun. Xiantian and Li Baibai sat on the left and right sides of the table. On the left side of the long table, there were 6 golden core cultivators of the reclusive families, the Qin family, Shu Jia, Han family, and so on. Even the zombie Ma family's ancestor had come. On the right side of the long table, there were 4 golden core cultivators of Peacock Country, Shadow Country, Sacred Alliance, and Alpha Star among them. The gold core stage cultivator from the Alpha Star only broke through last year. The 4 of them frowned, feeling a little uneasy. He didn't know why Jiang Xi, who had been in seclusion for 3 years, suddenly summoned everyone. Last time, Jiangxi's invasion drill had already scared them out of their wits. Today, I've gathered everyone here to discuss some matters with the great demons. But before that, we humans on Earth need to unify our battle lines. Jiang Xi knocked on the table and paused to attract everyone's attention. Let's put it simply. From today onwards, the Earth Alliance will be established. With my Xia Kingdom as the leader, it will be called the Great Xia Alliance. Does everyone agree or disagree? Jiang Xi smiled. His voice was soft but domineering. His gaze swept over the golden core cultivators of the hidden families and the other 4 countries. I have no objections. Huang Kun was the first to speak. Among the people present, his cultivation was the lowest. He was only at the spirit nourishment stage, but he represented the Great Xia Kingdom. Agree. Xiantian smiled. Agree. Li Baibai also smiled. Agree. Agreed. None of the 6 golden core cultivators of the hidden families objected. After all, they were also from the Great Xia Kingdom. Even the late-stage golden core elder of the Ma family agreed. It was as if Jiang Xi wasn't his enemy at all. In fact, the elder of the Ma family was now very afraid of Jiang Xi. He had lived for 1,000 years and had a keen sense. He could faintly feel a terrifying aura from Jiang Xi. Nascent soul. His stiff face was also filled with horror. He was scared. The only ones left were the 4 foreign golden core cultivators. They could be said to be the pillars of the 4 countries. They were the fundamental guarantee of survival and deterred the monsters around the cities of their respective countries. Facing Jiang Xi's overbearingness, the 4 of them only felt extremely bitter in their hearts. They knew that this day had finally come. The cultivators of the Great Xia Kingdom were too strong. They couldn't catch up at all. Instead, the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. Agree. Everyone gritted their teeth and spat out these 2 words with difficulty. Very good. You will soon cheer for this decision. Jiang Xi chuckled. Bullshit. The 4 foreign cultivators squeezed out a smile on their faces, but they were cursing in their hearts. At this moment, Jiang Xi stood up and walked out. Let's go out and meet those great demons. Everyone followed. In the sky above Xiantian City, the 10 great demons were still hovering in the air. The great demons didn't know what Jiang Xi's purpose was. Because of the previous invasion of the foreign enemy, the dragon python and the black tortoise had witnessed Jiang Xi's strength. Under the propaganda of the 2 of them, the other great demons basically knew how terrifying Jiang Xi was. Therefore, they didn't dare to make a move now and could only wait here. Of course, there was also a great demon who was impatient. The tiger shark king from the Atlantic Ocean was tyrannical by nature and had been waiting anxiously for a long time. The dignified king of the billions of sea monsters was actually waiting here for a small human. Moreover, he was being watched by these humans. The tiger shark king's aura was getting stronger and stronger, wanting to erupt. After the dragon python and the black tortoise tried to persuade him, they found that it was useless and ignored him. They knew that this demon was courting death. In fact, the tiger shark king lived in the depths of the Atlantic Ocean all year round and didn't pay much attention to the human cultivation world. Therefore, he didn't know how terrifying Jiang Xi was. What's more, he had always regarded humans as food. Even with the reminder of the dragon python and the black tortoise, he didn't believe that humans could be so strong. Everyone was at the gold core stage. Why was he so powerful? Whoosh! A total of 14 human cultivators appeared in front of them. Huang Kuan was at the spirit nurturing stage and couldn't fly yet. However, with Jiang Xi's Gale domain, it didn't matter if he couldn't fly. Roar! Humans, what do you want to do? The Tiger Shark King roared with an aggressive aura. Jiang Xi frowned slightly. Thinking that today was a friendly negotiation, he relaxed his brows. Then he smiled and said, I want to discuss the future of humans and monsters with you. In short, I want you to move with the monsters on Earth. Move? My home is in the Atlantic Ocean. Where do you want me to move to? The Tiger Shark King's tone was very aggressive. Jiang Xi smiled. I have prepared 4 grotto heavens for the monsters on land. As for the monsters in the sea, I have prepared a little more, a total of 6 grotto heavens. Each of these grotto heavens is enough to meet the normal survival needs of 100 million monsters. My request is, except for ordinary creatures, all the evolved and mutated monsters must move into these 10 grotto heavens. And you 10 gold core stage demons. Speaking of this, the Tiger Shark King suddenly said angrily, Human, you are courting death. You actually want to lock us up? Jiang Xi's face turned cold. Noisy. He directly slapped with his palm, and the Gale domain swept over with a whistling sound. Roar. What? The Tiger Shark King swung his tail and wanted to escape in horror. Crash. But how could a little early gold core stage escape from Jiang Xi's attack? In just an instant, he was crushed by Jiang Xi's palm. Chapter 297. The early gold core stage Tiger Shark King. After refining and condensing his spirit power, his huge body was still 10 feet long. At this time, it instantly turned into a pile of flesh and blood, mixed with crushed bones. But it did not fall, strange and terrifying. This scene stunned everyone and the demons. They couldn't believe it. Even the early gold core stage Great Demon couldn't withstand Jiang Xi's palm. How powerful was Jiang Xi? The eyes of the 4 foreign practitioners were filled with terror, lingering fear, and relief. They finally understood why Jiang Xi said that they would cheer for his decision. It turned out that disagreeing meant death. The 6 gold core stage cultivators of the reclusive family also looked at each other with a wry smile and helplessness. The protagonist of this era was not them after all, but the 3 in front of them, Jiang Xi, Xin Tian, and Li Bai. Jiang Xi ignored the shock of these people and demons. He waved his hand and put the Tiger Shark King's flesh and blood essence into a new storage ring. Then he handed it to Huang Kuan and smiled. Elder Huang, with so much gold core stage flesh and blood essence, it is estimated that it can be used to cultivate several spirit-nurturing stage martial artists for the military. Keep it well. Ha! Is there such a good thing? I think it's better to kill all these great demons. Huang Kuan's eyes lit up. The 9 gold core stage great demons, including the dragon python and the black tortoise, were so scared that their bodies trembled. Of course, Jiang Xi couldn't really kill them. Keeping these great demons was still useful. When he explored the Earth before, he had already figured out the distribution of the Earth's monsters. The monsters on land and in the sea were added together, not counting those ordinary creatures that had not evolved and mutated. The number of F-class and above monsters exceeded 1 billion. 10 Grotto Heaven secret realms. Now that the Tiger Shark King was dead, there were only 9 left. It was more than enough to put all these monsters in. These gold core stage great demons, as the kings of the Earth's monsters, played a leading role. Well, it was equivalent to letting the gold core stage great demons help him manage the huge monster group in disguise. After the monsters moved in, Jiang Xi would set up a sealing array at the entrance of these Grotto Heaven secret realms with his current attainments and formations. The sealing formations that he had set up were already sufficient. Next time, when the level of the array formation improved, he could just reinforce it. After all, The most powerful monsters on Earth were these few Golden Core realm monsters. Then, the 9 grotto heavens were divided into different levels of difficulty. They were simply named from the first secret realm to the 9th secret realm. The overall strength of the monsters living there increased accordingly. In the end, the Great Xia Alliance, which he had forcibly formed, was formed. With the Great Xia Kingdom as the leader, they would establish a global martial arts association and establish a more perfect martial artist nurturing system. For example, he wanted to establish more college of martial arts and make the competition more reasonable. As for the 9 great secret realms where the monsters were sealed, they became the training grounds for human warriors. As for whether it was too extravagant to give these grotto heavens and secret realms to the monsters, Jiang Xi had already considered this beforehand. After his careful investigation of Earth, he found that there were more than 100 grotto heavens and secret realms of various sizes. As for these 9, he had checked them multiple times. They weren't very valuable. Even if they were valuable, he had already taken them away. For example, the grotto heaven secret realms in the 6 seas were all left behind by the oceanic race. They had long been empty. The 9 grotto heavens and secret realms also had one thing in common. They were large in size. The size of each secret realm was at least comparable to the Great Xia Kingdom. 2 of them were even comparable to the entire Asian continent. In this way, when human warriors went in to train, the situation was similar to when they were training in the wilderness. Jiang Xi had once imagined that he could slaughter all these monsters and turn them into experience points. However, after thinking about it, why kill them all? Couldn't he just raise them? Then, he could keep these monsters and use them as sparring partners for the human warriors on Earth. After all, only by going through battles could one become stronger. In the more than 100 years since the recovery of spirit energy, the human warriors on Earth had gone through this. It could be said that Earth was Jiang Xi's foundation. Only when Earth's overall strength was stronger and more powerhouses appeared could Earth not be afraid of the changes that might occur in the future relying on him alone. History had proven that at any time, when a force could only rely on one person, it would decline and even perish. In the following year, the monsters on Earth carried out a great migration, and the human warriors also carried out a great integration at the same time. No matter when or where, there was no escape from the 4 words, the strong are respected. Jiang Xi's strength was enough to crush all the warriors and cultivators on Earth. No one dared to object. Even if there would only be one result: death. Those who submit to me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. This was the eternal truth. While Earth was undergoing these changes, Jiang Xi did not leave. He wanted to see the completion of these changes with his own eyes. During this period, he once again explored several important places. For example, Mount Tai, Mount E, and so on. Unfortunately, with his current strength, he couldn't find anything even after using his spiritual awareness to explore inch by inch in these places. Other than the slightly richer spirit energy, there was nothing else unusual. Perhaps my strength is not enough. Or perhaps there really is nothing left. Jiang Xi knew very well that these places, which had left a lot of color in myths and legends, were not as simple as they seemed on the surface. In addition to the ones on Earth, he also explored the 2 moons. The first moon was still dead silent and incomparably bleak. The dilapidated Guanghan Palace and the interstellar teleportation array told of the endless years here. Jiang Xi originally thought that with his current combat strength that had barely reached the early stage of the Essence Soul realm, he could touch the second moon that seemed to be in another time and space. Unfortunately, when he flew to the starry sky where the second moon was, it was still empty. Only his eyes could see it, but he could not touch it, nor could he touch it. His spiritual consciousness could not discover it either. The brand new Guanghan Palace was magnificent, as if there was a faint immortal sound echoing in this starry sky. This moon that had started the recovery of Earth's spirit energy once again revealed its mysterious veil to Jiang Ci mysterious. There is only one conclusion. I'm still too weak. Jiang Ci smiled helplessly. If he wanted to unveil these mysterious veils, he still needed to continue to work hard and cultivate. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the nascent soul realm. Among the three major Tao techniques, the Gale domain and the Fire domain had also reached perfection. Only the Sword intent had been lagging behind. Now, if he wanted to improve his strength again, there were two ways. First, through the Sword intent and the Purple Cloud Sword scripture, he could deduce a higher level of the Sword domain. At that time, his strength would be greatly enhanced, and his actual combat strength might be able to surpass the early stage of the Essence Soul realm in one fell swoop. After all, the Sword domain was one of the top Tao domains. In the perfect state, it was comparable to an ordinary Tao of heaven and earth that had just been comprehended. Second, he could deduce the next stage of the Gale domain or the Fire domain, the path of Gale and the path of Fire. These two rare Taos of heaven and earth, as long as he could deduce one of them. After the domain turned into Tao, he could refine his spiritual consciousness, condense his essence soul, and become an essence soul realm cultivator. Chapter 298. Taoist Ji's cultivation was already at the peak of the Tao integration stage when he was alive, and he had a very profound understanding of Tao techniques. In the inheritance memories that he left for Jiang Ci, there was also a detailed explanation of the types of Tao techniques. Simply put, the types of Tao techniques were divided into three levels: special, rare, and ordinary. In terms of power, the special level Tao techniques were naturally the strongest. For example, the Tao techniques comprehended through these weapons were all of the special level. The rare level, like the Gale and Leaf Fire that Jiang Ci had comprehended so far, belonged to this category. As for the ordinary level Tao techniques, they didn't seem to match Jiang Ci's status. Then, Jiang Ci compared the two paths in front of him. Under the premise of perfection, the Sword Intense Spirit Power Amplitude is 20 times, while the Gale Intent and Leaf Fire Intent are 10 times, a difference of 2 times. After the Gale Domain and Leaf Fire Domain are perfected, the Spirit Power Amplitude will reach 100 times. If I can deduce the Sword Domain with the lowest deduction of 2 times after the Sword Domain is perfected, the Spirit Power Amplitude will reach 200 times. At that time, my strength will directly double. It doesn't seem like much, but in a battle between experts, sometimes a difference of 0.01 times can determine the outcome. The spirit power amplitude of Tao techniques couldn't be stacked, and he could only choose the highest one. Jiang Ci had already confirmed this point. If I can deduce the Gale Tao or Leaf Fire Tao, according to the previous 10 times advancement law, when these two Tao techniques of heaven and earth are perfected, they can provide a spirit power amplitude of 1,000 times. Obviously, the second path has higher benefits, but the difficulty of deduction is definitely greater. Jiang Ci's eyes flickered as he thought quickly. The benefits were average, and the deduction difficulty was low. The benefits were high, and the deduction difficulty was high. Which path should he choose? After thinking about it, he shook his head and smiled. Is it just to consume more experience points? I'll just walk both paths. Therefore, when the great changes on Earth occurred, Jiang Ci also began his deduction path, killing monsters, gaining experience points, and deducing Tao techniques. Although the monsters on Earth were moving, it was obvious that as they moved, there were much fewer monsters. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. New Moon Year 101, January 5th. According to Jiang Ci's plan, Earth had finally completed its first major change. Very soon, after Jiang Ci had completed the sealing of the 9 great monster secret realms, humans would no longer be trapped in various cities. Under the guidance of the newly formed Great Xia Alliance, the humans on Earth began to unify and build new cities on the vast territories that they had recovered. Humans on Earth had finally entered a new stage. A better future. Jiangxi and Jiangdoudu flew side by side in the sky above various places on Earth, witnessing this huge construction scene that was in full swing. When he saw some teenagers in ragged clothes, they were working hard to move bricks. Jiangdoudu suddenly asked, "Brother, there won't be any more street kids in the future, right?" Compared to Jiangxi, she was the one who was truly a vagabond. No one could guarantee that. There will always be vagrants in any era. It can only be said that under the new situation, there would be fewer and fewer homeless people. As long as they are willing to work hard, they will definitely have food, clothes, shelter, and necessities in the future, Jiang Xi said with a smile. That's good. Those who don't work hard deserve to starve to death. Jiangdudu also laughed. The vast land of Earth had once again returned to the hands of humans. With abundant resources, those who worked hard would never fall to the point of wandering again. After the new situation on Earth was basically determined, Xian Tian and Li Bai, the two battle maniacs, felt bored, so they took Huyin to other planets in the Blue Star region to train and fight. As for Jiang Xi and Jiangdudu, they were leisurely shuttling back and forth between Earth and the Blue Star region. Occasionally, they would go to other galaxies in the Blue Star region to have fun. The Blue Star region had tens of thousands of habitable galaxies. As for the desolate galaxy, it was hard to count and was not included. Each of the tens of thousands of habitable galaxies was at the same level as the Milky Way, covering tens of thousands of habitable planets. If the two of them wanted to visit all these places, with their current cultivation and lifespan, there was probably no hope. Therefore, the two of them did not forget to cultivate. While Jiangdudu was cultivating, she would also control the management and development of the entire Mountain Sea Star trade with the help of Yin Tiansheng. Although Yin Tiansheng was not a business genius, she used to be a Dao integration expert after all. She stood at a different height, so she had a better view of the overall situation than Jiang Xi and the others. With her help, the Mountain Sea Star trade controlled by Jiangdudu developed even faster. The group's spiritual artifact business rapidly expanded in the major habitable galaxies in the Blue Star region. Just like that, time passed day by day, until one day, 2 years later, something unexpected happened. In the most remote Orf galaxy in the Blue Star region, the core planet, Orf Planet, was a level 5 habitable planet. There were also nearly 10,000 habitable planets of level 4 and below. On this day, Jiang Xi and Jiangdudu visited Orf Planet. At the same time, as the chairman of the Mountain Sea Star trade, Jiangdudu also had the purpose of inspecting the group's branches. For years ago, the Mountain Sea Star trade's business expanded here. At the headquarters of the Mountain Sea Star trade on Orf Planet, Jiangdudu expressionlessly checked a jade slip with her spiritual sense. This jade slip contained the detailed account books of the Mountain Sea Star trade in the Orf galaxy for the past 4 years. The general manager of the station, Hire, an early-stage nascent soul cultivator, was standing aside. At this time, Jiang Xi acted as if he was invisible and just watched quietly from the side. He found that Jiangdudu's eyebrows raised slightly. He was very familiar with this action. The little girl was angry. Sure enough, half a day later, Jiangdudu frowned and said, "Manager, explain to me the situation of the spiritual artifacts entering and leaving the warehouse on White Bird Planet, Chala Planet, Yucca Planet, these 19 planets in the past 3 years." Hirue's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained calm. He smiled without changing his expression and said, "Chairman, there are no interstellar teleportation arrays on White Bird Planet, Chala Planet, and the rest of the 13 planets. They need to use flying ships to transport spiritual artifacts. The interstellar routes from Orf Planet to these planets are filled with galactic pirates. Our caravans are often attacked." After a while, Jiang Xi and Jiangdudu left the Mountain Sea Star Trade's headquarters on Orf Planet. "Why did you stop investigating?" Jiang Xi was a bit confused. This was not in line with Jiangdudu's personality. Beat the grass to scare the snake, and then fish. Jiangdudu's eyes flashed with wisdom. "Oh, the problems in that account book are not just limited to the 13 planets. It can be said that it's rotten to the core. The value of the spiritual artifacts involved is as high as 4 million low-grade spirit crystals. Then just send Rue to the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Court office and deal with him according to the Tao Alliance's rules. I don't think this matter is that simple. Even if we deal with him, the root of the problem is still not solved. In the future, there will be Wang Rue, Zhang Rue, Li Rue, and so on. Then what do you plan to do? Let's go to Whitebird Planet and swagger there. It's a good opportunity to inspect the place and see if there are galactic pirates there. I've never seen a galactic pirate in my life. Jiang Dudu waved her hand. Chapter 299. Jiang Xi and Jiang Daodu drove the flying ship away from Ao Fu Star and flew towards Whitebird Star. Ever since he handed over the Mountain Sea Star trade to Jiang Daodu, he did not plan to interfere. In the past 3 years, Jiang Daodu improved very quickly. Not only did her cultivation reach the middle stage of Golden Core, in the field of business, she showed outstanding talent. Now, many of the decisions of the Mountain Sea Star trade came from Jiang Daodu. In Tiansheng acted as a think tank most of the time, standing from a higher point of view and providing advice. So this time, Jiang Xi wanted to see how Jiang Daodu would solve such a serious business corruption. 4 million low-grade spirit crystals was already more than the entire wealth of an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. If it was not dealt with, this snowball would only get bigger and bigger. After all, the Mountain Sea Star trade was also growing. At the same time, in a luxurious manner on Ao Fu Star, Rue stood respectfully in front of a young cultivator. The young man's face was handsome, but it revealed a kind of feminine aura. Young Master Yuan, they really went to Whitebird Star. Not bad. You did well. From today onwards, you are the first-level manager of Flying Rainbow Star Trade. Our business in the Ao Fu Star system will also be handed over to you, and you can get 10% of the profits. The young man smiled. Thank you, young Master Yuan. Rue was overjoyed. Then he asked hesitantly, Young Master Yuan, what do we do next? What do we do? Of course we kill them. They dared to steal our business. Isn't that courting death? The young man said casually. Rue was relieved. The only thing he was afraid of was Jiang Xi. It would be good if he died. Moreover, he was full of confidence in young Master Yuan's strength and methods. This young Master Yuan in front of him was called Yuan Changshu, a genius of Flying Rainbow sect. He had cultivated for less than 400 years and had already reached the middle stage of nascent soul. At the same time, he was in charge of Flying Rainbow sect's important source of wealth, Flying Rainbow Star Trade. If he could cultivate to the nascent soul stage within 1,000 years, he would have a chance to become the next sect master. As for the Soaring Rainbow sect, they were even worse. This was a top immortal Tao sect in the Kanglan Star region, second only to the Tsangyun sect in terms of comprehensive strength. As for the sect master of the Soaring Rainbow sect, he was at the late stage of the primordial soul stage and was extremely powerful. It was even rumored that there was a Tao integration stage patriarch within the sect. Therefore, with this comparison, in Rue's eyes, the Mountain Sea Star trade was nothing. The Soaring Rainbow Star trade was backed by the Soaring Rainbow sect. As for the Mountain Sea Star trader, there was only the late nascent soul stage cultivator that he had just met. Therefore, when Yuan Zhengshua found him 2 years ago, he didn't know what to do. He didn't even think about it before joining Flying Rainbow Star Trade. This time, when Rue heard that the chairman of the Mountain Sea Star Trade Association was coming to inspect the off-planet branch, he immediately informed Yuan Zhengshua. That was why Jiang Dudu had discovered the problem with the spiritual weapon inventory. In fact, he didn't take Jiang Dudu, who was in the middle stage of the Gold Core realm, seriously. He was only afraid of Jiang Xi, who was in the late nascent soul stage, so his attitude was very respectful. Rue was very confident that his fake account book was flawless. The problem with the spiritual weapon inventory on the 13 planets was deliberately revealed under Yuan Zhengshua's instructions. The only thing that surprised Rue was that it only took Jiang Dudu a short time to discover this problem. He thought that this little girl in the middle stage of the Gold Core realm would take 10 days to half a month to figure out. He didn't expect that she would discover it after half a day. No matter what, these two people with the surname Jiang are going to die. The white bird planet was about 0.5 light years away from the off planet. It would take half a year to reach it if one maintained the speed of light. But there was one thing to mention here, which was what would happen when one's speed reached the speed of light. After the speed of light reaches the speed of light, one can travel to the source space, not the ordinary starry sky travel. Compared to the universe, the source space is 3,600 times smaller, 3,600 to 1. In other words, if the distance between the same two planets in the universe is 3,600 light years, then the distance in the source space is shortened to 1 light year. Under the condition of flying at 1 time the speed of light, one can travel 3,600 light years through the source space in 1 year. Jiang Xi recalled in his heart. This was the information he had long learned through his inherited memories. It was just that in the past, he had always used the interstellar teleportation array to travel and had never used a flying boat for long-distance interstellar travel. It was worth mentioning that the flying boat he was using now was obtained when he killed the sect master of the Qing Xian sect, Qing Yi. It was a high-grade spiritual weapon, and the speed of a high-grade flying boat could reach 1 time the speed of light, which satisfied the minimum requirements for the source space travel. 0.5 light years in the universe. Traveling through the source space, the distance is shortened by 3,600 times. It only takes 1 hour and a quarter to reach the white bird planet. However, Dowda's goal is to fish, so he definitely can't travel through the source space. Otherwise, where can he go to fish? Jiang Xi drove the flying boat and flew at sublight speed, slowly heading to the white bird planet. Speaking of which, this was the first time they were traveling in the universe like this. The two of them leaned side by side and looked at the universe through the formation barrier of the flying boat. They admired all kinds of celestial bodies and felt the magic and tranquility of the universe. They didn't feel lonely or bored. It was as if such a scene wouldn't be boring for 10,000 years. A month later, they passed by a desolate galaxy. There were meteorites everywhere. There were no stars, only a few dead planets. Jiang Xi frowned slightly. After his cultivation reached the perfected nascent soul realm, the detection limit of his spirit sense had reached 1,000 kilometers. He found that a black flying boat appeared in the starry sky about 800 kilometers away. Space pirates? It was as if this flying boat had been waiting for them here for a long time soon. The other party arrived in front of Jiang Xi's flying boat and blocked its way. There really are galactic pirates. Jiang Daodu stood up in a flash. It's not space pirates. It seems that Helyui's problem is serious. He's on that flying boat now. Jiang Xi's expression was serious. Brother, I seem to have seen that flying boat somewhere. It seems to be Flying Rainbow Star Trade. It seems that Helyui is not only corrupt, but also a traitor. Jiang Daoda's expression turned cold. The biggest star trade group in the Blue Star region was, of course, the Blue Cloud Star Trade. And the biggest spiritual weapon trade group was the Flying Rainbow Star Trade. As the chairman of the Mountain Sea Star Trade, Jiang Daodu naturally knew about the situation of her competitors. Even if she wasn't sure whether the black flying boat was from the Flying Rainbow Star Trade, Helyui's appearance on that flying boat already explained a lot of things. Yes, the other party brought 10 Yuan Ing realm cultivators. It seems that it was premeditated. Jiang Xi nodded. 10 Yuan Ing realm cultivators? Brother, can you do it? Why don't we retreat? Jiang Daoda's expression suddenly changed. They were not space pirates. Hey, can man say no? Jiang Xi knocked on her head. Then, he flashed through the array and appeared in the starry sky. Take the initiative to attack. Jiang Daodu looked at Jiang Xi's back. Although she was worried, she was not afraid. Because Jiang Xi was there, she didn't need to be afraid of anything. Chapter 300. At the same time, there were a total of 10 nascent soul cultivators, including Hirue. 9 of them had already left the flying ship and were charging over. The leader of the group was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. He held a long spear and exuded a powerful aura. "Uncle Chang, kill them for me." The mid-stage nascent soul, Yuan Zhangshua, did not leave the black flying ship. Instead, he commanded it remotely. He had already learned from Hirue that one of the 2 people from the Mountain Sea Star trade was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Therefore, he brought most of the nascent soul cultivators from the Flying Rainbow Star trade. Fortunately, great-grandfather supported me and even assigned Uncle Chang to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to mobilize so many nascent soul cultivators. Yuan Zhangshua seemed to be very relaxed in a situation where he could crush the other party with absolute strength. His great-grandfather was the current sect master of the Flying Rainbow sect. Uncle Chang was naturally the late-stage nascent soul cultivator. His name was Yuan Chang, and he was his great-grandfather's servant. A mere late-stage nascent soul cultivator dares to steal business from the Flying Rainbow Star trade? He won't even know how he died. Seeing the young man with the long sword also leave the flying ship and step into the starry sky, Yuan Zhangshua smiled. The next moment, what? His smile froze. In the desolate star system densely filled with meteorites, 9 nascent soul cultivators, led by the late-stage nascent soul cultivator Yuan Chang, charged toward Jiangxi at an extremely fast speed. Yuan Chang took the lead, his long spear like a dragon. A majestic spear shadow that was tens of thousands of meters long swept out. 70% of the Dao domain. Behind him, there were 8 other nascent soul cultivators. There were early-stage and mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. Among them was the early-stage nascent soul cultivator, Hirue. The 8 of them also made their moves, erupting with astonishing energy attacks. The dark starry sky suddenly lit up. It was as if a grand fireworks party was being held. Colorful energy surged wildly and was extremely dazzling. Even the late-stage nascent soul cultivator Yuan Chang did not have the confidence to take on so many powerful attacks at this moment. Jiangxi's expression was very calm. The gale domain around him spiraled as he flew across the sky. He flashed through the starry sky at an extremely fast speed, leaving behind afterimages. The high-grade spiritual artifact in his hand, the Killing Shadow Sword, condensed a dark red sword shadow. Leaf fire domain power. With a wave of his sword, a sword shadow flew out along with a gust of wind. Noiselessly, it penetrated the spear shadow that was over 10,000 meters long. The scene was extremely strange. The mighty spear shadow actually dissipated into thin air. Moreover, the sword shadow's power did not decrease. In the blink of an eye, it defeated the attacks of the other 8 people. What? Invincible nascent soul. This scene made Yuan Zhangshua's face change abruptly. He was so scared that he sat up on the deck. Then, he drove the flying boat away from this place. In the blink of an eye, it reached the speed of light. The black flying ship disappeared into the origin space. Similarly, Yuan Chang's expression changed drastically. He no longer cared about cursing Yuan Zhangshua. Instead, he looked at Jiangxi's rapidly approaching figure in horror. Invincible nascent soul. As a late-stage nascent soul realm cultivator, he was naturally aware of the situation when a nascent soul realm cultivator attacked. Perfect control of the original infant stage, spiritual energy, and the power of the domain. And Jiangxi's sword was just like that. His spirit power and domain power did not dissipate in the slightest. Completely condensed into one. Compared to that, his spear just now had a very mixed spirit power and domain power, and the degree of condensation was poor. Retreat, retreat, retreat. He roared and transmitted his spiritual sense to everyone. Without him saying, Hirue and the other original infant stage cultivators also knew. They turned and fled at top speed. Since you've come, don't leave. Jiangxi's eyes were cold and murderous. He originally thought it was a business corruption incident, but he did not expect it to be an unruly business competition incident. It was very bad. When it came to chasing and escaping, the Gale domain had never disappointed Jiang Xi. Whoosh, the Gale domain immediately spread out, changing the vacuum environment of a universe. Up and down, within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, the Gale howled, forming a spherical space. The casting range of the Dao technique depended on the detection limit of the cultivator's spiritual sense. As the caster, Jiangxi's cultivation was already at the peak of the original infant stage. His spiritual sense could cover 1,000 kilometers. The 9 original infant stage cultivators who were running for their lives were directly trapped in the Gale domain, and their speed dropped sharply. This Dao domain, 1,000 kilometers. Invincible nascent soul indeed. And it's a wind-related Dao technique. It's over. Yuan Chang despaired. Whoosh. Like the other 8, he tried to use his strongest attack, trying to disperse the Gale domain's power that was binding them. But it was useless. Even though he had comprehended 70% of his Dao domain, he could not shake Jiangxi's Gale domain. This was because Jiangxi's Gale domain was a rare Dao technique, while his mystic water domain was only a normal Dao technique. Their attacks were destined to be like throwing eggs at a rock. Fellow Taoist, please spare me. I'm willing to give you all my life savings. Yuan Chang chose to beg for mercy. No need. Jiang Xi was unmoved. His figure flashed and caught up with Yuan Chang. A sword condensed again. The sword did not have any energy waves, but it faintly emitted a dark red glow, emitting a terrifying aura. I've cultivated for 2,000 years and finally reached the late stage of the original infant stage. Fellow Taoist, you are so vicious. I'll drag you down with me, even if I die. Yuan Chang roared when he saw that his pleading was futile. Whoosh, the immense spiritual power of the late stage of the original infant stage surged violently. His entire body began to expand, and he was about to self-destruct. This trick again. What a joke. Only you are allowed to kill me, but I'm not allowed to kill you? Jiang Xi sneered. Whoosh. The sword stabbed out lightly, but it emitted a terrifying aura. The sword's shadow flew past, and the starry sky trembled. In an instant, it traversed a distance of 100 kilometers. It pierced into Yuan Chang's expanding body. You have killed a late-stage, original infant stage cultivator. Experience points plus 3,800. Boom. Boom. A violent explosion occurred in this group of meteorites. The meteorites within a few hundred kilometers shattered and turned into smaller meteorites. It was like the end of the world. In the face of such a powerful explosion, Jiang Xi only had a thought. He used the Gale domain and Li fire domain to protect himself and Jiang Daodu, who was on a flying ship behind him. As for the 8 early and middle stage, original infant stage cultivators, they were miserable. The 2 early stage, original infant stage cultivators closest to him were blown to pieces by the power of the explosion. The other 6 people also suffered injuries of varying degrees. Director Jiang, please spare us. Senior, please spare us. Hirue and the other 6 people were begging for mercy. They were bound by the Gale domain and could no longer escape. Jiang Xi was expressionless. He took light steps and flashed in front of one of them. When the sword was drawn, the person died. You have killed an early stage, original infant stage cultivator. Experience points plus 3,000. You have killed a middle stage, original infant stage cultivator. Experience points plus 3,400. In an instant, only Hirue and another middle stage, original infant stage cultivator were left. Director Jiang, please spare us. They forced me to do it. Please spare us. Hirue almost knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Unfortunately, he was only an early stage, original infant stage cultivator. He could not move at all under the restraint of the Gale domain. Forced? Jiang Xi sneered. He pressed his hand on Hirue's head. Soul Search. Chapter 301. After a while, Jiang Xi returned to his flying ship. Big bro, Are they people from Flying Rainbow Star Trade? Jiang Daoda walked up and asked. Yes. Jiang Ci nodded and then said, and a big fish. The early-stage nascent soul realm cultivator who drove the black flying ship away at the beginning is Yuan Zhangsha, who is in charge of Flying Rainbow Star Trade. This was the information he obtained from Heliyui and the early-stage nascent soul realm cultivator just now. The black flying ship was also a high-grade spirit artifact, so it would be impossible to catch up with it now. Yuan Zhangshua? No wonder. Relying on the excellent quality of our spiritual tools, our Mountain Sea Star Trade has occupied the spiritual tool market of thousands of habitable galaxies in the pale blue star region in recent years. Although I have deliberately avoided Flying Rainbow Star Trade, sometimes the information is not in place, so it is inevitable to touch the other party's market. Jiang Dudu suddenly understood. Soon, she frowned slightly. This is troublesome. We are not afraid of direct business competition, but we are afraid of the other party's tricks. We can't afford to offend Flying Rainbow Sect now. I thought you were not afraid of anything. Jiang Ci joked. I'm not a fool. Flying Rainbow Sect is the second most powerful immortal sect in the Blue Star region. The current sect master is a late-stage nascent soul realm cultivator, and it is said that they have a Tao integration stage ancestor. Flying Rainbow Star Trade is the most important source of Flying Rainbow Sect's assets. If we touch their cake, it is normal for them to retaliate. But I didn't expect Flying Rainbow Sect's revenge to come so quickly. They don't follow the rules and don't give us any chance to develop. Jiang Dudu's tone was full of worry. We can give up the development of Mountain Sea Star Trade first. When we become stronger in the future, we can regroup and take back the market. Jiang Ci smiled. He didn't want Jiang Dudu to worry too much. He just wanted her to be happy. Is that so? Mountain Sea Star Trade is your life's work. I don't want it to decline in my hands. Jiang Dudu still didn't want to give up. As long as we can live, we will come back sooner or later. Jiang Ci smiled and comforted. All right then, but it's such a pity. Jiang Dudu was a little dejected. Jiang Ci stood on the deck of the airship and looked at the endless starry sky with a firm gaze, of course. He also felt that it was a pity that the Mountain Sea Star Trade had grown so much in just 6 short years. Their turnover had increased from 1 million lower spiritual crystals to 1 billion. It was conceivable that the Mountain Sea Star Trade would become a huge interstellar trading group in the future. However, based on the current situation, they were indeed not a match for the Soaring Rainbow Sect. Not to mention whether there was a Tao integration stage patriarch, just the late-stage primordial soul stage sect leader was not someone they could deal with. Not to mention, the Soaring Rainbow Sect had many other experts. Just like this time, they had mobilized so many nascent soul stage cultivators, and there was even a late nascent soul stage cultivator among them. It wouldn't be surprising if another primordial spirit cultivator appeared. The Flying Rainbow Star Trade under the Flying Rainbow Sect was the largest spiritual artifact trading group in the Blue Star region. Jiang Ci was very clear that if the Mountain Sea Star Trade wanted to develop, it would not be able to avoid them. It would inevitably come into contact with the other party's commercial market. Through this robbery, he could tell that the other party was not the kind of person who took the path of legitimate commercial competition. For the time being, he would hide as much as he could. Therefore, it was a good choice to avoid the sharp edge. When his strength increased, the Mountain Sea Star Trade would have greater development. By then, he would have more resources. The people around him, Jiang Dudu, Xin Tian, Li Bai, the Wen siblings, etc., would also have grown up and would not be afraid of the Soaring Rainbow Sect. Of course, this was not something that could be done overnight. It would take 100 years or even 1,000 years. However, Jiang Ci could afford to wait. After all, he was only 29 years old. Compared to those nascent soul stage old monsters who were hundreds or even thousands of years old, he was still a teenager. After that, Jiang Ci and Jingdu did not continue to fly to the White Bird planet. The two began their return journey and flew to Orf planet. They wanted to use the interstellar teleportation array there to return to the Blue Star and consolidate the spiritual artifact business of the Mountain Sea Star trade. Therefore, soon, the Mountain Sea Star trade announced a large-scale withdrawal from all life planets. This caused quite a stir in the cultivation world of the Kanglan Star region. Because the Mountain Sea Star trade had developed too quickly in the past few years, the high-quality spiritual artifacts quickly occupied the spiritual artifact market of many life planets. Many people were puzzled. What caused the rapidly expanding Mountain Sea Star trade to reduce the market? Some people guessed that it might be because of pressure from the Blue Cloud Star trade or the Flying Rainbow Star trade. There was a lot of discussion, but no one had a definite answer. The Mountain Sea Star trade did not announce the reason. Flying Rainbow Galaxy, Flying Rainbow Planet. A long rainbow hung in the sky above Flying Rainbow Planet, as if it had been there since ancient times. Yuan Zhengshuo walked out of the interstellar teleportation array with a gloomy face. Previously, when he saw that it was an invincible nascent soul stage cultivator who attacked him, he quickly fled on his flying boat. After returning to Orf Planet, he did not dare to stay there and directly took the interstellar teleportation array back to Flying Rainbow Planet. This was the headquarters of the Flying Rainbow sect. Damn it, an invincible nascent soul stage cultivator. I lost 8 nascent soul stage cultivators, and even Uncle Chang died. Even though he was safe, Yuan Zhengshuo was still furious. Those 8 nascent soul stage cultivators were the foundation of his control over the Flying Rainbow Star trade. As for He Rui, he did not put him in his eyes. He was just a chess piece. Yuan Zhengshuo knew that although his great-grandfather was the sect master of the Flying Rainbow sect, he was not the only successor. He also had competitors. The Flying Rainbow Star trade was one of the most important sources of wealth for the Flying Rainbow sect. If something happened to the Flying Rainbow Star trade in his hands, there was no need to think he would not be able to become the sect master anymore. Yuan Zhengshuo exuded a tyrannical aura as he flew towards the Flying Rainbow sect's sacred ground altar. This time, he came back not only because he was afraid of that invincible nascent soul stage cultivator. Because of the death of so many nascent soul stage cultivators, there were already people in the sect who wanted to kick him out of the Flying Rainbow Star trade. Therefore, he had to come back and meet his great-grandfather, although his great-grandfather had not contacted him since the beginning. Uncle Chang was my great-grandfather's closest servant. Now that he died because of me, my great-grandfather will definitely be angry. Yuan Zhengshuo was also very worried and uneasy. If his great-grandfather alienated him because of this, he would lose his biggest backer. Then he would really be finished. The sacred ground altar was located in the Flying Rainbow Grotto Heaven and was heavily guarded. The sect master of the Flying Rainbow sect was in seclusion here. Before Yuan Zhengshuo reached the entrance of the Flying Rainbow Grotto Heaven, he restrained his tyrannical emotions and walked forward respectfully. Uncle Chu, I want to see my great-grandfather. The person guarding the Flying Rainbow Grotto Heaven was a late-stage, nascent soul stage cultivator. That person's face was cold and did not give the successor of the sect master any face. Go in. The gatekeeper formed a seal and opened the entrance of the Flying Rainbow Grotto Heaven. Yuan Zhengshuo smiled bitterly in his heart. He bowed and flew in. He understood that it was because of the previous robbery, because Uncle Chang and Uncle Chu were close friends who had known each other for more than 1,000 years. In the past, Uncle Chu was very friendly to him. Now, it had completely changed. Chapter 302. In the Flying Rainbow Grotto Heaven, the heaven and earth spirit chi was extremely rich. In some places, the spirit chi had even condensed into a spirit spring. The sacred altar of the Flying Rainbow sect stood at the core of the Grotto Heaven secret realm and was surrounded by a spirit chi lake. Spirit chi filled the air, and the dense aura made the place look like a fairyland. Only those who have perfected the Tao of heaven and earth have the ability to open up a Grotto Heaven secret realm. However, to open up a Grotto Heaven secret realm of such a scale, one must be at the Tao integration stage. Tao integration stage, lifespan of 10,000 years. Yuan Zhangshua thought his heart and was extremely envious. He then took a deep breath and flew toward the sacred altar. He did not dare to fly too fast, as he was afraid of disturbing the seniors of the sect who were cultivating in seclusion in the flying rainbow grotto heaven. He then flew all the way to the spirit lake where the sacred altar was located. There was a black palace there. Great-grandfather, great son Zhangshuo requests an audience. Yuan Zhangshua knelt in front of the palace. Come in. A leisurely voice came from the palace. Yuan Zhangshua entered the palace respectfully. The sect leader of the Flying Rainbow sect, Yuan Mu, was sitting at the top of the palace. He was a late-essence soul stage cultivator. Although he had cultivated for more than 3,000 years, he still looked like a young man. His face was very similar to Yuan Zhangshua's, handsome and feminine. Zhangshua, what's the matter? Great-grandfather, great-grandson is here to ask for forgiveness. This time, in order to deal with the Flying Rainbow Star Trade's competitors, I'm here to ask for forgiveness. In the end, I implicated Uncle Chong and even lost 7 nascent soul stage cultivators of the sect. I deserve to die. Please punish me, great-grandfather. You sigh. You deserve to die. You're too impatient. You didn't investigate the enemy's situation in advance and acted rashly. Do you know the enemy's strength? I thought the enemy was a late nascent soul stage cultivator. I didn't expect him to be an invincible nascent soul stage cultivator. You've disappointed me. Yuan Mu suddenly sighed. You deserve to die. Yuan Zhangshua was terrified and quickly knelt on the ground. Yuan Mu continued. There's not only an invincible nascent soul stage cultivator behind the Mountain Sea Star trade, there's also a late essence soul stage cultivator. Late essence soul stage cultivator. Yuan Zhangshua was shocked. Let's put this matter aside for now. Great-grandfather, even if it's a late primordial soul stage cultivator, our soaring rainbow sect doesn't need to be afraid, right? We still have the patriarch. There's no need to disturb the ancestral patriarch over such a trivial matter. Why said was temporary. In the next 10 years, don't target the Mountain Sea Star trade anymore. Yuan Mu said in a low voice. He was very patient with his most doted great-grandson. Great-grandfather, why is that? In another 10 years, the Mountain Sea Star trade will really expand. Yuan Zhangshua was unwilling to give up. If they didn't deal with Mountain Sea Star trade and allowed it to develop freely, wouldn't that reduce the strength of Flying Rainbow Star trade? That was his capital to compete for the position of the next sect leader. He came back this time with the purpose of asking for help. He asked his great-grandfather to send the nascent soul realm experts of the sect to deal with the invincible nascent soul realm cultivator from the Mountain Sea Star trade. The 9 realms battle of the Tao Alliance that happens once every 10,000 years is about to take place. The sect doesn't have the energy to deal with such trivial matters. Yuan Mu explained. 9 regions, genius battle. Yuan Zhangshua's expression changed drastically. Then, he thought of something and asked, Great-grandfather, which of the 3 gates and 6 sects is hosting this time? The 3 gates and 6 sects. Apart from the transcendental sects like Taoism, Buddhism, and Sword Gate, the other 6 sects take turns hosting the 9 regions genius battle. This time, it's Purple Heaven sect's turn. Yuan Mu said, Purple Heaven sect. Yuan Zhangshua was fascinated. Apart from the 3 gates and 6 sects, the Purple Heaven sect was the strongest. Great-grandfather, can I participate? The first requirement of the 9 regions genius battle is that you must not be more than 300 years old. Yuan Zhangshua smiled bitterly and said, Then I can't participate. It's useless even if you participate. You can be considered a genius in Flying Rainbow Star region, but in Azure Star region, you can't even be ranked, let alone compared to the billions of geniuses in the Tao Alliance. Yuan Mu said mercilessly. He continued, This time, according to the requirements of the Tao Alliance Heavenly Court, our Flying Rainbow sect has selected 100,000 talented young cultivators from more than 50,000 planets. They will be trained in Flying Rainbow Grotto Heaven for a period of time. If one of them can make it out of Azure Star Region selection battle, I will be satisfied. Yuan Zhongshua's eyes widened. 100,000 young cultivators selected from more than 50,000 planets couldn't even make it out of Azure Star Region? All right, you can leave now. Cultivate well and forget about this matter. Be careful next time. Yuan Mu waved his hand. As for the death of 8 nascent soul stage cultivators, he didn't care at all. As a late-stage nascent soul stage cultivator, he had long set his sights on the Dao integration stage. Great-grandson thanks great-grandfather. Yuan Zhongshua was pleasantly surprised and quickly left. After leaving flying Rainbow Grotto Heaven, he looked at the rainbow in the sky. He thought that the 9 Regions Dao Alliance would be lively this time. The geniuses of the 9 Regions Dao Alliance that appeared once every 10,000 years. Countless geniuses would gather in one place. As for the Mountain Sea Star region, when Yuan Zhongshua thought of this, his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Although great-grandfather didn't punish him, he had still lost 8 nascent soul stage cultivators. His competitiveness in the sect had decreased. He had to take revenge for such a big grudge. Mountain Sea Star region and that invincible nascent soul stage cultivator. This time, I will let you live for another 10 years. When the 9 Regions Genius competition is over, Azure Star region, Waterfront City. A late-stage nascent soul stage enforcer from the Heavenly Court's Azure Star region enforcer came to Dowda Manor. Jiang Xi and Jiang Daodu were puzzled. They didn't seem to have done anything wrong, right? Then the enforcer smiled and said to the two of them, "Hello, Mr. Jiang Xi. Our commander, Lord Earth, asked me to pass on a message to you. He said that by solving the threat of flying Rainbow Grotto Heaven for you, he has repaid the favor he owed you last time. Please take care of yourself." After saying that, he left Dowda Manor. He came quickly and left quickly. Only Jiangxi and Jiang Daodu were left behind with faces full of astonishment. Earth? The commander of the Heavenly Court's Azure Star region enforcer? Jiang Daodu said in surprise. That's him. Last time, when I applied for the Azure Mystic Sect's trial, it was Earth who led people to destroy the Azure Mystic Sect. Jiang Xi was also very surprised. Owe him a favor? Just because he gave him the opportunity to destroy the Azure Mystic Sect? After Earth attacked last time, he specifically looked into it and knew about the grudge between Patriarch Qing Xian and Earth. However, Jiang Xi vaguely felt that it wasn't that simple. He shook his head. There was no point in thinking about things that he didn't understand. In short, the crisis of Mountain Sea Star region was temporarily resolved, although the way it was resolved was very sudden and unexpected, and it caught everyone off guard. However, the outcome was good. Daodu, this is a lesson. You have to plan the development of Mountain Sea Star region properly. Jiang Xi said. Yes. Previously, we took too big a step and didn't have a solid foundation. We have to be steady in the future. Jiang Daodu nodded. We also have to do a good job of internal discipline and supervision. Jiang Xi made suggestions, and Jiang Daodu made the main decisions. The two of them reflected seriously. However, they didn't expect a storm to arise. Chapter 303. Year 106 of the New Moon Era, August 6th. Planet Songlan, Linhai City, Dowda Manor. Jiang Xi was lying on a recliner, basking in the sun as he welcomed the sea breeze. He looked like he had fallen asleep. In reality, he had been chanting in his heart, deducing Tao techniques. At the same time, he was comprehending the inherited memories left behind by his master, Taoist Go. This was his cultivation method. After the crisis of the Mountain Sea Star trade was resolved, Jiang Xi spent the most leisurely 3 years of his life. It could be said that he had never been so carefree before. There were no battles, no worries in life, and no messy matters to disturb him. In his spare time, he would either accompany Jiang Daodu to various planets or return to Earth to guide the young cultivators of the Great Xia Alliance. These days were very comfortable. The only thing that worried Jiang Xi was that his cheap master had given him a deceptive commission Within 100 years, he had to send the Purple Cloud Sword Manual back to the Purple Cloud sect. He had become Taoist Ji's disciple in year 95 of the New Moon Era. It was now year 106 of the New Moon Era. 10 years had passed. Ever since he had seen the way Taoist Changbai of the Purple Cloud sect did things on Muron planet, Jiang Ci knew that without strength, there was no way he could do this job. Master must be a very simple person. Why didn't he think that if I went to the Purple Cloud sect like this, I would be eaten until not even my bones would be left? Jiang Ci was worried. Even if I cultivate to the essence soul stage, I can't guarantee that it will be foolproof. I have to reach the Tao integration stage first. But after spending countless experience points in the past few years, my Tao techniques have not improved at all. Are the Tao of heaven and earth and the sword domain so difficult to deduce? Although that was the case, Jiang Ci also knew that his cultivation speed was actually beyond the scope of heaven-defying. Many geniuses cultivated for thousands of years before they could cultivate their Tao domain to perfection and have the opportunity to comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth. In comparison, he had only cultivated for 10 years and achieved this. However, the problem was that he was not 100% sure that he could complete the fusion of Tao and reach the Tao integration stage in the remaining 90 years. This was because the difficulty of cultivation in the future would definitely increase. Back then, Jiang Ci had made a Tao oath in front of Taoist Go. If he couldn't complete it, he wouldn't be able to make any further progress in the Tao. The importance of Tao was self-evident. After reaching the Aorist core stage, the advancement of each major stage was closely related to the Tao. If one was restricted in the aspect of Tao, then one's future cultivation would basically be gone. Therefore, it was impossible for him to give up this commission. Just as he was thinking, Jiang Dudu's voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Brother, look, there's a painting in the sky." Jiang Dudu was also basking in the sun. Jiang Ci opened his eyes. Immediately, a landscape painting that covered the sky appeared in the sky. It was so huge that it could be seen from the entire blue planet. What kind of divine ability is this? Tao integration stage? Jiang Ci was shocked. The next moment, he knew that he had guessed wrong. Xian Tian and Li Bai sent a message from a distant galaxy. They also saw the same landscape painting. Big brother and sister Bai are so many light years away from the blue planet. I can't believe there are people there as well. This is not something a Tao integration stage cultivator can do. Jiang Ci was shocked. He thought of a similar existence to this divine ability. The heavenly eye of the Tao alliance that covered the entire universe. Could it be that this landscape painting also covered the entire universe? Thinking of this, Jiang Ci hurriedly sent a message to Chu Zhe and Xiao Hong, who were guarding Earth, as well as Shen Wanzi, who was handling the Mountain Sea Star trade business on another planet. What puzzled Jiang Ci was that there was no such abnormal change in the sky of Earth. However, a landscape painting appeared in the sky of Shen Wanzi's planet. "Brother," Old Een said that this is the heavenly mountain river painting of the Tao Alliance. Jiang Dudu said at this moment. Then, Een Tiansheng, a thumb-sized remnant spirit of the Tao integration stage, appeared on Jiang Dudu's shoulder. "Young Master Jiang Ci, although I was born in the ghost realm, I have heard of the Tao Alliance's supreme treasure." Een Tiansheng smiled sinisterly. "Tao Alliance's supreme treasure?" Jiang Dudu was interested. "That's right. This landscape painting is the heavenly mountain river painting. It's said that no matter where you are in the universe, as long as you have the heavenly mountain river painting's approval, you can enter it with your spiritual sense. However, I don't know what it's used for," Een Tianxing explained. Jiang Ci nodded. He had already found it in Taoist Ji's inherited memories. The heavenly eye and the heavenly mountain river painting. These two supreme treasures complemented each other and could cover the entire universe. The heavenly mountain river painting. Could it be that the Tao Alliance's 9 Zones Genius Tournament is about to begin? Jiang Ci's eyes lit up. He had also found information related to the Nine Zones Genius Tournament after searching through his inherited memories. At this moment, ripples appeared on the heavenly mountain river, painting hanging in the sky. Lines of ancient words reflected a golden light and appeared in the sky covered by the heavenly mountain river painting. Tao Alliance's Nine Zones Genius Tournament. Purple Heaven Sect Qualifications. 1. Human Cultivators. 2. Lifespan less than 300 years. 3. Comprehension of at least one true intent of Tao and cultivation not exceeding the nascent soul stage. Method of participation. Please register at the Tao Alliance building on each planet. Venue. Heavenly Mountain River Painting Process. 1. Preliminaries will be held in the various star zones of the 9 zones. The top 3,600 from each star zone will enter the finals. 2. The winners of the preliminaries will enter the finals to determine the top 3,600 Tao Alliance geniuses. Rewards. The top 3,600 Tao Alliance geniuses in the finals will directly become Ninth Heaven disciples of the Purple Heaven Sect and receive a minimum of 100 million low-grade spirit crystals as a reward and the right to enter the ancient Tao origin world. Please consult the Tao Alliance building on each planet for more details. These golden words illuminated the entire universe. Every planet belonging to the Tao Alliance could see the details of the 9 Zones Genius Tournament, except for Earth. Jiangxi and Jiang Daodu raised their heads to look at all of this. Their faces were filled with shock. At the same time, Blue Planet, Songyun Sect. In name, the entire Blue Planet was under the control of the Songyun Sect. However, that was not the case. The Blue Planet covered more than 80,000 star zones. Every star zone had tens of thousands of planets with life. In such a vast territory, the Songyun Sect only had a little over 1,000 star zones with life. For example, although the Soaring Rainbow star zone was also part of the Blue Planet, it was actually under the control of the Soaring Rainbow Sect. Inside the Songyun Grotto Heaven, the Songyun Sect had selected 1 million young cultivators from over 1,000 star zones with life. They were gathered together to receive Sect Master Wu Kuei's teachings. In the end, Sect Master Wu Kuei sat up high and his loud voice spread throughout the Grotto Heaven. In the upcoming 9 Realms Geniuses Tournament, if any of you are able to qualify for the selection in the Blue Sky Star Sector, you will be rewarded with 100 vital planets. Immediately, the young cultivators were in an uproar. 100 planets with life. Chapter 304. These millions of young cultivators had cultivations ranging from the spirit vessel stage to the nascent soul stage. They all had Taoist rhymes circulating around their bodies. They were all outstanding figures in the cultivation world of their respective planets. They were very clear. 100 planets with life. It was enough for a cultivator, a family, or a force to soar. The nascent soul genius of the Songyun Sect, Feng Si, was among these millions of young cultivators. He was also very excited. 100 planets with life was only secondary in his eyes. Feng Si was concerned about something else. This 9 Regions Genius Tournament is hosted by the Purple Heaven Sect. If you can make it to the finals, you will have a chance to become a core disciple of the Purple Heaven Sect. In the entire universe, apart from the Taoist, Buddhist, and Sword sects, the Purple Heaven Sect was the strongest. In fact, the current leader of the Heavenly Court was from the Purple Heaven Sect. Once you passed the 9 Regions Genius Tournament and became a disciple of the Purple Heaven Sect, even if you were still at the nascent soul stage, your status would be comparable to the nascent soul stage. Although the chances of making it to the finals were very small, so small that in these tens of thousands of years, no disciple of the Songyun Sect had ever made it to the top 3,600. But there was still a sliver of a chance. On an extremely cold planet with life, frost covered the entire world. A young man with snow-white hair had a frost domain wreaking havoc around him. In an instant, he had slaughtered over 100 nascent soul stage snow devils. At this moment, the Skyspan Mountain River diagram that lit up in the sky attracted his attention. 9 Regions Genius Tournament. The chance to become famous in the universe has come. The man laughed wantonly as frost swept across, forming a polar storm. This was a world of flames. A woman in red clothes had flames circling beneath her feet as she swept past countless fire spirits. She devoured the Taoist rhymes contained within those fire spirits. Instantly, her aura grew stronger. Phone, the 9 Regions Genius Tournament has begun. Hurry up and register. An old woman's voice came from the depths of this world. 9 Regions Genius Tournament. Thank you, Granny. The voice remained in place, but the woman and those fire spirits had disappeared without a trace. The melodious sound of a flute could be heard. A young shepherd riding an old water buffalo passed by a willow tree by the lake. The melodious sound of the flute seemed to penetrate deep into one's soul, yet also seemed to be able to nurture all living things. The willow tree that fluttered in the wind seemed to have a spirit as it waved at the shepherd boy. As for the shepherd boy, he had a bright smile on his face as he waved at the willow tree to show his respect. Soon, the sky-piercing mountain river diagram announcing the 9 Zones Genius Tournament appeared in the sky of the planet. 9 Regions Genius Battle. I could see a bigger world. The shepherd boy's eyes lit up. The willow tree's branches and leaves were also dancing happily. You also support me going? Whoosh, the wind blew. Good. Let's go. The willows rustled gently, and the shepherd boy bid farewell. Each of the 9 realms of the Tao Alliance had 400 star zones, for a total of 3,600 star zones. Every star region had tens of thousands of habitable galaxies. Each life-bearing galaxy contained tens of thousands of life-bearing planets. If one were to make a rough calculation, the number of planets with life was at least 10 trillion. It was unknown how many geniuses these planets had nurtured. Even if a planet produced a young genius who comprehended the true intent of the Tao, there would still be tens of billions of participants. And this was only the minimum amount, a grand banquet of human geniuses in the universe. Countless young geniuses in the 9 regions of the Tao Alliance were in an uproar. With this opportunity, this is my chance to rise in the universe. It's said that the current master of the heavenly court is from the Purple Firmament sect. If I can become a disciple of the Purple Firmament sect, I won't have to worry about my future cultivation. One chance to enter the ancient Tao origin world. Once I enter, I have a chance of reaching the Tao integration realm. My enemy is extremely powerful and controls 3 life-bearing galaxies. If I can make a name for myself in the 9 Regions Genius Tournament, I can take revenge. At this moment, Xin Tian and Li Bai had already rushed back from a distant star system. They had formed the Starry Sky Wanderer team with Hu Yin and had been training in the pale blue star region for the past few years. After countless battles, these two, who were originally ranked first and second on Earth, had now reached the late-stage Golden Core realm. Their actual combat strength had long since reached the nascent Soul realm. Pale Blue Star, Waterfront City, Douda Manor. Big brother, Sister Bai, are you going to participate in the 9 Regions Genius Tournament? Zhang Ci asked with a smile. The two of them were battle maniacs. They must have rushed back for this matter. Of course, I entered the Tao through martial arts. If I don't fight, how can I improve? This is a tournament where billions of geniuses will gather. The battles will definitely be exciting. Xian Tian's eyes lit up. In the past few years, the opponents we've encountered in the Pale Blue Star region have become less and less challenging. We have to fight stronger battles to continue improving our strength, Li Bai said with a smile. Zhang Ci chuckled. Don't blame me for discouraging you. There are more than 80,000 life-bearing galaxies in the Pale Blue Star region. Each life-bearing galaxy has at least 10,000 life-bearing planets. Based on the minimum standard of 1 genius per planet, there are at least 800 million participants. When the time comes, you'd better not be killed as soon as you enter. Kid, don't look down on us. I've already learned that in order to ensure fairness, the participants of a 9 Regions Genius Tournament will have their own consciousness. After their soul consciousness enters the sky-reaching mountain and river painting, the spiritual body form will have the cultivation of the perfected nascent soul stage, Xian Tian said with widened eyes. That's right. With our understanding of Tao, we might have a chance to qualify for the finals if we're at the same level. Li Baibai was also full of confidence. Jiang Ci smiled but didn't say anything. He didn't continue to discourage them. He had already learned about the 9 regions genius tournament in detail through Taoist Ji's inherited memories. This tournament that covered the human race in the universe was not so much a genius tournament as a selection of disciples for the immortal Tao sects among the 3 sects and 6 sects. Except for the Taoist sect, the Buddhist sect, and the Sword sect, the other 6 sects took turns to host the 9 regions genius tournament every 10,000 years. They selected the most outstanding young geniuses from the human race in the universe and trained them. After all, a race could maintain its strength. Not only did it rely on the top powerhouses, but it also relied on the cultivation of geniuses. Only an endless stream of powerhouses could ensure that the human race stood at the top of the universe. What was the key to becoming a powerhouse? Comprehension. The ability to comprehend Tao. Just look at the announcement of the tournament's qualifications. Other than the age and cultivation restrictions, the most important thing was that they had at least comprehended one true meaning of Tao. The true meaning of Tao was the first step on the path of Tao. The human race occupied a vast territory in the universe and nurtured many Tao geniuses. Xian Tian and Li Baibai might be top geniuses on Earth, but compared to the universe, they were nothing. Jiang Ci wasn't trying to discourage them. Chapter 305. Don't just talk about us. Are you going? Xian Tian asked Jiang Ci. It was obvious that he was not affected at all. You're all going, so how can I not go? Jiang Ci said with a smile. The purpose of his participation in the competition was not to show off. There were 3 main reasons. First, it had been too peaceful recently. Just as Xian Tian and Li Baibai had said, those who entered the Tao through martial arts would never forget the fighting spirit that flowed through their bodies. Second, Taoist Ge had given him a mission, so he had to complete it. If he could enter the top 3,600 in the finals, he would be able to join the Purple Heaven sect. Although he was not very confident, he still had to try. What if he succeeded? Once he entered the Purple Heaven sect, he could find a suitable opportunity to return the Purple Heaven sword manual. It was better than sitting here and worrying. Finally, he had his eyes on the final prize, which was a chance to enter the ancient Tao source world. In Taoist Ji's inherited memories, the ancient Tao source world was a piece of information that was heavily emphasized. The Tao source, the source of all Taos. It was said that one could see Tao techniques there with their naked eyes. The efficiency of comprehending Tao techniques was hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times faster than usual. I have the experience points panel, so cultivating Tao techniques is not a big problem. The key is that there might be a large amount of experience points there. This was what Jiang Ci was looking forward to the most. Experience points were the foundation for him to improve his strength. Last time on the Morone planet, he had comprehended the Tao of fire left behind by the One clan's ancestor and obtained 100 million experience points. The ancient Tao source world had a large amount of Tao of heaven and earth that could be seen with the naked eye. How much experience points would there be? Just thinking about it made Jiang Ci excited. Others could comprehend Tao techniques, while he could earn experience points. If he had enough experience points, he could even deduce Tao techniques 10,000 times a day. Therefore, in summary, Jiang Ci had no reason not to participate. Apart from him, Xian Tian and Li Baibai Jiang Dedu did not like to fight, and she was currently focused on a mountain and sea star trade, so she did not participate. The One clan siblings were also focused on the Tao of equipment refinement for similar reasons. In the end, only Jiang Ci and the other 2 arrived at the Tao Alliance building. The Tao Alliance building wasn't too crowded at the moment. This was because although there were more than 100,000 cultivators above the golden core stage on the entire Kanglen planet, there were only a few 100,000 of them. However, there were less than 10,000 people who were qualified to participate. Participant: Jiangxi, Kanglen Star Region, Kanglen Galaxy, Kanglen Planet. Participant: Xiantan. Participant: Li Bai. In order to prevent Earth from being exposed, the three of them used their identities on the blue planet to register for the competition. After that, the staff of the Tao Alliance building began to examine their qualifications. Age: cultivation, Tao arts. There were 3 items in total. Jiangxi was 32 years old. He was at the peak of the nascent soul realm and had 2 great Tao domains. Xiantian was 92 years old. He was at the later stage of the golden core realm. His saber true meaning was perfected. Li Bai was 81 years old. He was at the late golden core stage, and his true meaning of swiftness had reached perfection. With Jiangxi and the other 2's qualifications, of course, there were no accidents, and they easily signed up. When the 9 zones genius battle begins, your spiritual senses will be able to enter the Skirich mountain river diagram through your communication pearls. The staff of the Tao Alliance building returned the 3 communication pearls to Jiangxi and the other 2. Judging from their qualifications, he knew that these 3 were all geniuses. His attitude was much better, and his face was full of smiles. The 3 of them put away their communication pearls and scanned them with their spiritual senses. They discovered that there seemed to be some inexplicable changes in their communication pearls. Registering here wasn't just for the examination of their qualifications. The staff also had to make special adjustments to the communication pearls of the participants. According to Jiangxi's understanding, this should be to adjust their network permissions in the Skirich Mountain River. The universe was the public network, and the Skirich Mountain River diagram was the internal network. After that, they left the Tao Alliance building and waited for the competition to begin. The Skirich Mountain River diagram hung in the sky of the planet, covering the sky and the sun. The rows of golden ancient words reflected the billions of planets in the universe. Below the ancient words, there was a row of jumping numbers. Participants in the Kanglen Star Region: 7,925, 8,201, 8,846 billion. The numbers were still increasing at an astonishing speed. The first stage of a 9 zones genius tournament was the preliminary selection by star region. Therefore, this number only showed the number of participants in the Kanglen Star Region. Finally, when the registration period ended, the number was fixed at 3,519 billion. The Kanglen Star Region alone has so many participants. The 9 zones of the Tao Alliance have a total of 3,600 star regions. At a rough estimate, there are at least 1 trillion participants. Jiangxi was speechless. There were a total of 1 trillion participants in the 9 zones. What a terrifying number! Xiantian and Li Bai looked at each other in dismay. Now that they thought about it, it seemed that they had been too confident. As participants, the 3 of them quickly received the detailed process of the competition through their communication pearls. In the first stage, the participants of each star region will be divided into 360 regions after their spiritual senses enter the Skirich mountain river diagram. The participants will fight in spirit form. If their spirit form dies, they will only lose a wisp of their spiritual sense. It won't affect their main body. Every participant will have 2 origin points. Killing a participant will give you half of the opponent's points. The participant who ranks first in each region will get a spot in the finals. In this way, there will be 360 spots in the finals. Then, the second to 100th place in each region, a total of 35,640 participants, will compete in one-on-one round-robin matches to compete for the remaining 3,240 spots in the finals. From this, the top 3,600 participants of the entire star region will be selected. The second stage. Soon, the 3 of them finished reading the detailed introduction. Xiantian took a deep breath and said, if it's divided into regions, we might still have a chance. We just need to make it into the top 100. Li Bai was full of fighting spirit. In short, there will be a lot of battles. There is indeed a chance. There are 3,519 billion participants in the Kanglan Star region. If they are evenly divided into 360 regions, there will be nearly 10 billion participants in each region. Apart from the first place in each region, the top 100 participants will all have a chance to get a spot in the finals. Jiang Xi nodded. Even so, the three of them felt a lot of pressure. These participants were all geniuses who had at least comprehended the true meaning of Tao. There were definitely many who had Tao domains. There were even some abnormal ones who might have comprehended the Tao of heaven and earth. Moreover, everyone would be in spirit form at the peak of the nascent soul stage. In the case of the same cultivation, it would depend on Tao, combat experience, and willpower to see who was better. Just now, they had also received their respective regions through their communication beads. Jiang Xi was in the 101st region of the Kanglan Star region, Xian Tian was in the 6th region, and Li Bai was in the 360th region. Brother, sister Bai, shall we compete to see who has the highest ranking this time? Jiang Xi said with a smile. I don't want to compete with a freak like you. Xian Tian whistled and turned his gaze to the sea in the distance. Ha! Li Bai sneered and turned to leave. Hey! Chapter 306. Before the official start of the 9 Regions Genius Competition, countless contestants were working hard to cultivate and strive to improve their strength. Time passed, and the once-in-10,000 years human genius banquet finally began under everyone's anticipation. In the cultivation room with the highest level of defense in Dao manner, Jiang Xi, Xin Tian, and Li Bai sat cross-legged, holding the communication bead in their hands. Their spiritual consciousness felt an inexplicable attraction through the communication mark. In an instant, their spiritual consciousness was drawn into the Tongtian Mountain River painting. With a turn of his spiritual sense, Riverward found himself in the starry sky. The galaxy was flowing, and under his feet was a huge meteorite. Jiang Xi knew that all of this was illusory and not real. Is this a spiritual body? It feels exactly like a real body. Jiang Xi operated his spiritual power and spiritual consciousness in amazement. He was a perfected nascent soul realm cultivator, so he could perfectly control this spiritual body. Contestant, please choose your battle equipment. A loud voice sounded in this starry sky. Jiang Xi's heart moved, and a supreme-grade spiritual weapon long sword appeared in his hand. It looked exactly the same as the killer shadow sword. It's really amazing, but why do I feel like this scene is familiar? Spirit Cloud Illusion. Jiang Xi recalled the scene when he challenged Ling Wan rode on Earth. Wasn't the trial illusion of every step of Ling Wan rode like this? Choose your equipment first, then fight. It felt as if the Tongtian Mountain River painting was the official server, and Ling Wan Road was the private server. Not knowing if his guess was correct, Jiang Xi could only temporarily suppress the shock in his heart because the official competition was about to begin. Contestant, please get ready. In 3 seconds, you will be teleported to the 101st Division of the Blue Star region. 3 seconds passed. Whoosh! Heaven and earth changed. Jiang Xi appeared in the 101st Division of the Blue Star region. It was a planet with life similar to Earth. Everything was very real. Land, sea, mountains, lakes, and cities. Jiang Xi was now in a city with many tall buildings. He didn't let his guard down just because he had mastered 2 great Dao domains instead. He quickly restrained his aura and hid his body. Kill! Almost instantly, the sound of fierce fighting could be heard nearby. Ding, ding, ding. Clang, clang, clang. A huge burst of energy erupted, and the aura surged. Someone died as soon as he entered. Nearly 10 billion contestants had gathered on a single planet. Every one of them was in the state of spirit body and had the cultivation of the perfected nascent soul realm. Once a battle broke out, there was no stopping it. More and more people joined the battle. After all, only a few people were truly cautious. Everyone was wild and unrestrained, killing anyone they saw. This was especially true for those cultivators who were usually only at the spirit-nurturing realm and golden core realm. Now that they suddenly had the spiritual body of a great circle nascent soul realm cultivator, they immediately became arrogant. Soon, tens of thousands of people joined the chaotic battle. Boom, boom. In their spirit bodies, the nascent soul peak stage contestants unleashed a series of terrifying attacks. The smallest was a few hundred feet, while the largest was tens of thousands of feet. They wreaked havoc in this space. Those who were weak were eliminated at the first moment. Only those who were truly powerful had the right to survive. But now, the only things that differentiated the strong from the weak were Tao techniques, battle experience, and willpower. Meanwhile, on the vital planets of the 3,600 star regions, the Skyspan Mountain River map hanging in the sky changed. The landscape painting that covered the sky changed and turned into 360 huge pictures. It displayed the real-time situation of the 360 competitions in each star region. Of course, Earth couldn't see this on the vital planets covered by the Skyspan Mountain River map. Those who didn't participate in the competition were all paying attention to the real-time situation of the various competitions. Oh, what a pity. Urga was killed as soon as he entered. He was the hope of our village. Nailin Yin of the Cloud Mist planet is indeed a genius. She killed thousands of contestants in a chaotic battle and entered the 88th competition in 11th place. We'll soon know who the real genius is. Sangyin Sect. Sect Master Wu Kuei and a group of nascent soul stage elders were also watching the situation of the various competitions in the Kanglan Star region. Everyone, take a closer look. If there are any suitable seedlings, we could try to recruit them, Wu Kuei said with a smile. Sect Master is right. In the 9 regions genius competition, not only are the 3 gates and 6 sects selecting disciples, but we can also recruit some talented young people. The first elder nodded with a smile. They didn't dare to think about the geniuses who entered the top 3,600 in the finals. However, they could still fight for the young geniuses who performed well in the first stage. Sect Master Feng Si is doing well. He has already entered the top 1,000. Judging by his cautious style, it won't be a big problem for him to enter the top 10. An elder praised. Everyone's eyes immediately locked onto one of the huge images. Feng Si, the nascent soul stage genius of the Sangyin sect, was in a one-on-many battle. He was very cautious, but his efficiency was very high. A few years ago, he comprehended a second rare Tao technique on the Muron planet in the Minglan star region. In addition, he has already comprehended 80% of the Fog Demon realm. His strength has improved a lot. Wu Kuei nodded with gratification. Our Sangyin sect hasn't had a disciple enter the top 3,600 in the finals for 50,000 years. Feng Si might have a chance. The first elder smiled. It'll be difficult. With his current strength, he has the confidence to enter the top 10,000 in the finals. His chances of entering the top 3,600 are too slim. Wu Kuei smiled helplessly. The 9 regions of the Tao Alliance had 3,600 star regions. The Kanglan star region wasn't outstanding among so many star regions. It could only be considered below average. Due to the strong interstellar trade atmosphere in the Kanglan star region, the cultivation of cultivators had fallen behind. The Sangyin sect was the top immortal Tao sect in the Kanglan star region. In the past 50,000 years, its best result in the 9 regions genius competition was entering the top 5,000 in the finals. Those who stood out in the first stage could only be called geniuses in their respective star regions. Only those who entered the top 3,600 in the second stage of the finals could be considered geniuses in the 9 regions of the Tao Alliance. It's not just that Sangyin sect. In the past 50,000 years, no one in the entire Kanglan Star region has entered the top 3,600 in the finals. The best was only 3,601. Wu Kuei was helpless. After all, The Sangyun sect was the top immortal Tao sect in charge of a star region. This was a very shameful record. If anyone could enter the top 3,600 in the finals, he would also be proud. Sect Master, First Elder, look at that black-clothed youth in the 6th region. Look at his saber. An elder suddenly exclaimed. Everyone's attention was immediately attracted. That's saber intent, a special Tao art. Wu Kuei and the First Elder's eyes lit up. The person they were looking at was none other than Xian Tian in the 6th region. At this moment, Xian Tian was killing a contestant with an ordinary Tao domain with a single slash of a saber. A special Tao art at the perfect level of saber intent was comparable to 40% of an ordinary Tao domain. Chapter 307. Note it down and check his background. Wu Kuei said immediately. The elders were excited. As primordial soul stage cultivators, they understood the Tao of heaven and earth. Naturally, they knew what special Tao techniques meant. Tao techniques were divided into 3 levels: special, rare, and normal. Cultivators who could understand rare Tao techniques were definitely geniuses. On the other hand, the number of cultivators that had comprehended special Tao arts was extremely few. This was especially so for Tao intent, which was completely used in battle. It was extremely rare. Although this black-robed youth's Tao technique was still in the Tao intent stage. As long as he was nurtured well, he would have a chance to become a powerful cultivator. Everyone believed that if the 9 Zones Genius competition was held 200 years later, this person would definitely have the chance to enter the top 3,600. Dao Manor, Jiang Dedu, Wen Yoxin, Wen Feng, and Shen Wanzi were all anxiously watching the 3 huge screens in the sky. Other than the 101st region where Jiangxi was, there were also the 6th and 360th regions. On the left side of each screen was the real-time ranking of the top 100,000. What is brother doing? I can't see his ranking. It's beyond the top 100,000. Jiang Dudu was very confused. She then looked at the rankings of the other 2 regions. Brother Xiantian is already in the top 10,000 of the 6th region. Sister Bai Bai is also in the top 50,000 of her region. Jiang Dudu was even more confused. Riverward strength was clearly stronger. It was normal for him to be in the top 1,000. Could it be that Jiangge has met his match? Shen Wanzi asked hesitantly. Impossible. In such a competition, only martial granduncle can kill others. Wen Yoxin was very confident in this young martial granduncle. I'm afraid only those with primordial soul stage battle prowess are qualified to be martial granduncle's match, Wen Feng said. Jiang Dudu thought for a while and smiled. I think he's hiding. Unfortunately, the competition had just started. There were too many participants in each region. They could not find Jiangxi at all. In fact, it was very difficult to find him because Jiangxi was hiding in the dark. Look, it's moving. Jiangji's ranking has directly soared to 99,527. Shen Wanzi suddenly exclaimed. So fast. In the blink of an eye, it's already 50,000th place, 30,000th place, 10,000th place. Wen Yoxin's eyes widened. How many people did he kill? As expected of martial granduncle. Wen Feng praised. Jiang Dudu smiled without saying a word. As expected of my brother. At this time, in the 101st Division of the Kanglan Star region, Jiangxi hid in a building and watched the chaotic battle not far away. There was a situation that made him very surprised, because he found that this planet was very hard. That's not the right word to describe it. It should be very sturdy. The building was sturdy, and so was the ground. Tens of thousands of perfected nascent soul cultivators were engaged in a chaotic battle that could destroy the world. Surprisingly, it didn't cause any damage to the buildings or the ground of the city. If such a large-scale battle had taken place on Earth, wouldn't Earth have already become a small broken ball? There's still someone hiding here. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Go to hell. At this time, someone discovered Jiangxi who was hiding in the dark and directly slashed at him with a blade. Powerful nascent soul-spirit energy fluctuations instantly spread out, mixed with a mysterious Taoist rhyme. This was a cultivator who had comprehended the true meaning of Tao. Huh. Jiang Xi smiled. His figure flashed, and the departing fire sword stabbed out. This is the power of a domain. It's over, it's over. That person was in despair. Poof! His entire body was turned into ashes by the departing fire domain power on the sword. Run. This is a freak who has comprehended the Tao domain. Many people saw this scene. The participants who were gathered here in the chaotic battle immediately ran for their lives. Once the spirit body died, they would be eliminated. However, Jiang Xi didn't immediately chase after them. He was stunned there, because in his mind, the prompt of the experience panel sounded. You killed a late nascent soul cultivator. Fake. Experience points plus 380. The word fake represented that these participants in the spirit body state were very different from the real late nascent soul cultivators. The experience points were only 1/10. There's such a good thing. Jiang Xi was pleasantly surprised. It was fine if there were less, but there were more. There were close to 10 billion participants. His blazing gaze looked at the contestants who were running away. Experience baby. Whoosh. Jiang Xi directly used the Gale domain, and his figure whistled as he chased after them. Within 1,000 kilometers, as long as their Tao techniques were weaker than his, they would be restrained by the Gale domain, and their speed would be greatly reduced. This is too terrifying. This is a genius who has comprehended 2 Tao domains, and he has already perfected them. A nascent soul cultivator shouted in shock. This kind of person is a freak who can rush into the top 10,000 in the finals. Why is he in the same area as him? I can't accept this. The 9 Zones Genius Battle is my chance to become famous. Over 10,000 participants were in despair. However, in Jiang Xi's eyes, these were all experience points. Kill, kill, kill. His figure flashed, and the sword light was sharp, taking away one participant after another. You killed a late nascent soul cultivator. Fake. Experience points plus 380. Some people struggled, but it was futile. Soon, the ground was full of corpses and blood flowed like a river. It looked very real. Jiang Xi was surprised again. Then, he looked at the experience points remaining. Experience points, 866. 68,800,000 experience points. How much will it increase by the end of the first stage of the competition? Jiang Xi's eyes were filled with vigor. He was looking forward to it. Time of the competition, 30 days. Time was limited. Moreover, there were close to 10 billion participants in this area. They would not be waiting for him to kill. There would be a fierce battle between each other. In the end, how many people he could kill would depend on his killing speed. There was another prerequisite, and that was to not encounter a participant stronger than him and be eliminated by others in advance. The probability of that was relatively low. Let's go crazy and kill. Jiang Xi grinned. His killing intent was overflowing. His blood was boiling. Swish, swish, swish. Under the Gale domain, his speed reached the extreme. He constantly swept across this planet, killing everyone he saw. On the first day, the number of participants in the 101 area decreased by 4 billion. Jiang Xi eliminated more than 3 million participants, and the average number of people he killed per minute was more than 2,000. For every person he killed, he would obtain half of the opponent's points. With more than 4 million points, he was ranked 5th in the area. Therefore, there was someone more abnormal than him. On the second day, the number of participants in the 101 area decreased by 3 billion. Jiang Xi eliminated 2 million participants, and the average number of people he killed per minute was 1,388. His points had reached more than 10 million, and he was ranked 4th in the area. The killing speed decreased because after the chaotic battle on the first day, a large number of participants with low cultivation level were eliminated. On the third day, the number of participants in the 101 area decreased by 2 billion. Jiang Ci eliminated 1 million participants, and the average number of people he killed per minute was 694. His points had reached more than 20 million, and he was ranked third in the area. Chapter 308. The current ranking situation. Fengxi, 6th District, ranked 11th. Xiantian, 6th District, ranked 169th. Li Baibai, 360th District, ranked 1032nd. Jiangxi, 101st District, ranked 3rd. With such a result, Songyun Sek's sect master, Wu Kuei, and a group of primordial soul elders were already grinning from ear to ear. Everyone had long expected Fengxi to be able to rush to such a position. What surprised them the most was the appearance of Jiang Ci's trio. In the beginning, when they discovered the youth with saber intent, they were already very surprised, because Xian Tian's identity information showed that he came from the Kanglan planet. Then, Jiang Ci's sudden outburst attracted their attention. He had 2 rare Dao domains, and they were both at the perfected state. Such a genius made Wu Kuei and the group of primordial soul elders boil with excitement, because with Jiang Ci's Dao technique strength, he had a high chance of breaking into the top 3,600 in the finals, perhaps even the top 1,000. The remaining Li Baibai, although a little less surprising, was at least close to the top 1,000. Most importantly, these 2 people were the same as Xian Tian from the Kanglan planet. This was the Songyun Sek's headquarters. The cultivators of the Kanglan planet shining in the 9 regions genius tournament would bring glory to the Songyun sect. Not counting Fengxi, who was already prepared, Jiang Ci's trio was a complete surprise. Could it be that the Songyun sect, which had been humiliated for 50,000 years, was now going to rise? Everyone was looking forward to it. In the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. There were less than 100,000 people left in the 101st District. The speed of elimination was getting slower and slower. This was because after so many days and countless battles, the contestants who were still alive would not be too weak. It was not that easy to kill them. It was very difficult for people of similar strength to kill the other party. Only by completely overwhelming the other party could one easily kill the other party. Of course, Jiang Ci's strength was not as simple as crushing a perfected nascent soul. His 2 rare Dao domains were both at the perfected state. Coupled with his special greatsword intent, his strength was definitely at the top of this district. Therefore, he was ranked 3rd. There were 2 more people in front of him. Jiang Ci was also puzzled. In terms of killing speed, who could compare to him? With a thought, a light panel appeared in front of him, displaying his current ranking. Participant, Jiang Ci, Cerulean Star Region, Zone 101, points, 3. 9 billion ranking, 3 number of participants, 98235. With the ranking points removed, there was a total of 3. 9 billion. The reason why he had so many points was because of the rule that he could get half of the opponent's points by killing them. As time passed, the surviving contestants gained more points as time went on. Killing a single person was equivalent to killing 100,000 people. How many people had he eliminated? Although I have a lot of points, only 7. 56 million people were eliminated by me. Remove only 7. 56 million people. Jiang Ci himself found it hard to believe this number. He received 380 EXP for 1 kill. If converted to experience points, it would be almost 9 billion. Therefore, the decision to participate in this competition was the right one. He looked at his remaining experience points. Experience, 374. 325 million more than 7 billion. Jiang Ci's depressed mood was swept away, and his ambition was soaring. There are less than 100,000 people left, but each of them have a lot of points. I have to pay attention later. I can't be killed by others, and then see if I can fight for first place in the district. With a thought, another light panel appeared in front of him. Participant, Muning, Cerulean Star Region, Zone 101, points, 5 billion. Ranking, One number of participants, 98205. The ranking information was public, and everyone could find it in the Tongtian River map. 4. 5 billion points, it's this monster. My Gale domain and Distant Fire domain combined are not as fast as his killing speed. Jiang Xi even suspected that this person was a cheat. Unfortunately, in these 20 days, he had not met this person called Mu Ning. After all, everyone was busy killing people. My points are less than 600 million away from his. There's still a chance. Jiang Xi's eyes were burning. The first place in the district could directly obtain a spot in the finals and did not need to participate in the round robin. Of course, with his strength, even if he participated in the round robin, he was confident to get a spot in the finals. But to be safe, it was definitely better to get early. If something unexpected happened in the round robin, it would not be good. Thinking like this, suddenly, Jiang Xi's soul sense found movement. There was a battle more than 600 kilometers away. His figure swayed and flew in that direction. There are 23 people fighting, and I don't know how many are hiding in the dark. Now that everyone was in the perfect nascent soul realm, once their aura was restrained. Unless there was a special detection method or a soul sense beyond the nascent soul realm, it was possible to find the hidden people. So now there were less than 100,000 people left, and it was getting harder and harder to kill. The probability of a large-scale melee was also greatly reduced. It was no longer possible to kill thousands or tens of thousands of people at the same time like in the beginning. Many people were hiding and waiting to reap the benefits. They wanted to wait for others to fight to the end before coming out to take advantage of the situation. At this stage, Jiang Xi did not act arrogantly. Before he got close to the place where the battle was happening, he restrained his aura. In the sky above a great swamp surrounded by clouds, 23 people attacked without being divided into factions. Whoever got close would be killed. Boom, boom, boom. All kinds of energy exploded, clouds surged, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. If not for the fact that this world was very sturdy, the mountains would have collapsed and the earth would have cracked under such power. 19 of them have ordinary Dao domains, and their comprehension level is more than 60%. 4 of them have rare Dao domains, but none of them have more than 30%. Jiang Xi felt the domain power coming from those people and instantly made a judgment. It was obvious that the 4 people who had comprehended rare Dao domains were stronger. However, these people's strength was similar, and they did not form a crushing momentum. It was impossible to end the battle quickly. Oh, Jiang Xi's gaze focused. At this moment, he saw a barefoot shepherd boy wearing a straw hat and a short shirt appear in another direction of the great swamp. The shepherd boy held a bamboo flute in his hand and stepped on the void, breaking through the clouds. Mu Ning, in the sky above the great swamp. Those who were fighting were immediately terrified and wanted to escape. However, they realized that they could not move. The power of a perfect domain bound them tightly. Everyone, why don't you listen to me play a song? Mu Ning had an innocent smile on his face. The bamboo flute played. The melodious and light flute sound seemed to tell a beautiful story as it floated above the great swamp. An invisible domain power accompanied the flute sound as it floated out, suffusing with vitality. Those who were bound only took a breath before their eyes turned slack and they finally disappeared. They were dead. Vitality could save people, but it could also kill. Special Dao technique, life domain. Chapter 309. Fuck. Jiang Xi was shocked. This freak, no wonder he was killing people faster than him. A song accompanied by a Dao domain that spread out for 1,000 kilometers could kill everyone within this range. Suddenly, the sound of the flute became passionate and spread out from the sky above the swamp. Plop, plop. Hundreds of figures fell from various hidden places and died. Umph. Jiang Xi snorted coldly. The wind was like a blade, circling around him. Woo! The sharp whistling sound drowned out the sound of the flute. It also blocked the strange power of the life domain. Not bad. In the past half a month, only you can block my dream-seeking song. Mu Ning stepped on the void barefoot and came in front of Jiang Xi. They were about 100 kilometers apart. Maybe I don't like this song. Jiang Xi's expression was serious. Oh, then another song? I have a new song, Full Moon Song. Mu Ning's eyes lit up. His innocent face had a sincere expression, making people have a good impression of him. However, Jiang Xi was not fooled. The innocent shepherd boy in front of him had killed more people than him. Forget it, I don't like to listen to songs. Let's compete in sword techniques. Haha, then let's wait until the end to decide the victor. Mu Ning waved his hand and moved lightly, floating in another direction. Jiang Xi was afraid of Mu Ning. Mu Ning was naturally afraid of Jiang Xi, too. Neither of them had the confidence to kill the other. Now that it was not the final moment, neither of them wanted to fight to the death. There were less than 100,000 people left, and the points of the top few were very close. Anyone had a chance to get first place. The two of them retreated. Their first meeting was outside the Skyspan Mountain River diagram in the Pale Blue Star region, causing a huge uproar. This is the first face-to-face confrontation between Mu Ning and Jiang Xi from District 101. This Mu Ning is too crazy. Listening to his song can kill people. Riverward only used one Dao domain just now. There's still one more he hasn't used. Although the two of them didn't really make a move, I can tell that they are both afraid of each other. Other than these two, the other people in Zone 101 are also very abnormal. Who will be the final champion? Division 101 was the most eye-catching division in the Kanglan Star Zone. The few people at the top of the rankings were obviously a level higher than the contestants in the other regions. Jiang Xi, Mu Ning, Mo Tianba, Dual Gun Tycoon, Cheng Yu, and Wang Jingyuan. All of them had perfected Dao domains. Mu Ning, in particular, had a special Daoist art that was extremely powerful. Due to the rule of obtaining half of the opponent's points for killing someone, anyone could get first place. Therefore, everyone was looking forward to these few people fighting to determine who was the better one. What a strange attack. I've really met my match this time. Jiang Dudu's eyes widened. Martial Granduncle will definitely win. The Wen siblings were filled with confidence. Jiang Ge will definitely get first place. Shen Wanzi supported him even more brainlessly. Another week passed. The division battles had already been going on for 27 days. There were only 3 days left. There were only 10,000 people left in Zone 101. Jiang Xi is here. Run. In the sky above a mountain forest, more than 10 contestants who were fighting immediately scattered. Even so, they all had looks of despair on their faces. This was because they knew that if they encountered Jiang Xi or Mu Ning, there was no chance of escaping at all. Whoosh! A gust of wind whistled and swept through the mountain forest. Endless wind blades danced wildly. In a few breaths, this group of contestants was turned into minced meat. Before the 9 regions genius battle, his Gale domain and Leaf Fire domain had been perfected. However, he had not developed the practical application of these two Taoist arts to the extreme. After all, there was always a gap between practice and theory. After so many days and hundreds of thousands of battles, Jiang Xi had become more adept at using Taoist arts. His combat experience had finally improved greatly. After killing these people, Jiang Xi flew away and checked his points at the same time. My points have exceeded 5 billion. Killing these more than 10 people, he obtained a large number of points again. Since the competition started until now, these remaining 10,000 over people, each person had at least several 100,000 points. The current point ranking situation in Zone 101. Number 1, Mu Ning, 6 billion. Number 2, Mo Tianba, 9 billion. Number 3, Jiang Xi, 5 billion. Number 4, Dual Gun Tycoon, 4 billion. Number 5, Cheng Yu, 4 billion. Number 6, Wang Jingyuan, 6 billion. Number 7, Birudo. The first two are both freaks. There's still 3 days, and the division battles will be over. Have to kill 2 points players before I can catch up. Jiang Ci shook his head helplessly. His figure swayed and disappeared from the sky above this mountain forest. On Zone 101, this planet, he searched nonstop. Unfortunately, the strength of the points players were not weak. Wanting to find them was very difficult. Quickly run, it's Jiang Ci. Along the way, the contestants who saw Jiang Ci took to their heels and fled. But not a single one could escape. Very soon, Jiang Ci arrived above a city. Whoosh, a figure directly blocked his path. It was a thin and cold young man. On the street below, there were hundreds of corpses lying. The hidden contestants in this area were all killed by this person. Jiang Ci. The cold young man looked at Jiang Ci. The blood on the long staff was still dripping drop by drop. Wang Jingyuan. Jiang Ci's eyes flashed. The two were respectively 3rd and 6th in the division. One had 5 billion points, the other had 3. 6 billion points. You want to fight with me now? Jiang Ci asked. That's right. If I kill you, I can rush to first place. Wang Jingyuan's expression was determined with a trace of madness. Then let's fight. Jiang Ci nodded lightly. Boom! The powerful aura of the two suddenly erupted and spread out. All the hidden contestants in the surrounding thousands of kilometers were shocked and wanted to withdraw from the battle range of the two. However, Jiang Ci and Wang Jingyuan did not intend to let them go. These people who wanted to take advantage of the situation were slaughtered by the two of them in just a moment. Then the two stood in the air, separated by thousands of miles, and their aura reached the peak. Withered tree revives spring. Wang Jingyuan took the lead. A rare Dao technique, the complete withered tree domain, was immediately displayed through the long staff in his hand. The power of his domain bred vitality in death. It was extremely strange. An extremely condensed staff shadow swept out. Jiang Ci directly faced it, Gale Shield. Clang. Clang. This move was blocked by him without any hesitation. Whoosh. Another sword suddenly pierced out. The power of the Gale domain. Gale sword shadows condensed on the sword body, shaking the space. It was extremely fast. What a fast sword. Wang Jingyuan's expression changed. He responded with the fastest speed. Staff forest. The sky full of staff shadows, under his withered tree domain, seemed to have turned into a primitive forest covering thousands of kilometers. Puff! Puff! The towering giant tree collapsed. Jiang Ci's Gale sword shadows were constantly being consumed under this kind of blocking. Before it reached Wang Jingyuan, it had completely dissipated. Chapter 310. As expected, no one in the top 10 is weak. Jiang Ci had expected this. Leaf Fire. He changed his move, and the Gale domain disappeared. The dark red Leaf Fire domain spread to a radius of 1,000 kilometers. The primeval forest formed by the withered wood domain was burned to ashes in an instant. Fire was the bane of wood. Annihilation, wood armor. Wang Jingyuan's expression was cold. He was not affected. The withered wood shrunk and condensed on the staff. A layer of withered wood armor appeared on his body. Swoosh! He rushed directly toward Jiang Ci. The staff shadow was like a dragon as it smashed down. Boom! 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 Ah, that's more like it. Jiang Ci laughed. He used the same method, and the Gale domain condensed into a black armor. The Gale shield had an extremely strong defensive power. Now that it had turned into armor, its defense was 10 times stronger. Take my 10,000 strikes, Wang Jingyuan shouted coldly. The staff shadows covered the sky and emitted a vast divine power. Jiang Ci had no room to dodge. The sky suddenly darkened. Disperse. Jiang Ci's expression was calm. The Leaf Fire domain condensed on the Killer Shadow Sword. The dark red sword's shadow emitted a terrifying aura. It was as if it could burn everything. The sword turned into 1,000,000 feet long. Blazing flames surged and burned in this space. Rumble. The staff shadows that blotted out the sky dissipated. Impossible. This is my strongest move. It has already touched the early stage of the primordial soul realm. Wang Jingyuan found it hard to accept. With his strength, he could definitely be ranked first in the other divisions. But now, his strongest move was easily defeated by Jiang Ci. He lost. Swoosh. The moment the staff shadows dissipated, a 3-foot-long sword shadow cut through the air, penetrated the wooden armor, and pierced his forehead. Wang Jingyuan was dead. He was also the first participant in the top 10 of Division 101 to be eliminated. The moment Wang Jingyuan died, half of his points were contributed to Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci's points soared from 5 billion to 8 billion. He was ranked first. At the same time, this battle attracted the attention of those outside of the sky-reaching mountain and river diagram. It became the biggest hot topic. Jiang Ci's name quickly spread to every major galaxy in the Blue Star region. This is the young genius of our blue planet. With such strength, Jiang Ci will definitely make it to the top 3,600 in the finals. Not only that, I think Jiang Ci is aiming for the top 1,000. The blue planet, which had been weak for years, urgently needed a genius to appear. Therefore, during this period of time, the Cangyin sect had already taken out Jiang Ci and wantonly publicized it. Although they could not find any of Jiang Ci's experiences from 10 years ago, the experts of the Cangyin sect still had doubts about Jiang Ci's true origins. However, he couldn't care less about that now. It was fine as long as his identity information indicated that he was from Blue Planet. Even if it wasn't, it was. For 50,000 years, no one in the Kanglan Star region had made it to the top 3,600 in the finals. Not to mention the Blue Planet. Doubt a Manor. Xian Tian and Li Baibai had been eliminated not long ago. The two of them were also paying attention to Jiang Ci's situation. At first, they were very worried when they saw Wang Jingyuan stop Jiang Ci. Because of Wang Jingyuan's strength, he could definitely rank first in the other regions. In the end, when they saw Jiang Ci easily deal with Wang Jingyuan, both of them were shocked. This kid is simply not human. He's only 32 years old. Xian Tian shook his head and sighed. It seems that we really can't catch up with him. Li Baibai smiled bitterly. Of course, both of them were very gratified. Although the outside world had been saying that Jiang Ci was the glory of the Blue Planet, Jiang Ci actually represented the people of Earth. Jiang Daodu chuckled at the side. She was naturally the happiest when Jiang Ci achieved results. However, Jiang Ci's first place only lasted for a minute before it was surpassed by the shepherd boy, Mu Ning. Through the changes in the points ranking, Jiang Ci knew that Mu Ning had eliminated Cheng Yu, who was in 5th place, and obtained 2 billion points as total points directly reached 8 billion. And he only had 8 billion. The gap had widened. But it wasn't that he didn't have a chance. Jiang Ci didn't hide his aura at all as he searched for the other top 10 contestants in Division 101. Therefore, Jiang Ci and Mu Ning seemed to have agreed on it. They had a tacit understanding. Jiang Ci killed the 7th place and became first again. Mu Ning killed the 8th place and took back the first place again. The two of them took turns to sit on the first throne. Then, the 5th to 10th place were all killed by the two of them. In the end, Jiang Ci's points reached 3 billion. Mu Ning, on the other hand, reached 8 billion. It was still difficult to separate them. They were very close. At this point, only the 1st to 4th place remained among the top 10 contestants. As for those outside the top 10, there weren't many left. Jiang Ci and Mu Ning were hunting down the top 10 contestants. Mo Tianba, who was in 3rd place, and Double Gun Tycoon, who was in 4th place, killed almost all the remaining contestants. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, with their points, it wouldn't affect the ranking. Now, only the top 4 could affect the final ranking. Mu Ning 8 billion. Jiang Ci 3 billion. Mo Tianba 2 billion. Double Gun Tycoon 3 billion. Now anyone could get first place. For example, Double Gun Tycoon, who was in 4th place. If he could kill Mu Ning, then his points would reach 2 billion. On the 30th day of a division battle, The battle for the first place in Division 101 also came to an end. All eyes were on it. Many of the 360 divisions in the Kanglan Star region had already decided the first place. None of them was as intense as Division 101. It was already the last day, and the first place was still uncertain. Kanglan Star Jiangxiai, Forgetful River Star Muning, Moto Star Mo Tianba, Nawa Star Double Gun Tycoon. All four of them had their own supporters. Although they couldn't hear it in the towering mountain river diagram, they still couldn't help but shout. The Interstellar Spinach Group even opened bets. Who would get first place? Towering mountain river diagram, Kanglan Star region, Division 101. Jiangxiai stood on the top of a 10,000-meter-high mountain and searched within a 1,000-kilometer radius with his sole consciousness. It's the last day. It's impossible to get first place by killing those ordinary contestants. Mu Ning, Mo Tianba, and Double Gun Tycoon. Only by killing all of them can I guarantee the first place. He was thinking about hunting, and the other three must have the same idea. After searching within a 1,000-kilometer radius of this 10,000-meter-high mountain, Jiangxiai didn't find any trace of these three people. He went to the next place. His figure kept flashing on this planet. Found it. In the mountains ahead, Jiangxiai found two powerful auras, but Mu Ning wasn't there. Then it could only be Mo Tianba and Double Gun Tycoon. Are they deliberately revealing their auras? Or are they fighting a decisive battle? Jiangxi's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly flew over in a flash. But before he arrived, someone beat him to it and appeared in the sky above the mountains. Mu Ning. This young shepherd boy looked like he was taking a stroll. He was very relaxed. Gentlemen, listen to my song. Mu Ning chuckled. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.